coffee, which will be on tap and flowing all day long. Really grateful to our sponsors. They make this not only possible, but they really help to keep the registration fees low so we can have maximum participation, because that's what makes Southeast Conference work. So thank you all, one and all, that have sponsors that. Breakfast was sponsored by the Alaska Committee. Are there any Alaska Committee members here yet this morning? There's gonna be a couple that are coming. The Alaska Committee is really a collective of Juneau leaders that really try to network to make sure Juneau is the best capital city that it can be. And it used to be many people in the region had this perception that the only time when you'd hear from Juneau is when there was a capital move bill. And Juneau's really stepped it up over the years and doing really all it can to reach out into the region and be the best that it can be, because it's more than just the capital city. It's the hub of commerce, it's the hub of government, and they're really mindful of reaching out and being supportive. So they are our breakfast sponsor this morning. So we certainly thank them and want to recognize their contributions for what they're doing. So with that, I'm going to ask our government leaders. We've got KIC, we've got the city and borough to come on up, and then our board president, Alec Mesteg, will kick things off and we'll roll from there. So it's great to see you, and I will exit left.
So this morning, I believe I would like to invite Marjorie Evers up to come and if she is here. You are here, you're right here. Please, if you would mind rising and join me for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Standing for the Alaska flag song. Thank you. Sorry. 8 stars of gold on a field of blue, Alaska's flag, may it mean to you the blue of the sea, the evening sky, the mountains, lakes, and flowers nearby, the gold of the early sourdough streams, the precious gold of the hills and streams, the brilliant stars in the northern sky, the Bear, the Dipper, and shining high, the great North Star with its a beacon bright, Alaska's flag to Alaskans dear, the simple flag of the last frontier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And welcome everybody to the annual meeting here for Southeast Conference. It's pretty exciting to see such a full room. So many folks that have been coming to this year after year, and looks like a number of new faces here this year. We're really grateful to have you here, and pretty excited about the next couple of days. All the excitement on the agenda. There's a whole lot that happens fast at these meetings, so I'm really excited about that, and I hope you are as well. One thing Robert mentioned, and I'll kind of just reiterate, is we're so grateful to our sponsors who really helped make this happen, keep us going at Southeast Conference, and for all of you for joining us today. It's been a pretty exciting few years that we've had there. I think you can see that this organization has been able to accomplish a tremendous amount. We've had to change and adjust and do a lot of different things over the last few years, and you're going to see that continue, obviously, with some of the exciting things that have happened just recently that I'm sure we're going to be talking more about throughout the agenda. But this morning, I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'm going to go ahead. We're going to work ourselves down the table here, and I'll go ahead and pass it over to, you want to just go in order, or? All right, that works for me.
I wanted to defer to the city if you wanted to go first, but thank you for this opportunity. Hello, my name is Rodney Dallin, Mayor of the Ketchikan Gateway Borough, and I want to welcome you to the 2022 Southeast Conference in Ketchikan. As you know, the last few years have been difficult for Southeast Alaska and the world. The resurgence we see this year in our economy is something we must continue and promote. As I know you are well aware, many of our businesses struggled through the pandemic. They now face new challenges, from not having enough workers to supply chain concerns to inflation and more. Throughout Southeast, many communities have had similar problems and concerns, issues regarding the availability and affordability of housing, the need to diversify our economy to better protect us in the future, the promotion of resource jobs, and the export value that they present. Food security challenges locally, but also our ability to export food of various types to a world that needs it. We are seeing success with the potential for increased self-sufficiency. One area is maximizing our renewable energy resources for transportation needs. Our community was recently awarded grants to electrify our buses and hopefully someday our airport ferry. In the future, our island will provide power to cruise ships while they are in port. We're also seeing increasing numbers of electric cars on our roads. With elevated oil prices, we'll likely see a shift from oil heat to electric this winter and into the future. If we can keep up with future energy demands and keep that cost affordable, it will benefit every sector of our economy, increase our self-sufficiency, and give us a greater chance to attract investment and industries to the region. We are developing a tourism strategy plan in partnership with a consulting team called Confluence Sustainability to work with the borough to develop a tourism strategy to provide for a long-term sustainable tourism industry that brings community and industry together and promotes an open dialogue to address the needs of community residents. This represents our effort to not just wing it regarding what our citizens and businesses want the community to look like in the future. A dedicated borough manager and staff and a determined assembly are constantly pursuing success on our island. In closing, Ketchikan, like all Alaska communities, is a town of doers. We've made it through difficult times and are looking forward to the future. We need to not take any of our success for granted. We've seen our hopes for a record year of economic growth turn instantly into years of hardship. We are rebuilding and need to learn from that experience and strive to be stronger than before. So thank you for visiting our beautiful home. If there is anything we can do to make your visit more enjoyable, please let us know. And we look forward to working with you to improve the quality of life through the region, including Yakutat, for my friend over at the table there who said I had to say that. So Thank you so much.
Ketchikan, of course, is blessed by having multiple mayors. Actually, even more. There's Saxman, KIC. We have a lot of authority here, which is good. Well, it has certainly been an interesting year, couple of years for Southeast Alaska, hasn't it? Several years ago, I was taking part in one of those time-honored local government functions, a planning meeting. We were all sitting around tossing out what ifs because that's what planning meetings are all about, right? Then you put together a multi-page document that sits on some shelf until a state or federal granting agency says, hey, you got a plan? And we say, yeah, we got a plan. Anyway, one of the participants said, well, what if the cruise ships didn't come? And there was a silence and then laughter because it just seemed absurd. Like saying, you know, what if someone said, what if it stopped raining and Ketchikan ran out of water? You know, no one actually believed that was going to happen. Oh, and for the record, by the way, we have about 3.5 years of water above Ketchikan in the hillsides there. So it could not rain for the next 3.5 years. We still have water. So we're good. It can stop for a while. Well, of course, that's exactly what happened. And it really put our local economies through the ringer. Even those places where there was not a direct tourism effect. And what did we learn? So what did we learn in the last couple of years? We had some time to step back and say, what's going on here? Well, we learned that even great disruption brings great opportunities. And Mayor Dial listed a few of those. We also learned that we can survive. It wasn't easy, but you know, we're all still here. And actually, we're all in the room together for a change. And that's good. You know, this region has survived numerous crashes, you know, mining at different times, salmon canning, timber. But we're all still here. You know, I like to say that we're just too stubborn in the Southeast to quit. And someone says, you're being pejorative. Well, yeah, maybe a little bit, but we are stubborn here. You know, I still remember a regional meeting, actually at the Southeast Conference, back in the early 80s, where a fairly high-ranking state official, I won't say who, a governor, basically stood up here and said, you know, if the mills go, Ketchikan and Sitka are dead. Well, the mills went. Ketchikan, Sitka, Juneau, Wrangell, Petersburg, Metlakatla, Heidelberg, Yakutat. We're all still here. Perhaps it's better to say that we are not stubborn, but we are resilient. And through it all, Southeast Conference has been resilient too. Continuing to fight for our resource economies, continuing to fight to hold together the somewhat disparate communities in our region, as always reminding us that when push comes to shove, we all have a lot more in common than our differences. And most notably, in my opinion anyways, still fighting to keep the highway that ties us together, the Alaska Marine Highway, operating. Perhaps I should be frustrated because after more than 60 years, literally the entirety of my life, we're still fighting for our ferry system. And our cousins in the rail belt just don't seem to get it. There's a lot of value in these sessions of this conference, and I hope you enjoy your time here. But the real value is we're all together. I hope you enjoy the generally nice weather that we've arranged for you. And I offer you our hospitality. As a downtown business owner, I also hope you do your part to help boost our local economy the next few days. For the city of Ketchikan and the community at large, I welcome you, and I thank you for being here.
Good morning, everyone. Trixie Bennett, you hot to a sock. Yech nakatsidi, klinket. Katkana ak, I hat. Katari I hat, kitchi hit. Taltan dachkana I hat, Nanya Ayadi. I said I'm a Tlinket. I belong to the Kachari clan, a Raven clan of the Frog House from Wrangell, Alaska. On my father's side, Taltan Ayachat, from the Sticking River and Telegraph Creek. My mother was Minnie Larson and her mother was Emma Shakes. We always honor our grandparents when we introduce ourselves, and we always honor the connection, our connection to the land. I said, I am Tlingit. Trixie Bennett is my English name. I'm the president of Ketchikan Indian Community, and we want to welcome all of you to our traditional homelands, the land of the Sanyaquan and the Tantaquan. I'll bet most of you still remember when Ketchikan was known as the salmon capital of the world, king salmon capital of the world. In near recent times, we had 3 canneries running in full operation, and many of our citizens were employed in either the timber industry or the fishing industry. Today, of course, it is so much different. As you have probably noticed, if you just walk downtown, we have evolved and we have adapted as a community who has observed the decline of the fishing and the logging industry. And we have reemerged into a world of tourism and mariculture and similar industry, all of which we see our tribe being a part of. Sustainable, regenerative are among the key strategies we value in industry and in our way of life. Every year, over 1 million tourists visit us here in Ketchikan for the Alaskan experience. And in doing so, they shop in our local stores, they take our local tours, and this creates a large infusion of revenue for our entrepreneurs and for our local tax base. KIC has adapted to this new way of life, and this year we created our for-profit corporation. I'm excited to share our new corporation, the Ketchikan Tribal Business Corporation, will soon be participating in the tourism industry. Yay. We realize that economic opportunities exist in the industry, and our participation will ensure other opportunities for KTBC. And we know that will create more local business, which will employ more local citizens. Yes, we are joining the economic community in Ketchikan, and we hope to have a positive influence in the community, much like our sister corporation, Cape Fox. We are very proud of Cape Fox, and we appreciate their consistent contributions to the community and the investments they make here. We ourselves look forward to creating a brighter future for our tribe and the Ketchikan community by creating meaningful jobs that are year-round. Our goal is to invest and then reinvest in the community and to help our business community to grow and our citizens to flourish and thrive. And we appreciate this conference in our community because it does help create an understanding of cooperation, and it helps us to bridge some of the many communication gaps that we experience today. The opportunity is certainly there. Today, I think we're all looking for and speaking the same language. Economic development is positive for all of our citizens, and we look forward to the information we will receive from the conference. Please enjoy the conference, and we hope to work with many of you in the future as we develop our corporation. Thank you for listening, and Gurul Chish to the Southeast Conference for inviting us here to welcome you all today. It has been my pleasure to do so. So on behalf of KIC, especially those of you who came from out of town, welcome to Ketchikan and welcome to Southeast Conference. Patti Adi, Gurul Chish. Have a beautiful day.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to see you all. Richard Peterson. I'm president of Tlingit and Haida. And I just want to acknowledge and thank the people of the Sanyaquan and the Tantaquan for allowing us and sharing with us their beautiful homelands. Coming from the Sanyaquan, it's always good to be home. I live in Juneau now. I grew up in Prince of Wales Island and Kisan. Good to see folks from Kisan here, Prince of Wales. It's exciting to see the theme. I always look at the theme and draw kind of what's the inspiration, what are we going for? And we know that the last few years have been really tough. And, you know, we heard mention of when the pulp mills closed, and I remember being a teenager when that happened and seeing the huge dip. And what that meant for our economy, and people have had to adapt and change to new economies. And then we lived through a global pandemic who put pretty much all economies on hold, and that was really hard. So I think it's so important, and you look at the Southeast by the numbers, and Meilani always does such an amazing job on that. We're seeing some rebound. I'm honored to be here as Tlingit and Haida because I think it's so important for us, if we're truly going to be charting the course ahead, that we do it in unity, that our Native communities, our non-Native communities, our for-profits, our nonprofits, our village corporations, our regional corporation, we have got to be pulling together, working together. Building healthy communities starts with healthy and strong infrastructure. We're all greatly concerned about the ferry system. We keep hearing, renewed support, and then the schedules come out and leave some of our communities with almost zero ships throughout the whole winter. I've been in communities where they're concerned in the village about transporting their deceased relatives. They have to pay fees to keep relatives in holding in the larger communities of Juneau and Ketchikan. Now imagine living in a small village and your auntie dies. There's no way to get her home. That is a stark realization when you think about that. And I've always believed, and maybe it's because I'm from one of the smallest communities, we're only as strong as our smallest community. If our small communities aren't healthy, how can our big communities be healthy? We have to work together. I know when I look around this room with all of these different people from different walks of life, the one thing that we all have in common is we're from Southeast, and we need a healthy and vibrant, strong economy with flourishing infrastructure that supports everything we're doing. And I'm proud of Southeast Conference. As a former board member, I believe in the mission to build strong economy and have that infrastructure. So I hope that everybody comes together and realizes that if we can truly work together, we will be the strongest region in Alaska. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to Robert and his leadership, to the board. Alex, it's a great honor to be here.
Thank you all. We really appreciate how welcoming Ketchikan has been, and in past years, and we look forward to our stay here again this year. And before we get down, I wonder if I might just ask you each a question, or give you an opportunity to share one more thought with us. But if we could just have each of you comment on what do you want to see as what would be your ideal outcome of this meeting, or what is the one issue you think that we should be focusing on while we're here? And the mics in front of you are, you can go ahead and use those. You don't have to get up.
Is this, okay, here we go. With these type of conferences, the one benefit that I always see, and the one takeaway, is that we get together and we learn what each other can do for the communities. We always develop those contacts. So for example, right now we're looking at doing a joint venture between Ketchikan and Metlakatla. So when we're able to come to these type of events and meet with each other, spend time with each other, I just really feel that it helps move those programs along, and it really kind of gives us an idea of who we need to call to get things done. So that's really what I hope to get out of this, as well as learning about what's working in other communities, what's not working, and trying to do those things that are working. So thank you.
I have to agree with Mayor Dial. The real function here is to look out and see faces and to understand that, yeah, by Alaska standards, Southeast is not a major geographic area, not like the North Slope or other areas, but we're all pretty spread out here. We don't have roads. We don't have a rail belt. We have a marine highway that as I said before, there are issues. But the ability to be able to be in a room with everybody again, and frankly, none of us like Zoom calls. That's not really working. And to find out what's going on in other communities, and also understand that we're not alone. You know, one of my favorite parts of these sort of meetings is we all sit around bitching about DOT or whatever, you know. And we find that every one of our communities have a lot of the same issues. And as Mayor Dial said, maybe someone else has a good answer. Maybe not, but at least we're all talking about it and we're all together. And that to me is the main thing that I see coming out of this.
It's working. I would echo the same as both the mayors. As I've talked with our tribal council and many in the room, collaboration is key. Collaboration is the way of the future. So it's good to be with everybody today, and we're going to end this week. And that, I think that's our big overarching goal as well.
Good chief. You know, I'll go back to my opening remarks, and I think the creation of Southeast Conference started around establishing transportation, the ferry system. And I think without dependable transportation, our very vulnerable communities are at risk. And we've been painted as, you know, poor communities, and I don't believe that. We have strong communities. But when they've become dependent on access and access is taken away, it doesn't matter what your demographic is, that hurts your whole community. It hurts education, it hurts traveling in and out of schools, clinics. Everything is dependent on good transportation. And we all know we have very rough, harsh winters. We can have no access by our good friends who fly into our communities because of fog, because of wind, you know, all of these things. The one thing that couldn't be stopped, except for the lack of money, is our ferry system. And so I think that we need to come together and make sure we can all talk about tourism. We can talk about all the things that we need to build, and we can build. But if we don't have reliable transportation, it's going to be for nothing.
All right, thank you so much for sharing those thoughts, and please join with another round of applause for our hosts. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you all, especially to the Ketchikan Indian community for welcoming us here to their lands, or the city, the borough. I'm yielding my time. Tell you, the update from me is going to be the next 3 days as Meilani's coming forward to help us stay on schedule. One thing I will note is that over the last year, we knew last time when we met in Haynes that the printing presses were on in DC. They're going to be printing a lot of money. It's going to be available. How do we do this year? I just got a note from the Senate, and with 34 million already appropriated, another 27 million in the queue to be on the way, 300 million for ferries that's in play, another 100 so for housing, et cetera. And that doesn't count the 49 million that we'll talk about a little bit more tomorrow, or the remaining 12 million of the 25 that Secretary Vilsack discussed that we're going to talk about on Thursday. So we'll get to those updates. But the one thing that made a lot of that happen and possible, besides every single one of you in this room, because every single one of you in this room were involved directly or indirectly in the creation of a regional economic development strategy. This national award-winning publication, which now we're going to get the report card. We're going to say, how are we doing? So with that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time for the next 3 days and ask you to please welcome the author, facilitator, Meilani Schijvens.
Hello. Oh, make sure my clicker works. Okay. Okay. Which button do I press? Oh, wait. Okay. Give me 1 second. How does this work? On is good. All right, we figured it out. Hello, Southeast Conference, and hello, Ketchikan. So we are here, I am here today to present the 11th annual Southeast Alaska by the Numbers. And because we have Shirley Kelly in the room today, I want to say this is also a part of our comprehensive economic development strategy that Robert just showed as well. And, you know, it's really important to have that baseline shared economic data so that as we're building up our communities, we can have this shared economics that we can build upon. So there's a lot going on in the Southeast Alaska economy. So I'm going to drill it down into our 10 top stories. So our number one top economic story about the Southeast Alaska economy is that in 2021 and 2022, our economy was up by a mile. There's of course a little asterisk to this. We are still lagging behind 2019, but all the numbers that we've had in the last year and a half have been really, really good ones for us. So let's look at 2021 and compare it to 2020. Total jobs were up by 5%. We added 2,100 jobs to our economy. Before I go further, I just want to give a shout out to the Alaska Department of Labor and all the amazing data that they collect and they're able to share with us, and we're able to make reports like this. So it's their team does a really great job, and I just want to acknowledge that. So not all of the jobs were distributed evenly as we built back our economy. When we look at jobs by counts, we had the highest job counts in Juneau. We added 600 jobs there. Sitka, we added 400 jobs. Right here in Ketchikan, we added 180 jobs, and also in Petersburg, we added 180 jobs. But when we look at percentage increase, our two communities that did the best were Hoonah and Gustavus, adding 18 and 19% more jobs to their economies in 2021 than in 2020. Petersburg, there was also just a number of other communities that had double-digit job growth. Petersburg at 15%. Yakutat, now I know we have John here today. Yakutat's a really interesting story because last year, or in 2020, they were the only community in Southeast Alaska to add jobs to their economy. Everyone else, all the rest of us lost jobs. Yakutat added jobs and then had double-digit job growth this year as well. Skagway was on the other end of the spectrum last year, as Caitlin knows. We had our largest job losses in Skagway, but we have double-digit percentage job gains there in 2021, and Sitka with 10% more jobs, and Engun with 9% more jobs. On the other end, we have Hyder that did lose a significant number of jobs this year. Their economy is more closely tied in with the Canadian economy than the rest of Southeast. So how are we doing in 2022 so far? The year is ongoing. We'll find out fully at the end. But in the first 7 months, we've added 4% more jobs, even over last year, another 1,200 jobs. And this is where the asterisk comes in. So I want to kind of see how we're doing and how we've been doing when we compare what is going on with our pre-pandemic economy. So if we look back, I'm just going to take June because I put this together when I had the June numbers. If we look back at June of 2020, we were down in Southeast Alaska by 24% of all jobs. By the winter, we'd settled back to being 7 to 8% below of normal job levels. By June of 2021, we were down 18% of all jobs. And in the winter, we'd settled down to 3 to 4% below sort of job normal. And in June of 2022, we were still 12% below our normal June employment. So this is we're building back, but we're building back. We're not entirely there yet. How Southeast doing when we compare it to the state and nation? Well, nationwide, we've actually gotten back all the jobs. We're back higher than we were in pre-pandemic levels. We have the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. So the US jobs market is doing great. In Alaska as a whole, we're 6% below where we were. And again, this is that June spot check. So Alaska 6% below in June, Southeast is 12% below in June. We do have one region that is struggling more than we are, and that's Northern Alaska. They're getting those oil and gas jobs back. and municipal government. Thank you so much. Our population is up in 2021. Little asterisk there too. It may be up because there's a little bit of a disagreement between the Alaska Department of Labor and the US 2020 census numbers, and we'll figure out that. But right now it shows a population increase and we will take it. Okay, our number 2 economic story is that our economic outlook is strong. So every year we do a business climate survey at Southeast Conference for Southeast Alaska business leaders. We surveyed 440 business leaders this year. About 2/3 of them said that the economy, this was done in May and April, about 2/3 said the economy was good or very good, and that puts it at our best business climate since 2017. So in spring this year, we had a very good business climate. And what was interesting is that when we look at those businesses, those business leaders that were even a little bit more positive than their peers, we saw them to be in our small rural communities. So Pelican, Gustavus, Yakutat, Hoonah, and Prince of Wales had our highest business confidence. So that was something that we haven't seen for a while. So that was really neat to see. But it's not just how people are feeling right now, it's about how people are feeling moving forward. Half of our business leaders say that moving into 2023, they expect their businesses and their industries to be better or much better in the year to come, with 79% of our business leaders really having a positive outlook, future outlook about our economy. So this is really, really good news. Which business segments have this most positive outlook moving forward? It's our food and beverage sector, our visitor sector, our retail sector, and our mining sector. And in terms of communities, where are communities with the most positive outlook? Hoonah, number 1 by a mile, followed by Skagway, Sitka, and Haines. So that's where we see the most positivity moving forward. It's not just a positive outlook theoretically, our businesses are hiring. 29% of Southeast Alaska businesses say that they are adding jobs, not just replacing workers, but adding jobs in the next year. One thing that we do every 5 years when we do our business climate survey is ask about the overall business benefits and barriers over the how businesses feel about different elements and if their barriers or benefits. And what's really interesting, I think, is how these really don't change that much over time. So in 2010 and in 2015, we had this top same 4 business benefits that we do now in 2022. The quality of life in Southeast Alaska is amazing, we know. Access to recreation, access to outdoors, our Alaska Native culture, and our local art. Those are our 4 top business benefits to our businesses across Southeast. Our number 1 barrier, and like I said, this was the same in 2010 and 2015 and 2022, is the cost of freight. Our communities have long distances from each other, as President Peterson was alluding to, and getting goods across those distances is a high cost for our communities. Housing availability, we've asked this question a little bit differently over time, but when we look at, it's always been a real estate related question, has been our number 2 top barrier in 2010, 2015, and 2022. Joining them this year is construction costs, the availability of a skilled professional workforce, and the availability of marine transportation, so lack of ferry system. Our number 3 top story is that federal funding and intervention was key. Now, I'm just going to set the stage and bring you back. When we got hit by the COVID economy, Southeast Alaska was the hardest hit place in all of the US. We had the same closures that everybody else had, but we also we lost our, it came right before our cruise ship schedule, our summer tourism schedule. So we lost our tourism season, our cruise ship season, and we also had just about the worst fishing season that we could possibly imagine on top of it all. And so we got hit by all 3 of these things at the same time. We did hear from our businesses. This is a slide from last year. I wanted to figure out a sort of quick way to sort of measure the importance of the federal relief funding that came into Southeast. So last year when we asked our businesses, that had, what was the meaning of this relief funding to you and to your business. 29% of our businesses who received that funding said that they would have closed permanently without receiving that funding. And so this is not a slide for all of Southeast Alaska. This is just looking at the people who participated in our businesses, in our survey, but that was 83 businesses representing 1,800 workers that would have closed their doors permanently without that federal funding, that COVID relief funds. And we're continuing to see federal investment into our region. I think Robert probably mentioned most of these, but I was trying to look at some of the federal investments that have been made in 2022 so far. We see the Southeast Conference Award for $29 million for mariculture. There is $29 million to expand the fiber optic network on Prince of Wales. $25 million from the U.S. Forest Service to invest in the Southeast Alaska sustainability strategy, most of which has been awarded in 2022. Regional airports have received $15 million through the Infrastructure Act. U.S. Department of Education has given $12.5 million for Alaska Native education. Sitka received a RAISE grant for their Marine Service Center. Petersburg received funds for their harbor work, and Ketchikan for Coast Guard facility improvements. And doubled in 2021. And it actually wasn't that 2021 was that amazing of a seafood year. It was a good year. It was above average, both in terms of total value and total pounds landed. It was just above that 10-year average. But 2020 was just really a tough year for all of us. So it was great to see those numbers back up. In 2021, we landed 157 million more pounds of seafood than we had in 2020. And the value of the the seafood that was processed in Southeast was $400 million more. This is looking at per species, the difference between our 2020 catch and our 2021 catch. You can see that nearly every species was up, and some up very significantly. And then as we move forward into 2022, we see that we're actually even having a better year in 2022 than in 2021. Obviously, people are still out there fishing. They're fishing right now, but we're seeing most everything up. Coho's still down, and we'll see how it all ends up. My fisherman off the street quote, or fisherman off the ocean quote, is that prices are high and the abundance is decent. And from a fisherman, that's a strong praise. Our number 5 top story is that our construction sector is growing and our mining sector is growing. Mining is one of those sectors that ended up being really strong for us during the pandemic. It stayed up in terms of total jobs and total wages, and it continues to be strong moving forward. We added 37 jobs in 2021. In 2022 so far, we're already up by 7% of jobs compared to 2021. So we're continuing just to see strong growth in our mining sector. In our construction sector, jobs were up by 80 jobs in 2021. So far in 2022, jobs are up by 5%. And this is a sector that we expect to see continued growth and strength over the next 5 years as the infrastructure bill hits the ground in Southeast Alaska. It has already started to hit the ground in Southeast Alaska, but there's really the potential for hundreds and millions more, but only if communities and organizations go after the infrastructure bill funding. So there is funding in that bill. It has to come somewhere. Why not Southeast Alaska? But we need to make sure that we are taking the time and making sure we have the capacity to go after these grants so we can really support the region's roads, bridges, ports, airports, energy grids, communication systems, and of course, our ferries. Our number 6 top story is that our wages are growing. So in 2021, our wages went up by 11% over 2020. We added $238 million in wages to the region. And, some of those, so I wanted to look back and kind of to our last average year, 2019, and compare it to 2021. Wages were up by a lot. Our mining and seafood wages the average wage was up by 17%. Health was up by 14%, social services and tourism up by 12%, trade up by 11%. We had three sectors that were down: financial activities, timber, and transportation, non-tourism. On some hand, this is representative of inflation, but on the other hand, we have fewer workers doing more work. And so it's partly measuring increased productivity, more full-time versus part-time. And so I kind of want to see and wait until how these wages settle out over time. Our number 7 top story is that tourism is back and it is thriving. In 2021, we had 300,000 more passengers, more people come to Southeast Alaska than had in 2020. And our jobs and our tourism jobs were up by 36% in 2022. Tourism jobs are already up by 20%, and we'll see how those numbers end up. So just to take you back a little bit to where we've been for our cruise ship numbers. In 2018, we had 1.2 million cruise ship passengers come to Southeast. In 2019, it was 1.33 million. In 2020, it was 48 altogether. That's a total. And in 2021, we managed to get 10% of our cruise ship season back. And now in 2022, we've had, I think, a really good season. Our ships through August have been on average 74% full. I'm projecting a 1.05 million cruise ship passengers coming to Southeast. They're still coming. We don't know the final number. So, but regardless, it'll end up being about our 4th highest year ever in terms of cruise ship passenger arrivals into Southeast. So what are we looking for 2023? It is hard to know what those percentages are going to be, those percent occupancy rates. So we're not projecting a number yet. The cruise ship industry is telling us to expect a similar season in terms of passenger levels to our 2019 levels. Although we're going to have larger ships and more sailings. So, I think we are likely going to receive our best year ever, or our best or second best ever in 2023. So what can we tell you about the 2023 season? It's going to be long. We've always, I remember being in meetings 20 years ago. How can we make the cruise ship or the tourism season in Southeast Alaska longer? We made it longer. The first ship is going to come on April 17th, 2023, and our last ship is going to depart October 27th. 2023. We're going to have 693 voyages. That's 16 more than this year. So an increase in voyages of 2.3%. Looking at other modes of transportation, our jet traffic is also back. So when we look at the first 7 months of the year and we compare it back to 2019 levels, we are only 3% below those 2019 levels for our arriving jet passengers. So we're almost entirely back when it comes to our air traffic transportation numbers. I wish I could say the same with our ferry numbers. Ferry numbers in the last 10 years, our passenger services for ferries has declined by 73%. And that's comparing it to the 2021 level, not the 2020 level. And so we'll just continue to hope that we're able to bring these ferry passenger numbers back up. Our number 8 top story is we have a labor and housing shortage, and I'm combining these together because that is what our workforce leaders our business leaders are combining them together. So our housing is really a workforce problem for our businesses. Our business leaders tell us that there's not enough housing, and also that the housing that we have is sort of not competitive with other housing markets in the lower 48. A quote from one of our business leaders is, if our business sector is doomed without housing. We asked a number of questions in our business climate survey this year about housing. I'm just going to present this one. We said, how does the housing availability impact your business in Southeast? And we have Huna and Sitka sort of vying it out for really struggling. Our businesses are struggling with a lack of housing. Our businesses are telling us, we know how to hire people. We know how to get people to work for us. But when they try to come to work for us and they can't find any housing, or the only housing they find is really really high price, we're not able to make that connection and get that person here in Southeast. And so Huna number 1 and Sitka kind of sharing that slot, followed by Ketchikan, Skagway, Prince of Wales, Wrangell, Juneau, and Yakutat. And that quote came from Yakutat. So all of those other communities are saying, we even have a higher, we're struggling more than Yakutat in terms of housing availability for our workforce. At the end of our business climate survey, we have a couple, we asked our business leaders to talk about where their business is headed in their own words. Someone in our tourism sector said, we're experiencing more demand than we can accommodate. With less long-term staff after the pandemic, rebuilding is challenging due to a competitive hiring environment, housing expense availability, and transportation challenges. Someone in our healthcare sector said, we are having significant challenges providing healthcare and social services to patients and clients due to a lack of workforce. While this issue is affecting businesses nationwide, the challenge is exacerbated in Southeast Alaska due to lack of affordable housing, lack of childcare, and a high cost of living. So our number 9 top story is that some sectors are not up in 2021. There's a couple sectors that are down. The first is our healthcare sector, and I think you can tell from the previous quote, our healthcare sector is really trying to hire people. Healthcare workers is a scarce commodity nationwide. They were a scarce commodity before the pandemic, and so they're even more of a scarce commodity now. So we're competing nationwide for a scarce resource. Our timber sector had some setbacks in 2021, and we see that those numbers are down again. I think we're used to seeing this chart. Maybe we're not as used to seeing this chart. So in the last 10 years in Southeast Alaska, we have lost 24% of our state jobs, and that job loss has been accelerating since the end of the pandemic. So I want to point out that jobs have been lost. State jobs have been declining statewide. So when we look at outside of Southeast Alaska, state jobs have declined by 11%, but really nowhere near the 24% that has hit us in Southeast Alaska. So that's a loss of nearly 1,400 state jobs here in Southeast Alaska. And I guess you can't have an economic presentation without an oil chart, but I think it's important to point out that that's in a time of increasing oil. So we are up at more than $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. Since we're on the topic of government as a whole is actually not down, it's up, but it's really thanks to one of our 4 government segments, and that is our tribal government. So if you look at the last 5 years, tribal government employment has gone up by 5%, more than 200 jobs to 1,100 annualized workers. So that's one government sector that we're really seeing increasing over the last years. So here's your summary. 10 top stories of Southeast Alaska economy. Number 1, the economy was up, and it was up by a mile. Our outlook is strong, and our business climate is strongest in our rural communities. Federal funding has been key to our recovery. Seafood was number 1 again in Southeast. Our construction and mining sectors are up and they are growing. Our wages are growing. Our tourism sector is back and is thriving. There's a few areas that we're continuing to look at. Labor and housing shortages, some sectors being down, and we're continuing to watch what happens with those state government jobs moving forward. So I guess I would like to say we made it through to 2022, and we've got continued strong growth projected through 2023. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Meilani. I'm going to invite the panel next to come on up here. We've got our natural resources panel, and it's one that we like to kick off our annual meeting with each year. It's meaningful to us to really make sure that we're leading with our industry and our private sector. And I think you'll see where the challenges are, where the needs are, and, then we follow and see where the public sector can help support that and provide the base to grow from. One of the things we're challenging all of our panels with 2 questions throughout the conference is, what is the one piece of infrastructure development that might be most beneficial to the industry, as well as what might be the number 1 policy or permitting challenge that needs to be addressed for your industry as well. You'll notice a lot of QR codes around the room that will take you to bios. If we, especially if we started telling you the bios and introduction to every single one of our panelists and speakers throughout these 3 days, that's all we would do. They're all A-listers, as you all are. And so we appreciate that, but they'll do a little bit of a self-introduction as they go through, and each one will give remarks, and we'll have a little bit of Q&A. So we'll start with Deantha. What? Pat, Pat from UCOR will be beaming in. We should be able to connect and see him at some point.
Okay.
But he'll, yeah, we have a few speakers that for one reason or other, at the last minute, needed to shift and could not be here geographically, but he will be present as well as some of the other speakers for the 3 days. So we're going to start
Okay.
with you.
So in my concern for making sure Pat was accounted for, this is where you'd like me to introduce myself.
Well, or we could
I wasn't listening to your
We could go
question.
the other way and come this way if you'd rather, Deantha. Like, all right.
Okay, sorry about that. It's a great start. My name is Deantha Skibinski. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Miners Association. We are a statewide organization. We have branches as far north as Nome, and we've got 3 down here in Southeast Alaska in Haines, Juneau, and Ketchikan, Prince of Wales Island. I see many faces in this audience that are either current or former board members of the Alaska Miners Association. Your neighbors are my members and are very active in our association across the state and across the country, really, just in terms of educating on the great things and the great story that mining has to tell. As far as the status of our industry, I should be sitting up here telling you that we're going gangbusters. I should be up here saying, we all know that mining is at the core of everything we do. We know that we have a massive projected shortage of all of the minerals we need to do everything we're doing here right now, and everything that is part of the bold and aggressive goals of this federal administration to pursue renewable technologies and renewable energies. We know that we need over 3 billion tons of new minerals. Those are minerals that we do not have in our possession right now to achieve some of these things. So I should be able to say that my members are pretty hot in demand right now. And we'd like that to be the case, and we still have a lot of faith that that will be the case. But speaking of bitching, we have a big problem with federal regulation right now. We are working, we've got some great federal regulatory partners here in the room, like yourself. It's nice to see you again. But at the national level, we have some barriers and downright brick walls in terms of the federal permitting process. It's cumbersome, and it is keeping us from being a major contributor to the demand that we need. And it's really ensuring that those minerals are coming from China and the Congo, et cetera. But I don't believe it's always going to be that way. I believe that there is going to be a connect between what we need and the fact that we can do it here in America. We can bring the jobs home, and we know that we do a wonderful job of mining in America. We do a spectacular job of mining here in Alaska. And I believe that there's going to be a realization, and there will be a pursuit. And at that time, Alaska will really be a shining spot in terms of mining contributing to the minerals we need worldwide. Thank you. I think I'm doing everything wrong right now. You gotta save this shit.
Good morning, I'm Helge. Can you hear me? I'm Helge Yang. I'm the director of the Alaska Division of Forestry and Fire Protection and the State Forester. We are the State Forestry and Fire Protection Agency as opposed to the federal government. We have a presence in the Southeast. We have the Southeast State Forest as well as the Haines State Forest that are managed under a sustained yield principle for the benefit of Alaskans. And we take that job seriously, and I'd like to talk some more about that. But I think these are introductions, so I'll hand it over to the next person.
Good morning. My name is Tessa Axelson. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Forest Association, which is the industry entity, one of the oldest in the state, created in the 60s, that represents forest products, timber industry. It's always a pleasure to speak at Southeast Conference. I was thinking this morning about the fact that I've had that opportunity for more than 20 years now, which is weird because we're all still in our 30s, right? Yeah. I always appreciate the opportunity to come to Southeast Conference because if we look at the agenda, everything about what matters to the folks that are up here today related to industry and to our panel and our conversation is directly linked to every other issue we're going to talk about. And we certainly, from the perspective of the Forest Association, are going to advocate for a particular view of an economy driven by jobs and resources, because that's what we believe in. But everything is linked, and what Southeast Conference has always done so exceptionally well is remind us of how everything we do, whether it's up on the North Slope or here in the Tongass, is connected to our individual communities. So thanks for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to talking with the rest of the panelists this morning.
Good morning. I'm Kara Moriarty. I'm the president of the Alaska Oil and Gas Association. So I'm Tessa's partner in the trade association world and Deantha's partner, but only representing oil and gas. So I very much appreciate the fact that Robert invited me down to represent the state's largest private sector industry, even though you have zero oil and gas development in Southeast. I really love talking to audiences like this that might not live and breathe oil and gas every day. But obviously, when we are still the state's largest private sector source of revenue, we have the largest job creation statewide, even though you might not see that directly here in your communities. We do represent about 25% of all jobs and wages across the state of Alaska, both in terms of folks that may work on the slope directly for the companies that I represent, the contracting community, and then the revenue that's generated by state funds. And the jobs created from that. So it's a great pleasure to be here today. I do have a couple of slides that highlights the fact that the world still needs oil and gas for at least the next 30 to 40 years, if not longer. The demand still remains, even though we are in an energy transition. And the good news for Alaska is we still have really great rocks. The rocks are really good here. So the geology is really good. And we have some exciting projects that have been sanctioned recently, and we hope we have another one coming. But for now, I'll leave it at that and look forward to the Q&A and the conversation. But most importantly, thanks for the invitation. It's the third time I've been to Ketchikan since June. I love Ketchikan. I was one of those passengers on the Discovery Princess and brought my mom first time to Southeast Alaska. So I'm an advocate. More people need to come here. Thanks.
Do we have Pat online? We do not. They gave us a short video that we were going to play during the break. Why don't you go ahead and put that on? We can at least get them introduced into the record, and hopefully if he shows up, then we can get him in there and we'll go from there.
Hey, Robert, I'm here. I think Mike's here as well.
Got it? That's on? Okay.
Hi, Robert.
Prove it. And for their next trick.
Exactly.
There he is. Pat, can you hear us okay? We're doing a IT check, make sure. We can...
Yeah, I can hear fine. Hopefully you can hear me.
Excellent. So we can hear you and we can see you, and it's about to get a little bit larger so that we see only you. There we go. Wonders if, and Mike, welcome. So we've just, did you hear the round of introductions as the rest of the panel went through as well?
We did, yes. Thank you.
The floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, yeah, we were going to play a short video, just 2.5 minutes, to kind of characterize what we've been up to over the past year and what's important to the, not only Alaska, but the American economy going forward. Mike, we want to start with that, I guess?
Yes, we do. Robert, is it better to play that locally or over Zoom?
That we have the technology to do amazing things, and I just love testing that statement that they gave me about they could do anything. So it's like, okay, guys, amaze us. So I just kind of
Yeah,
dragged it out a little bit so they can amaze us in the middle. But yes, we have the video that you sent, and they are queuing it up as we speak, and I'll be interrupted by it shortly. So there's not any just dead airspace. No, oh, they're pointing to each other like it's his fault. Yeah. They have to play it. Apparently, we can't play the link and do the same thing at the same time. So we can play it during the break, or you could play it from your end. Which would you prefer?
I should be able to play it right now.
Okay.
Let me get the screen.
We'll empower you to take over the IT department and share your screen.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too choppy, Mike. I think it might be a little difficult.
Yeah, I'm worried that the audio might not come through, but we'll see what happens.
Okay. Just makes it more real.
So,
rare earth elements.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Are a collection of 17
We're working on the
elements that are
audio.
both the gate.
All right, I'll try it.
Rare earth elements, or REEs, are a collection of 17 elements that are both the gateway and the obstruction to energy transition, as carbon-based economies relying on fossil fuels continue to harm our environment. China has monopolized these critical REEs for decades, from mining to processing, leading to trade wars with the US and geopolitical unrest. Over 85% of the downstream processing, including the critical separation step, still takes place in China, using a traditional and more cumbersome process known as solvent extraction, or SX. Furthermore, the steady rise in rare earth prices is now driven by the world's desired transformation to EVs and renewable energy, like offshore wind, through high-powered rare earth magnet motors. Ucor's precise ESG-focused plan is to bring the midstream processing of REEs back to North America. This portion of the value chain will keep North America competitive by establishing the first of several strategic metals complexes, or SMCs, rare earth separation facilities using a proprietary form of SX called Rapid SX technology. Rapid SX uses the same chemistry employed by traditional SX, but applies it much more efficiently through physics, resulting in a separation process at least 3 times faster, more throughput, and a much reduced capital cost versus conventional SX technology. No one is doing what Ucor is doing, and it's a matter of national security, beginning with constructing a commercial demonstration plant in Kingston, Ontario. This first-of-a-kind Rapid SX demo plant will be capable of processing tons of heavy and light REEs and should be operational in Q4 of 2022. Knowledge gained through developing and commissioning the demo plant is feeding ongoing engineering work for the first commercial-scale SMC, scheduled to commence production in 2024. The opening of the SMC will allow Ucor to capture nearly half of the value of separated REEs. Ucor is currently engaged in multiple discussions regarding non-dilutive offtake financing with end users and has 3 preliminary agreements for U.S. allied mixed rare earth concentrates as feedstock for the SMC. Ucor, American critical metals independence starts here.
Did that come through okay?
That was great. Thanks, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, great. So that's our show. See you later. I'm Pat Bryan, the Chairman CEO of Ucor Rare Metals, and I apologize I'm not there today. We are working upstream and downstream, as the video indicated. I am actually on my way to Michigan in about an hour or so. We have a number of evolving downstream relationships coming together with automotive companies. You'll hear about them in the news very shortly. And I've got to get myself to Michigan to sort of tidy up a few last minute items that will be very good for UCOR going forward. As the video indicated, everyone talks about electric vehicles and renewable energy too, offshore wind, which is a really fast moving area that is really important as we look at the climate change issues that are affected by fossil fuels going into the air. So net zero greenhouse gases, that's kind of what it's all about. And there's a problem with that. When you look at electric vehicles, and my background, by the way, I'm a mechanical engineer. I founded a tier 1 automotive company 27 years ago as a much younger mechanical engineer. But I've stuck with the automotive industry, and I still direct the company that I founded and spend 80% of my time with UCOR, because quite frankly, what's going on right now in the automotive industry, in the transportation industry, is the biggest revolution since the Model T. And the thing about electric vehicles is that you have 6 times more critical minerals in an electric vehicle than you do in an internal combustion engine. And that's crucial, because where are all these minerals going to come from? When you look at what the automotive companies have announced, at least publicly at this point through their disclosures, you have over $500 billion announced in investments in EVs between now and 2030. That's a big number. And those that have stated the most and put the most capital up, they also have the most risk and the most vulnerability. And the vulnerability, quite frankly, is China, as the video indicated. 70% of your battery manufacturing, your battery materials and whatnot are controlled by China. When you speak of rare earth, which is what UCOR is focused on initially with our strategic metals complex, the rare earth component goes into producing permanent magnets, and permanent magnets go into the electric motors. That's what allows the electric vehicle to work so well and go so far. It takes electric energy and it transforms it to mechanical energy more than any other system in the world. It's the most efficient. It's the strongest magnet known to man. It's what makes the big wind turbines turn as well. So these permanent magnets that go into the electric vehicles and the wind turbines, 85% of that processing of rare earth oxide is controlled by China. There is no rare earth oxide in North America. There's no rare earth oxide in many parts of ex-China world. China has intentionally, through their Made in China 2025 plan, laid out a very careful plan to control critical minerals and take charge of these evolving 21st century green tech, climate change solutions. So they've done a great job with that. So again, it's a very vulnerable situation. And if you don't invest in the upstream now, automotive companies, meaning the mineral base of Alaska or anywhere else where you can find good minerals that can be used for electrification, you've got a problem. It's like the days of Henry Ford. He invested in rubber plants for tires. He invested in the iron mines, so he'd have the steel to be able to go ahead and produce his Model Ts. So it's a very tenuous situation. And people like Ford, General Motors, Tesla, they're the big movers in North America. You have Honda, Nissan, Toyota, they're the Japanese three. They're investing billions. And we want to play our part, which is the rare earth oxides. Those are crucial to producing permanent magnets. And Mike, I think we have a short PowerPoint slideshow that we can sort of build on that and help the audience understand what we've been up to since a year ago when we met with Robert and gave a presentation at the Southeast Conference.
Yeah, we do, Pat. We'll have to go through it fairly quickly, but we do.
Yeah, that's right. We're cognizant of time. So yeah, as the video indicated, there's a technology that we invested in a couple of years ago. It's called Rapid SX. And it's really a way of taking what the Chinese are doing, which is solvent extraction. We're saying, let's westernize it. Let's do it that much better. When you have the right tech, you can approach the problem very carefully with better throughput, better capital expenditures, better ESG footprint. And that's what we've done with our Rapid SX technology. Mike, maybe you can speak to the strategic metals complex.
Yeah, so with the Rapid SX technology that we're developing right now in Kingston, we're actually demonstrating it this fall. We will deploy that technology into a series of strategic metals complexes around North America, including Alaska, Canada, and the U.S. Gulf Coast. And then all of this is through the hard work and collaboration that Robert has done in Southeast Alaska with the Natural Resource Development Center that's developing in Ketchikan. And then we've also been working for the past probably 1 year to 9 months with the University of Alaska Southeast on developing a workforce training program for this particular industry. So we're very excited and appreciative of all of those fronts.
And we've also, as we indicated, been working very carefully on the upstream and the downstream supply chain. And the upstream, of course, are your feedstock sources. There are a lot of up and coming rare earth mines around the world that are ex-China, but they don't have the ability to process and get them turned into oxide. So China still holds the cards. And that's what we're looking to break and bring back to North America. So upstream, we've been reaching out in the past year. We have relationships coming together in Australia, South America, Africa, Canada, and Asia, but not China, Asia, but other portions of Asia where there are rare earth concentrates available. On the downstream with the automotive industry, and again, I mentioned my background, we reach into the auto companies every week and we discuss what their plans are going forward. Specifically, what do they need by 2025, 26, 27? What exactly do you need by when? Because if you don't get those materials, it affects the number of vehicles you can build and at what cost. So we've got at least 6 relationships now that have evolved. And those relationships are coming to fruition. You'll hear about them in the news. And again, that's important. You've got to have customers that want to buy product, and we've got customers that want to buy lots of product.
And then I'd like to add that all of this view on the initial rare earth oxide is with the long-term view of developing the Bocan mine on Prince of Wales Island. And as Deantha said, it's critical that we have the cooperation of the federal government with regarding to the streamlining of the permitting process, which is right now it's actually quite difficult. We do have we do have a lot of work going on that's related to Bocan. We have work on the mill flow sheet development at SGS Canada, and then this summer we were in Ketchikan and Prince of Wales for some mineral resource upgrade work at the resource site. So Pat, I think that we're probably exhausted our time. So perhaps we'll take a break here, and if there's time, we can revisit a few more of these things.
Yeah, we can do that, Mike. And you know, before we maybe jump to any questions, if there are any, I would like to, you know, as much as we have connectivity in the automotive industry, which is crucial to our plans forward, I would like to thank the governor's office for what they've done. They actually facilitated a couple of doors being opened and used the name Alaska, and we've got critical minerals. So, you know, thanks to the governor's office for that. And the federal delegates too, they understand the importance of that midstream processing, which China has taken away. That's what they've done. They've taken that midstream processing, and that's where they've gained the upper hand. And our federal delegates in Alaska have been helpful in DC, telling people what needs to get done to commercialize the rapid SX technology and get the job done for America. So thank you to the federal delegates as well.
Got a question here from former Governor Frank Murkowski.
Yeah, the word on the street to some extent is that UCOR has not had the consideration by the state ADA, Alaska Industrial Development Authority, and that's where things have kind of hung up. And I'd like an acknowledgement of just what is holding back your current progress schedule.
I think thank you for the question. You know, we've characterized as a square peg round hole. And by that, I mean that, you know, we're a technology company. As much as we have a long-term aspiration for mining, we're a technology company right now, moving quickly to get the job done for America. And I believe that part of the challenge with ADA is it's something that's been not normal for them, or again, I don't know if they're the square peg or the round hole, but it's been a very challenging situation to try to get that to fit with ADA. And so we're still working with ADA. We have been, and we're trying to find, you know, what is the best place to land. Maybe it's a construction loan at some point as we look to build a strategic metals complex. But from the technology standpoint, yeah, we have had a bit of a hang up, but I think we just have to find a way to work around that as we move forward and look to build not just one, but several strategic metals complexes to get the job done for America.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and continue on with some of our Q&A, but since we're on the topic of what's next. Is there a single investment that or a hurdle that we should be most focused on here in Southeast? Are we on the right path going forward?
Mike, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, we're on the right path going forward, Robert. But as you know, there's always challenges with finding workforce, finding places for that workforce to live, and making sure that the infrastructure exists to support a plant as we've envisioned. Our other challenge right now is that we're being pushed very hard by our potential downstream partners to meet their production schedule, which is actually the tail end of 2024. So that's right around the corner, and it's kind of pushing us towards needing to find an existing facility.
Yeah, an existing facility being an existing building, and that is crucial. And the winner here, not just for ex-China, but for America, is going to be the first mover. And we are in that first mover position right now. We have the attention of all the automotive companies. They like our tech. They vetted our tech. They like our upstream relationships. They want to get the job done. So yeah, if we had brownfield opportunities in Alaska right now, if we had other things that could house workers and whatnot that much quicker, then we would be building an SMC Ketchikan that much quicker.
Great. And, just from the Southeast Conference side of where things are at, the folks in Ketchikan have been very welcoming to the concept of establishing a natural resource center here. A special shout out to the Ketchikan Gateway Borough. Murkowski Island Assembly has already provided a small footprint for us over on Gravina Island to establish a pellet production facility, which is going to be kind of our anchor tenant for what we hope to be many more natural resource businesses and jobs that can be created there. And so the partnering with the borough here and the community has been very positive, and I think it bodes well for the future. So we're excited about that. So thank you, Mayor Dial. I want to put that on the record. So sticking with mining, as we move through our natural resources, Southeast Conference has always been very, very strong and involved on the front end of all of these projects. Kensington Core, Alaska's fight all the way to the Supreme Court, and then whatever we can do to be supportive through production. Hecla, I don't know they would have gotten the intertie without Southeast Conference's first energy coordinator, Dave Carlson, working with the late legends J.C. Conley and David Stone when trying to figure out how to put together Quan, which Jody is the co-chair of, along with AEL&P. Alec is here as well. Those sort of things on the front end. Of course, now they're up and going and moving along. We're pleased to work with you, Core, Constantine, but is there anything left in Southeast? I hear rumor that there's $1 billion hidden someplace. What can you tell us? How's that for a lead-in, Deantha?
Like it a lot, actually. No, that's a great, and I appreciate the overview. I failed to do that when I didn't follow your instructions in the first go around, because we do have an amazing existing mining industry here in Southeast and some really great projects that really are on the horizon. We talk about future development projects, but they are closer than it feels like, and we are really fortunate to be able to be looking towards this. To your point, Southeast Alaska is really, I hate to tell you this, but I had the realization when I was preparing for these comments that when the most recent studies of the mineral value of Southeast Alaska were done in 1991, do you know how long ago 1991 was? It's a lot farther along than you think. So, we do have some good studies, but they are outdated. Technology has obviously changed quite a bit since then. Robert knows this, but many of you don't because it just happened yesterday, but a number of organizations in this room, at this table and around the room, and businesses in Southeast Alaska sent a letter to Secretary Vilsack on Monday. That was yesterday, and because that was yesterday.
Like 1991, a long time ago.
It's the exact same thing. Really urging that USDA fully fund a complete comprehensive study of the mineral resources that are in the ground. This followed up on a letter that came from Senator Lisa Murkowski and a former letter that came from former DNR Commissioner Corey Feige saying, as we look toward what this federal administration is doing to reimpose the roadless rule, et cetera. I think, all of Southeast Alaskans and really all Alaskans deserve to know what the value is in the ground. And I know that your number, starting with a B, is on point because that's what it was in 1991, and nothing got cheaper. So we know that there is tremendous mineral value in the ground. Knowing what that is and knowing what our potential is, and seeing where to concentrate on exploration is going to be a really bright turning point for Southeast Alaska.
Thanks. And I will say I was honored to have a meeting recently with Region 10, and they were very warm to the concept of knowing what lies beneath those trees, which segues into trees. Tessa, give us an overview, and then help Helge dive into the roots of the matter.
Every time. If it matters what's underneath, we should probably care a hell of a lot about what's in the understory and the overstory. And we should probably also have a strategic plan that is led by visionary leadership around how we're going to manage the public components of our forest in the nation and in this state. And I could sit here and wax poetic and sob a really compelling tale about what timber should be in our communities right now, what it's meant to individuals in this room, to individual businesses, how it has been the foundation of the Southeast economy and the environment that we all operate and work in here. But that's past, and that's not the question right now. So for our industry, this is a real simple economic problem. In order to generate a thing, let's call it revenue and jobs, you need supply. And our industry continues to be undersupplied. From the perspective of AFA, that is based on a couple of things. We have substantially too much federal ownership of land in the state of Alaska. Less than 1% of our state is held in private ownership. But it's also a problem because every few years, with elections and with transitions, there are new policies that dictate to our state and to our communities what should be occurring. None of that is based on a long-term strategic plan. And if there is a plan in the form of a document that agencies use, it's very easy for agencies not to follow the document for reasons they think are good and for reasons we may disagree with. But it's very challenging for private operators to come into any environment economically if there isn't supply. And we don't have supply currently in the timber industry. And this should matter to everyone here if you care about anything that is on the agenda this week. Here's why. Organizations in this room, like Chief Peterson's organization, have been leading on the cutting edge of development of local entities, local individuals, local communities, directing strategically issues like housing and economic development. And we all care about, are local folks doing local jobs? Are there local contractors using local products? It's really challenging to have local products in the wood industry right now to build houses. It takes about 10,000 board feet of lumber to produce one house. There is a massive housing shortage in this state right now. We certainly know about that in Southeast Alaska. If we want folks to come to our state or live in our state and be in the timber industry and produce things like the planking that Hump Island Oyster uses for their mariculture operations, you have to have a timber supply. If we want this really exciting pilot project that's going to happen on Gravina with the pellet plant that Southeast Conference has secured, pellets don't come from the sky. They aren't manna. It's not the Old Testament. They come from a timber supply. They are the byproduct of a timber industry. If we care about biomass and wood energy and the opportunity to have local gardens in our communities and to offset human waste utilization and overuse in our communities, we need to have supply. If we want to be able to produce dimensional lumber, raise your hand if you know anyone who has a fence. Raise your hand if you know anyone who plays a musical instrument. Raise your hand if you're touching paper on the table right now. Wood is ubiquitous. It always will be. So for us, we are looking forward to understanding more about how will the public landowners lead around forest management. We should also care about this because we have infestation in the Tongass around disease species. We know in the lower 48, this has directly resulted in significant fire threat. Helge can talk more about the growing challenge of fire in our state. But the public landowners need to lead with a plan that is comprehensive, a word Southeast Conference knows really well, that allows there to be an array of different components of this industry. There's micro operators over on Prince of Wales Island that want to be able to produce small kits for decking, for other materials. Those aren't the same folks that are going to supply the pellet operation or are going to send wood into the Asian market. So recognizing the different pieces of the industry, ensuring that there is supply, which is significantly hampered now, but can be addressed with leadership. The state is doing this under the current administration. There's a bridge timber program that Helge can speak more about. But I think also thinking through strategically how wood utilization is connected to every one of the areas that we all care about. And that also includes jobs, right? The Tongass is an underutilized resource of economic development to our communities in a variety of ways. And we need to be thinking more strategically about that. And it'd be great if the federal government got out of our way, but they haven't yet.
So Helge, you're not the federal government, but you've got a fair bit of forest around your fingertips. Where's the supply? Where's the balance? There's a wall of wood ahead, so I hear. What does that mean, and what are we gonna do with it?
Thank you. So first of all, I'm used to packing my raincoat every time I go to the southeast, whether it's Haines or Juneau or Ketchikan. So I can't stop marveling at the weather outside if you look outside. So I have a new tourism slogan for Ketchikan. It's like California, but without the heat. I'm going to copyright that. So there is a wall of wood in the southeast. In fact, Southeast Alaska is ecologically a temperate rainforest. That means that in forestry terms, baby trees jump out of the ground when you harvest mature trees. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, but trees grow in Southeast California, in Southeast Alaska. Sorry, Freudian slip. Trees grow in Southeast Alaska, and they grow fast. It's a natural place to grow trees. It's a place that lends itself to growing trees. And I realize it's a little difficult to give this talk after Meilani mentioned that the timber industry went down, was it 2%? The overall slice of the pie chart, along with information, transportation, and warehousing, timber is 4%. But the decline is an opportunity. And given that the theme of this conference is industry forecast, I'm going to give you my quick thumbnail 5 to 10 year projection for the Southeast. As Tessa mentioned, housing availability is a challenge. High prices, lack of affordable housing. Trees are the basic construction material of housing. You could construct houses out of concrete or steel. They both have a significantly higher carbon footprint than wood. So wood is the most ecologically carbon-friendly construction material we have. And we need to use more of it. If you look up in the ceiling, I think you see the future of Southeast Alaska. High quality construction material, large diameter, quality, clear, tight grain, 60 to 80 year rotation, cedar, large spruce. These are the kind of beams that fetch top dollar on the market, whether it's Japan or North America or anywhere else. I see that kind of a high quality wood product as the future of the Southeast. We have gone through a transition, as Meilani pointed out, from an old growth economy, transitioning to a young growth economy. I think rather than competing with Oregon, Washington, and the Southeastern United States, Southeast Alaska's future is in high quality second growth lumber. I do think that diversity of supply, timber supply, as Tessa mentioned, is important. Yes, the Tongass National Forest is by far the largest landowner in the Southeast, but not the only one. There is the state, there's the Mental Health Trust, there's native corporations, there's the university. I think that diversity of supply will go a long way towards supporting a sustainable and predictable supply of wood for Southeast Alaska, enough to support a viable timber industry that can in fact grow and thrive. I think a diversity of industry players are important, large and small. There is currently a initiative underway called local lumber grading, where small sawmill operators should be able to essentially certify their own lumber. As you may know, building codes require lumber to be graded for quality before you put it in the house, which makes sense. Trouble is that grading has to be done by a authorized agency, and that costs money. A lot of small sawmill operators cannot afford that. So the state is currently working on an initiative for possible regulations to allow small sawmill operators to essentially stamp their own lumber, thereby saving a lot of costs and keeping a lot of small sawmill operators in the market as viable businesses. Now, I think that's essential in the Southeast as well as elsewhere in Alaska to have not just the large industry players, but having that broad industry base of medium to small operators as well. So I think both on the supply side and on the processing side, we can benefit from a diversity of players. And timber produces year-round family wage jobs forever, basically. Trees are a renewable resource. They grow back, and 60 years after you harvest your trees, you have another gorgeous stand of second growth, high quality timber ready for harvest. And it can be managed sustainably. I think one thing we have to work on in the timber industry is our public image, and convince the public that forestry, timber management, logging is not an unsavory profession. It is, as I mentioned, a renewable resource. It is a honorable profession. Working forests where timber harvest is a regular occurrence is common throughout the world. And I think it's our job to convince and educate people outside of Southeast Alaska that yes, they do live in houses that are made out of wood. And that takes a lot of trees to build those houses. So I think in summary, between the federal government, the state, other players, native corporations, there is a growing future for the timber industry in the Southeast. And I don't think it's a matter of black and white. Yes, the Forest Service, the Tongass National Forest is transitioning to young growth. It may not go as quickly as some of us might hope, but there are sales on the market right now in Wrangell, on Thorn Basin, young growth restoration project. It's happening as we speak. And I think it's important to work within the system with what we have as partners and creating that sustainable timber supply at whatever level that may be, and gradually increasing that over time. So that's my prognostication in a nutshell of what the future holds for Southeast Alaska's timber industry. And you know, speaking only for myself, next year, I really look forward to coming back here and hearing Meilani say that the timber industry is growing. Thank you.
Thanks, Helge. So simply put, local trees, local housing. And next steps?
Next steps would be get to work and make it happen. I think As Tessa said, our immediate challenge would be to increase timber supply from all ownerships.
And we have some regulatory or legislative hurdles as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to put that on the minds. So as you get your team together to chart a path forward, we'll be looking to engage our policymakers to have their support for that as well. So, all right, thank you. Kara, did you want to throw some slides in your remarks of kind of where the industry is headed forward, or you just want to speak to?
Yeah, I think if you don't mind throwing up the slides, I'll.
Let's challenge the IT guys. Let's see, you know.
Yeah, I got
okay,
the thumbs up back there.
abracadabra, hocus
He's
pocus.
ready. He's ready for the challenge. He's got it. No doubt about it.
Because it seems like no matter what the industry, the number one threat you hear is just uncertainty.
Well, I think all of our industries can say we have uncertainty, but if we focused on that, we wouldn't get anywhere. I think we all have to be, any of us in the natural resource industries are natural optimists. Otherwise you wouldn't do it. And I think that, you know, we all have similar challenges with permitting. It might be different agencies. I think the mining industry has challenges with different agencies than we do right now, but sometimes we have challenges with that industry. The other thing that we have that we all have challenges with is lawsuits. You know, lawsuits have become the tool for those that don't want to see any of us be successful. And you know that firsthand in Southeast with decades long lawsuits, and the oil and gas industry is no different. But talking about where is the industry going? I mean, Robert wanted me to talk about what's the future of the industry in this period of uncertainty. And you know, the economist that talked before us, you know, she showed the up and down of oil price. And I cannot tell you what's going to happen to oil price. But I can tell you it's going to go up and it's going to go down. I mean, so the industry plans for that. I mean, and it's the commodity price we can't control. But as I mentioned, this is a projection from the Energy Industry Administration, and this is before the Russian-Ukraine conflict. So this was last fall, and the projection of the primary energy consumption for the world by energy source. So where is the world going to get their energy? And you can see that renewables, the green, over the next 30 years takes a big increase. But traditional sources of oil and gas continue to grow. And if you click the next slide, OPEC even projected before the Russian-Ukraine conflict, and I think I heard $500 billion of investment in mining, but they have projected to meet the world demand over the next 20 years, there needs to be over $11 trillion of oil and gas investment globally to meet that demand. If you go to the next slide, as I said, Alaska has a lot of oil and gas left. We have billions of barrels of oil remaining. We had a conference just a couple weeks ago, and we had a whole panel of scientists, frankly, looking at how are we going to unlock other energy resources. We have probably 20 to 30 billion barrels of heavy oil in our existing fields. We have massive amounts of natural gas. You know, I'm seeing Governor Murkowski over here. I don't need to tell him about the opportunities that we have in gas, but just to put it into context, as an example, if we could get the gas off the North Slope, the daily production estimated from the AGDC project, from the Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation, that daily production would power homes for every home in California, Idaho, Oregon, Utah, and maybe Nevada. So when you talk about 35 trillion cubic feet of gas, it's a lot of gas. And unfortunately, the Russian-Ukraine conflict has probably unlocking, the good news is it's probably unlocking future customers for us. But when you look at our economy, as I mentioned, here's our, overall jobs and wages, thanks to our friends from the now McKinley Group. I still stumble over that. I think Susan's here. I still say McDowell Group. But if you go to the next slide, this is a report. This is a quote straight from their report. These are not my words. That while the North Slope may be 2,000 miles away from Ketchikan, we are the single most important economic engine because of this driver of jobs and wages. And if you go to the next slide, what's really important is as oil goes up, and there was a great slide right before that, thank you, that was not coordinated, talking about oil price. If oil prices stay over $100 a barrel, this is the state revenue forecast, you can see our total revenue to the state will go from $2 billion, and this was COVID, to over $5.6 billion. And so as oil goes up, the state makes more money. And that's the major takeaway. And the increase comes in production tax as well as royalties, because almost all of our production is on state land. But we also still pay 25% of our royalties goes to the principal of the permanent fund. So if oil stays at $100 a barrel, we are projected to pay over $624 million to the principal of the permanent fund. And the last slide that I wanted to share with you on the permanent fund is this is in terms of what we have paid, not adjusted for inflation. So that 25% royalty has contributed over $20 billion to the principal of the permanent fund. Over $26 billion has been distributed to over 22 million applicants. And I know there's a few of you in here that have received all 40 checks. So this does not include the check that we'll get at the end of September. But for those of you that have received all 40, it's over $46,000 that individuals have received. So we're proud to continue to be part of the future and hopeful growth of the permanent fund. Lastly, where is the industry going? Next slide. This shows you a chart of what's happened in oil production over the last 15 to 20 years. So from 2007 to 2013, we had a 25% decline in our production. We are now the fourth largest producing state, and we currently only supply 4% of the total US production. Fortunately, Senate Bill 21 was passed in 2013 and production stabilized. That's the blue line. The red line was what the forecast was before Senate Bill 21 was passed. So the green line is the last forecast. And you can see from the state, so this is looking out the next 10 years, that production can continue to stabilize and increase. But what's important is this forecast was done before a company called Santos and their partner Repsol announced a $2.6 billion investment in a new field that will produce about 80,000 barrels a day. We're currently producing about 500,000 barrels a day. They plan to spend over $1 billion getting that project off the ground before the end of 2022. So in 4 months, they plan to spend over $1 billion. This is a phase one of this project. That calculation is not in this forecast. So that is really excellent news for the industry. ConocoPhillips is also hoping to get approval from the Department of Interior. And thank you to all of you who helped contribute comments for the Willow project. That comment period closed, so now we're waiting for our final EIS. But if Conoco was to sanction that project, that would be another 50 to 60,000 barrels a day. And these are fields that can produce for 10 to 20 years. They're not 2 to 3 year fields. And so the future is actually pretty bright for Alaska. We've actually, with the sanctioning of the Pika project is very huge. And so we're excited to hopefully continue to have a long future in the state.
Thank you. So when we have our forums throughout the next couple of days, we'll be doing cards on the table. You'll be following those there. We've got time for maybe one or two questions if they're quick and not speeches. Otherwise, we will go through the panel one last time and for closing remarks. So, oh, Mr. Clark.
One last question about the Willow project. What are the prospects after the final EIS comes out? What's the prospect moving forward? There'll be the approval by the administration, hopefully, and then the inevitable lawsuit, and then what happens?
Not that Mr. Clark knows anything about lawsuits. So the Willow project is on federal land. It's in the National Petroleum Reserve. So there are a few more hoops that we have to jump through than the Pika project because it's on state land. It's interesting to note that we started the permitting of Willow in the Obama administration. And I didn't stutter. This is actually the 5th revision of the environmental impact statement. So we are hopeful that that will be approved. They actually adjusted the alternative to help reduce the amount of development. We went from 5 wells to 4 over a 10-year period. So hopefully that will get approved. Then the company needs to sanction the project. And I'm sure there will be lawsuits that will be filed. But if the company sanctions the project, meaning they're willing to spend the cash, and it's another $2 to $3 to $4 billion project, depending on how much they sanction at once, you know, they'll be able to move forward with that development. First production from Willow is forecasted for, I think, 27 or 28 if we get sanctioned this winter. Pika will probably be online quicker. But again, these are massive fields and massive developments and really great both for in terms of job creation as well as state revenue.
Okay, and I know, why is Karen Pearson pointing at, well, here's this why. Okay, real quick.
Cruise ships are now going to be fitted with liquid natural gas. I understand we have suitable gas up there in the North Slope. It's geared to come through Kenai Peninsula and head over to China. China being a ship builder, ship yard for new ships, as well as France, Germany, and Italy, outfitting the new cruise ships with liquid natural gas. How is it that we, Alaska, are sending it over to China, which has just been explained that China is a major competitor in our fuels, that we're not keeping it because as the ships come into the Southeast, they're going to need a barge with tanks to fill the ship up. Don't we need it locally?
So good question about the future and the conversion of cruise ships to LNG. I think, you know, in terms of Alaska, it hasn't been decided that Alaska's gas is going to go to China. There hasn't been a sanction project yet. In fact, the state's actually focused on Japan right now as the customer. And, you know, I think if Frank Richards was here from the Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation, the state's in the lead on that project, but they're really courting the country of Japan now as a potential customer. Japan, because of the Russian-Ukraine conflict, they're looking to find a different partner for their energy needs. Japan actually went through rolling brownouts this summer because the supply is undependable. So it might not be China that is the customer. And, you know, hopefully once we do have the development of gas, we have so much gas and it's so expensive to develop that project. You need more customers than 750,000 Alaskans, unfortunately. But if you have a project like that, then there are the potential side benefits for those of us who live here. I think it's still too soon to tell. I think, you know, that's a hopeful opportunity. I know that Shell is a member of AOGA. They don't have a lot of assets in Alaska anymore, but they're actually the partner on that first LNG cruise ship. So I think that there is potential opportunity, and I'm glad you brought it up.
Great, thank you. And I know I'm not sure if they're in the room at the moment, but folks from ConocoPhillips are in town today as well. And so we just appreciate what the industry does. Sometimes it's so far disconnected that we don't always think about it being a Southeast resource, but it is. We recognize that and appreciate that. Karen Peterson, I'm going to point at her since she was pointing at me. Speaking of natural resources, our biomass coordinator, but not going to be with us tomorrow. Our three gentlemen here at the front table, Dave and Bill and Rick, they are part of the team that is assisting us with the pellet mill and vast information and knowledge on biomass systems. So if you want to pick their minds, today's the day to do it. Appreciate you all being here as well. We're going to take a break, and it's up to you to figure out who's having the birthdays today. I think there's two people having birthdays in the room, and I doubt that, even though there's a lot of media here, I doubt James Brooks will be the one to report on that issue, but happy birthday. Anyway, and enjoy the break. You'll see a video from Thrustmaster kicking off our, that's how you know the bell's going to be ringing for you when you see that video come on. It's time to be seated. We're going to start off the transportation with a great conversation with Marilyn Romano from Alaska Airlines and Commissioner Anderson. So enjoy the break. A round of applause, please, for our Natural Resources panel. Thank you. And do we have a Southeast Conference? Okay, all right, it is time. It is time to take a seat. It is time. Welcome, Zachary. All right, it's time to take a seat. You are. All right. Yes. We'll just keep cranking the volume up until everyone realizes that it is time to please come hear our transportation keynotes. Commissioner Anderson is in the room, in the back of the room, talking to Commissioner Sandy. Oh, okay. Can we hear that feedback? Did I walk too far away from my station? Is that what happened? Okay. So I'll. Way down the end here. Yeah, like right here next to Marilyn. No, you're right, you're fine, right here. We'll start, we'll bring you up. Okay. So as everyone can see, we have our transportation keynote speakers up front. And we're going to have them speak first, and then we'll bring the rest of the panel up for our panel discussion. And again, if we read everyone's very accomplished bios, that's all we would do during the day. So we're very pleased to have, hey, you guys are actually sitting down and quieting in the room. That's excellent. I can talk them, I can out-talk them, we'll just kind of beat them. So we'll call up the rest of the panel after the keynotes are done. Okay. Okay. When do you want me? In a few minutes, yes. We'll call you up shortly. This is Judy, who sponsors the break, Thrustmasters of Texas. A round of applause for our sponsors and break time. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So first up, and that's the first for us to have Commissioner Anderson here, and he's been on the job for just a whole year now. But he's gotten a lot done, and we've asked him to kind of give us an idea of what it is to look ahead. We had a great transportation committee meeting yesterday for those that were able to make that. Staff presented on some of the granular aspects of some of the programs. And so if you would, please give a Southeast Conference welcome to Commissioner Ryan Anderson.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for having me at Southeast Conference. This is great. This is the first time I think I've really been to a full conference with all of you. And definitely a little background for me. I've been with the state of Alaska for 22 years with the Department of Transportation, primarily up north out of the Fairbanks area, working on all sorts of range of transportation infrastructure projects up there. But I really today, as we go forward as a department, as the state of Alaska, the real emphasis for all of us is on this Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act with all of these funds that have just become, it was a little over a year ago. I think a lot of us in the infrastructure world were really wondering, what's next? What's next for us here? Because it was kind of, there wasn't a lot as we were looking forward in terms of what our goals and our vision should be. And now here we are with opportunities all around us when it comes to infrastructure and how we go forward. For the Department of Transportation, we're really focused on 5 investment areas right now. Safety is always a top priority for us, and we always want to emphasize that. Fixing our infrastructure, we gotta keep focused on that, making sure all of our roads and our bridges, our airports, our ferry terminals, all of these are in good shape so they continue to serve us. economic vitality is huge for this state right now. Transportation is such an important link with economic vitality, and we want our projects to make sure it considers that and fosters that. Resiliency, I think we've all seen, with some of these storms and floods, the way things are changing a bit on us right now. Resiliency in our infrastructure is so important, and we're going to invest there. And then, of course, sustainability. Lots of technology, lots of new ideas, new infrastructure technologies coming forward. We want to be looking at those and testing some things out. So we really are focused right now. A lot of our focus right now is on Alaskans and communicating with people. I think you'll see in some of our new efforts, we have some new technologies where we're reaching out to people to get better comments. This winter schedule for the Alaska Marine Highway System, we had a new platform we used to get people's comments, and we had a lot of great comments from everybody on that we really appreciate and we're taking a hard look at. Also, we're really working hard on partnerships. We've had a lot of success. We have a partnership with Southeast Conference. We have a partnership with the Alaska Municipal League, really leveraging all the resources in the state to get things done. We're all resource taxed right now, and we're looking for where the expertise is out there. And I just really want to thank everyone who's been willing to be partners with DOT. There's a big push right now for us for these discretionary grants, which are is additional money than DOT normally would get in our normal programs that we have to compete for. And we've been working really hard to make sure we're finding every opportunity on discretionary grants and going after it. I really like to think about this in terms of what do we want to do here? We want to compete with the lower 48, not with each other. And with some of these partnerships, like with the Alaska Municipal League, we've really been trying to reach out and understand what other communities are doing. So we don't, as a DOT or as a state, put ourselves against each other. We're finding ways to let's get a hold of this money that's all over in the United States, and let's get it to Alaska. So a big push there. And another one that I'm really excited about, and I think we're starting to see some success, is with local communities and local planning. Other areas in the nation do something called rural transportation planning organizations, where a local community, it doesn't have to be an Anchorage or a Fairbanks or a Matsu where they have these MPOs, these big municipal planning organizations. Smaller communities can do that too. And so we really want to leverage that. We just actually started the first one in the Copper River Valley. Just a few weeks ago, we were out there initiating that one. But that'll allow DOT to support small communities in transportation planning and be out there to help. It really helps DOT understand communities' priorities and how we should invest the funds as well, and kind of more of a team construct for all of us. So we're really, really excited about that. But back to this, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and these discretionary grants. Our folks, along with the Alaska Municipal League, Southeast Conference has been involved. We've really been pushing on applying for all these dollars, to the extent that just this past week, we submitted over $285 million in rural ferry and low emission ferry discretionary grant applications. So those are all good, solid projects for Alaska to rebuild our docks, modernize our vessels, and also includes applying for building our first electric ferry in Alaska. On top of that, we had an additional $270 million in multimodal projects, discretionary grants, and port infrastructure discretionary grants. So that's another program that we're going after it and we're leveraging it. And that's over $500 million just for the Alaska Marine Highway System alone that we're competing for, that we think we have a pretty good shot at. But then on top of that, we have another $300 million in grant applications that we have out there for highways and bridges, all of our infrastructure for transportation out there across the state. So we're really, really working hard to make sure we're going after every opportunity out there. But we also can use some help from all the communities out there to understand, hey, what's next for Alaska? What's the vision for transportation for Alaska? We have two important programs right now that we're actively soliciting projects for. One is called the Community Transportation Program. We're going to let loose about $120 million communities to rebuild your local roads and streets and bridges. We also have the Transportation Alternatives Program, which is another $30 million to focus on trails, sidewalks, those things for non-motorized travel. Excuse me. And we're also going to be coming out with a program that's just focused on bridges, rebuilding bridges that not DOT bridges, but local community bridges as well. So really a lot really packed in there. Please, now's the time to really be thinking about, hey, if we've got priorities, let's get them to DOT and let's start working together to try to figure these things out. The Alaska Marine Highway System, I know is such a high interest for this conference. I've learned a lot over the past year. I mean, I'm a guy from Fairbanks, so I'm learning about the Alaska Marine Highway System and all that it means to folks down here. I've had a lot of opportunities to get out to see the different places, to be on a few of the ships. It is really amazing what our crews are doing out there, how hard they're working and how we're continuing to keep this system running right now, which can be challenging. Obviously, we have some challenges with the winter schedule this year. We had over 300 comments from the public on the winter schedule. A lot of the comments were really focused on ships being tied up due to limited crews or our mechanical issues. Dynamic pricing is a hardship. We had a lot of comments about that. Communications of the vessel schedules, that are we communicating good enough with the public about when these changes occur? We also have, apart from the winter schedule in the comments, we obviously have a lot of challenges with fleet maintenance, and ships have consistently been getting out of the yards late due to unanticipated maintenance or repair work, and we also have supply chain issues that we're dealing with out there. Crewing is a huge challenge for us with the Marine Highway System. We tied up the Tustamina a couple times over the past month and a half because we just didn't have enough crew to keep the ship running. And we've been close with the LeConte and some other vessels that, we've gotten down to the wire, but our folks have figured it out and kept them running. So there's a lot of challenges there. And one thing we're learning is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is really putting a focus on planning for the Alaska Marine Highway System. And we really need to do more with planning to make sure we're taking advantage of every one of these opportunities that we have coming forward. And so if you were out there and seen any of our press releases on Friday, this past Friday, we started a new program. And ironically, we kind of have the same name as the conference, but I guess that's just the way it works out sometimes. But we're calling it Charting the Course to Thriving Communities. And it really is a program where we're trying to focus on better communications with the public and also with our employees. The first steps that we're doing on this is really to establish metrics so that all of you are able to see what's going on with the Marine Highway System. And I see I have some slides up. I'm going to see if I can run through this a little bit. So what we're doing is identifying where we're at with the health of the Marine Highway System. So we've identified there's 3 phases as we move forward and coming out of the challenges of the pandemic and then kind of this changing world we're in now. The first phase is the stabilization, where we're saying, we're just trying to stabilize the system right now so we can have reliable service. The second stage would be recovery. Once we can turn the trends around and we can start, having the crews, we're gaining ground on the crewing and the maintenance issues, we would say we're in a recovery phase, and there would be a different set of kind of actions that we take during that phase. And then eventually our goal is full steam ahead, which means all ships running, we've got the service that people remember. The way this works is when we look at the system health, we look at 3 things. We look at the crew, how we're doing crewing the ships, because people are such a huge asset. We look at the fleet and how are we doing, with the maintenance and the ships and keeping them running. And then we look at our budget and are we budgeted, to keep the system, at a point where people feel like they're getting the service that they need. What would do with this is we build metrics for each one of these health areas. So we start having metrics on crew so that all of you can see, by vessel, how are we crewed? How close is it right now? Are we doing okay? Or are we at that point like we were with the Tustamina where we lose one person and we have to tie it up? With the fleet, how are we doing with our maintenance and the overhauls? And what does that look like over time? And then of course with the budget, how that's going. So when we look at these, a lot of people will ask, well, how would you do this? We're making some policy decisions based on this new charting the course program. The first thing is when we're in that stabilization phase, we're eliminating dynamic pricing. We're going back to flat rates. And so you're going to see that in our next, with the winter schedule, at the beginning of the winter schedule, we're back to flat rates for this winter. We're also reviewing our regulations and our policies on travel disruptions to make sure when we're in a stabilization phase, that when people are disrupted from travel, that it's clear what happens. There's a set policy. It's everyone gets taken care of. And then also we're identifying gaps where we have limited crews available. And as you see the winter schedule, which will come out tomorrow afternoon, as we have those gaps in the winter schedule that we've been hearing from the communities, we're going to be looking hard at supplemental service. And can we find private contractors that can help us, with that service, working with the unions to make sure, that community need is cared for. Now we also, with this program, we take care of our employees. And so we have new tools that we're going to be communicating. So employees that are working in the field, they can directly communicate with management. We're going to continue with our $5,000 hiring bonus program while we're in the stabilization phase because we are seeing some success and we are hiring more people with that program. And then we're going to continue to pursue agreements with the unions to provide compensation for employees that are going above and beyond. One thing I've learned is, we've got employees out there on these ships that'll be on a ship for months at a time with no breaks. We need to care for those employees. That is an important thing for us to do. And then the final thing we're really doing as part of the charting the course program is really rebuilding a dedicated planning team focused on a vision to construct infrastructure that is resilient, flexible, and modern. And working, with this planning team with a focus on partnerships with communities, up-to-date inventories of vessel and shoreside infrastructure and conditions, and then a solid 5-year capital improvement plan that makes sure we're making the most of these Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds. One thing you'll see as part of this new program is community playbooks. And I know there's going to be some more discussion about those here in a little bit, but it's really a new way for us to engage with communities on a region basis and understand the needs out there and document them and do our best to see what we can do in terms of fixing those. And then the last big thing we have to tackle is the maintenance concerns, the maintenance issues that we have with the vessels and the aging fleet. And we're going to start a policy review of all of our maintenance policies that we have currently at AMHS. There's a lot of older policies that it's very healthy to go through and take a look at, especially in light of some of the new technologies and whatnot with asset management and the way we can manage our fleet. It's been a while since we've looked at that. So we're going to go ahead and start working at that and really also take a team approach where we want to make sure that the folks working on the vessels, the folks working in the offices are understanding the needs and coming to agreements that, hey, these are the right things to do to keep the ship in the best condition possible. And as we continue, we're working closely with the Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board, and we're confident we can work to a vision that we can all agree on as we move forward. I think what we've heard from the board is everyone is interested in making sure that we do the most with new ships or making our existing fleet more efficient, reliable, and sustainable. And having that ability to have the flexibility to operate across the system. The docks and the terminal facilities, we want to make sure that we're investing and we have a solid plan that everybody agrees on moving forward. and also make sure that we have scheduled service that is equitable to disadvantaged communities. And we can continue that important international connection at Prince Rupert. So in closing, I guess there really are so many opportunities ahead of us for improving Alaska's infrastructure. And I just really want to thank everyone who's engaged to date, because it's just been a great experience for me, for DOT. And we're making some progress here and appreciate it. So thank you.
So next, without needing any introduction at all, because what an accomplished individual and what an amazing institution, organization Alaska Airlines has been for all of our communities, our businesses, and for this Southeast Conference. I really do appreciate what they've done for us to help us stay connected, be connected, and get where we need to go and provide the backbone for a lot of economic development opportunities. So please welcome Marilyn Romano.
Well, thank you, Robert. I'm sorry I didn't get to Haynes last year, so it's been a couple of years since we've been together in person. And as always, you put on a wonderful conference. So thank you, to everyone who works on Southeast Conference, and of course to the community of Ketchikan. And so I'm very thankful. This is my second time to be here since July. So, and thank you. I left Anchorage and it's been raining for, I believe, 3 weeks now. So we had to come to Southeast Alaska to get sunshine. So thank you for that. As Robert said, I probably know a lot of you, but if you don't know me, my name is Marilyn Romano. I'm the Regional Vice President for the state of Alaska, for Alaska Airlines, overseeing the state of Alaska, which I am honored to do every day. I tell everyone, I think those of us in our regional office think we have the best jobs in the world because we work for Alaska Airlines in Alaska. And I'm joined today, before I forget, by two of my colleagues who I know you all know, Scott Haberstad, who's our Managing Director of the Alaska Markets, and Anna K-High graduate, so I always make sure I say that. And Casey Hostetler, who, where is Casey? There she is, she just bounced in. Casey Hostetler, who is our Sales and Community Marketing Manager. Her sole focus is Southeast Alaska, and she is also a board member of Southeast Conference. So I am pleased to be with both of them today. I apparently have to do a PSA before I have remarks. Scott made me. Apparently in your little packets, I didn't know this, so good job, you guys. In your packets today is a little card from Alaska Airlines giving you 15% off travel. Make sure that you don't throw that away. And apparently I heard a rumor that there's a little number in the corner which may be used for something later on. And Casey will give me a signal on that. So don't throw that little card away. So with that, I just want to say I'm so happy to be here. I'm happy to be here with Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Anderson is from Fairbanks. And someone in the previous panel, I don't know if it was Deantha or if it was Kara, who said a long, long time ago in 1991, well, a long, long time ago in 1992, I moved to Fairbanks, Alaska from Houston, Texas. I did not own a coat. My family were taking bets on how long I would survive. Well, here I am. I survived, and I believe Commissioner Anderson and his family are also Fairbanksans. So there is a little bit of love for the interior. But I learned on that very first trip 30 years ago, the importance of transportation in the state of Alaska. When you have to make your way from anywhere to get to the state of Alaska, you realize that roads are not for the same purposes that they are in the lower 48. And when my family went on vacation, everything was done in a car, whether we went from Houston to Washington, D.C. in a rented motorhome, because you could do that. When you get to the state of Alaska, you realize very quickly that that is not the way it works. So my respect for the transportation system started 30 years ago, even before I went to work for Alaska Airlines a little over 11 years ago. So, and that journey continues. So here at Alaska Airlines, we are celebrating this year, if you haven't heard, 90 years of service in the state of Alaska. We got our start with one airplane flying from Anchorage to Bristol Bay. Today, we fly to 20 communities with passenger service or to a community like Unalakleet with exclusive freighter service. Most of the other communities we serve are all done with both passenger and cargo. So, It's been a long, long journey, but our commitment started here in the state of Alaska, and our commitment for the state of Alaska remains. In fact, when we had the first celebration of our 90th anniversary, which was on June 12th, we had it in Anchorage, which for our entire company, we felt the most important place to celebrate was to celebrate in the state of Alaska. Our board of directors all joined us in Anchorage, and the very next day, we took our board of directors to Juneau. And I think I saw, is Anthony here, Malat? Hi, Anthony. We took and spent pretty much the entire day with Anthony at Sea Alaska. And we gave our board members from all over the country, they serve on our board, but we gave them a real indication. I spent a lot of time educating. They probably got tired of hearing from me, but whether we were on a bus in Anchorage going to ANSEP or we were on the plane from Anchorage to Juneau, I was talking to them about the importance of transportation and what it means, particularly when we got to a Southeast community, about the importance of the transportation system, the work that we do, and why it is different. And in many cases, more important than even the way we fly in the lower 48. So it was just a great opportunity. So I got to get a chance to thank Anthony publicly for that. So 90 years. So what have we done in 90 years? Well, first of all, in the state of Alaska, we serve these 19 communities. We have close to, for the first time, we're going to get very close to 2,000 employees. We're talking a lot about, right now you'll hear every single group of people that will speak will talk about employees, labor issues, and you'll hear them talk about infrastructure and the needs in the state. It's no different for our company as well. And so for the first time, we're going to get very close to 2,000 employees. And what that means for us in the state of Alaska is our ability to grow, to serve the people in the state. And I really want to just focus my remarks today primarily on Southeast Alaska. So I think that you'll all say, for us, it's about looking at how we all work together. You heard the commissioner talk a little bit about the marine highway system. I know that you'll hear a lot about that in a few minutes. But you know, for us, when we talk about travel, it is very normal. It's probably normal for many of you in this room. If you are, for families, for kids participating in competition of some kind, either scholastic competition or sports competition, to go from a bus to a ferry or a small airplane to a hub to get on a jet to go play a basketball game or to go on family vacation. It's multiple. And so it's really like a tapestry for us. We are part of that tapestry. And it's why Scott's done a great job of educating all of us in the office about why is the marine highway system important? Because eventually that whoever those people are getting somewhere and may need to go beyond where the ferry can take them. And that's where hopefully we can step in. So we do all work together. It's actually very different sometimes than the lower 48 where everybody's competing head to head every day. There are moments for us where we all pause and say, we're all on the same page. We're all serving the same group of people, Alaskans, and what do we all need to do to support one another? So since 2019, you know, we had 2 years of COVID, which changed everything, particularly the landscape for Southeast Alaska when it came to tourism, which came to cruise ships, and when it came to our business. And then when we were able to kind of come back in last year, we didn't know how to match capacity with demand. We didn't know if people were going to feel comfortable getting on airplanes again. We didn't know how many flights to bring into Ketchikan or Sitka. And so we probably didn't get it 100% right in 2021. So we tried to get it right in 2022. So we were able to do that. We actually this summer added additional flights from Seattle to Ketchikan, to Juneau, and to Sitka. And we hope that you found that it eased your ability to get where you needed to go. Because what we like to say to our friends in the lower 48, Alaska Airlines, is that we understand we bring a lot of people up here, which we want. We all need that. Bring people up to visit our state. But we also have to have seats available when Alaskans need to get where they need to go. And just like me, I bet a lot of you have family or friends in the lower 48. And when you get a call in the middle of the night that there's an emergency, you have to get on an airplane to go get to someone. And I think probably everybody in this room has had a story like that. I know I have. So we've made Operational changes, and this is very specific to areas like Petersburg that allowed us to operate a 737-800 on flight 64. And state of Alaska also is the only place in the world where I can say on 64 and you're all going to know what that is. I was on 64 yesterday. And you can thank Scott Haberstad because Scott is responsible. One of his jobs is to make sure that our network planning team in Seattle understands the needs of the state of Alaska. And in many of those instances, it is this tapestry of a 64 that leaves Anchorage and goes to Juneau and then goes to Petersburg, Wrangell, Ketchikan, Seattle. Why the timing matters. You know all of that. You're smarter. You could go sit at the table with Scott and have those conversations, but know that he is at the table. And because of that, we were able to increase capacity from Wrangell and Petersburg. So that's the way we look at our business. We should expect the same next summer with a focus on improved connectivity to Juneau, connecting Petersburg and Wrangell on 64 and 65. Everybody know where that's going to go? So then there's our airports. Airports are part of the ability to safely serve our guests. Ketchikan and Sitka, if we haven't talked about it, are planning airport improvements in the coming years. We're going to be partnering with them to make sure we can improve baggage flow. If you've ever been through Ketchikan Airport during fishing season with fish boxes piled up, you know that maybe we could use a little help with the baggage flow through TSA and also to improve the guest experience. And then, as many of you may know, we actually own terminals, 13 of them here in the state of Alaska. We're the only major US carrier that actually owns and maintains our own terminals, all of them here in the state of Alaska. In Southeast, there's 4 of them. Many were built, how many? I mean, you probably all know this better than me as well, but many of them were built way before there was TSA. And when we had much smaller airplanes. How many people have ever flown on a Combi? The now departed, never to be seen again. The airplane people love to hate, but it was wonderful to have a 72-seat plane when you didn't need a 168-seat airplane. And it was great to know that all your cargo and your groceries and anything else you would shop for were right in the front of that airplane. That was the beauty of it. The bad side of it when it went away was that, of course, we replaced them with bigger airplanes, which is great, except instead of moving 72 people through a little tiny terminal, you're moving 160 plus people through a little tiny terminal that never got expanded. Oh, and by the way, you got a big old TSA screener right in the middle of it. So I was in a meeting yesterday morning before I got on 64. And Petersburg and Wrangell are on that list because we paused our Great Land Investment Plan, which is all our infrastructure investments. We paused that in 2020 when COVID hit. And so now we're picking back up. We're looking out actually to 2030. And Petersburg and Wrangell are on the list, pretty far up on the list of what we need to do to assess what we can do with the footprint that we have to work with in both of those communities. So I know that when you're not happy with your crowded little terminals in Wrangell and Petersburg, help is on the way. We're also looking at cargo and how we handle cargo. In the world of cargo, we've got 3 dedicated freighters and we're adding 2 in 2023, 737-800 freighters. That's important to all of you because those freighters are stopping in Southeast communities and dropping off. If you've ever seen one, you should come and if you ever want a tour of how many Amazon boxes are shoved into the belly of a freighter, all going to people in Southeast Alaska. So we want to make sure that we have the facilities and we have the operational infrastructure in order to handle all of that. So in closing, because I promised I would be brief, apparently. I could go on, but I will be brief. And I just want to say, we want to thank all of you. And we want to also be partners in the conversations around regional air carriers, like Alaska Seaplanes, for example, or the Marine Highway System, because every entity that someone needs to travel on in Southeast Alaska, at some point may end up on an Alaska Airlines jet. And that means if you're going to see family, if you're traveling for business. And it's impacting your community's ability to travel. We want to be part of those conversations. We appreciate all of you. We appreciate what we learn when we're here. And we look forward to answering any questions that you may have. If not now on the panel, we're around for the next few days. And I just look forward to talking with you, and thank you very much.
So I want to invite the rest of the next panel, transportation panel, to come on up and join our keynote speakers here. And then we'll, if they're succinct, we'll have time for some questions as well. But Commissioner, maybe I can start off with a question while they're coming up. You mentioned regional planning organizations. Is that, because we've had some of that discussion in our transportation committee, is it possible, we've got regions, Ron, why don't you come down here, sit in this chair. We have economic development districts. We've got executive directors, Shirley Marquardt and Tim Dillon here, go all the way out to the Aleutians. Does it make sense to take a look perhaps at a regional planning organization that's geared around the maritime, marine highway system? Or is it really best to keep them tighter geographically? Or is that a question for the jury?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and I hadn't thought of that one yet, and so I appreciate bringing that up. That sometimes the challenge with these transportation planning organizations is, you have to have boundaries, and typically, the way we've always thought of them is having physical boundaries. So we've been reaching out to boroughs, or even the one in the Copper River Valley is an Ardor, a development organization that had a boundary that was interested. I guess if we were to go on the marine side, we would be crossing potentially a lot of boundaries, and we would have to care for that. But I wouldn't put it off the table. It just would be a different way we would look at it. Now, one thing we're doing with these is this is a pilot program at this point. Our statutes and regulations aren't necessarily set up for this. And so the idea is to try some new things. And if it works and we see success, maybe we can go back and make some changes in our statutes and regulations and how we do planning in Alaska. So yeah, I would say it's definitely something we could take a look at, but yeah, different. Yeah.
Well, just two things in response. Number one, you do have the South Coast region. So there's a geographic boundary there that we could explore for an RPO. And the other thing is, everybody in the room here that knows me knows that I have no concept of what you mean by boundaries. So in the middle of the state, and they're saying Southeast Conference, what are you doing here in Fairbanks? Well, this is southeast of something. So anyway, thank you for bringing that up. It's something we want to explore going forward. We're going to kind of go through here with the comments from each one. We'll start with Ron and the IFA. That's been a meaningful part of Southeast transportation system. And when we say transportation system, a nod towards Marilyn's remarks, it's intermodal. It's not just all about the ferries or all about the jets or all about the commuter airlines or the railroad. It's all got to feed into each other to be a viable system. And so we really see the IFA as an important part of that. So we want to give Ron an opportunity to have those remarks. Then Judy's going to introduce her company president, who's going to appear virtually and has remarks. And then we'll go to how do we want to go next? We're going to go to the big. Okay, we'll go to John, and then Katherine can be the icing and the sprinkles on top to pull it together, and then we'll take the time for questions and answers we have. So, well, I'm going to yield the. What's that? You have some slides, so if we can load slides for the IFA. Mr. Curtis, please welcome Ron to the podium.
Well, thank you, everyone. The clicker right here. All right. It's on. All right. So, Ron Curtis and Ryland Perry. I've been here several times, and thank you for welcoming me here. So ferries are a very important part of Southeast Alaska. We all know that. The Marine Highway, and we're the green ones, by the way. So, as I mentioned at the last conference at the mid-session, we are celebrating our 20th year of operation this year. So really quick by the numbers, and I just have a brief presentation for you today. Fiscal year 2021 And I don't even want to talk about 2020. You're not going to see any metrics for 2020 in here. It's just not going to be there. Our fiscal year, by the way, runs June to July to June. So fiscal year 2021, 27,908 passengers, and we had a fare box recovery rate of 51.5%. Traditionally, we run around 78, 79%. Fiscal year 2022, 42,603 passengers and a 64% fare box recovery rate. So quite a recovery in passenger travel. So challenges to our path ahead. Did I skip one there? All right. All right, so the challenges of the path ahead. This conference is about the path ahead. So fuel expense, maintenance of an aging fleet, and staffing. So while ridership has returned to pre-COVID levels, fuel expense has had a negative impact on our profitability. Probably all of you, 2001, our average fuel expense was $2.08 a gallon. 22, $3.20. So far this year in fiscal year 23, we're averaging $4.90 a gallon. So fuel right now is 25% of my total system cost. So maintenance expense. Now that our vessels have reached 17 to 20 years of service, maintenance costs have increased to an average of 21.5% of a total system cost just in the last 2 years. Been a significant jump in the last couple of years. So everyone's talked about it. We are no different than anyone else. So staffing and lack of available talent. Licensed positions are the main issue. Available housing in the Hollis area is also a barrier to employment. There's just nothing available. Currently, 18 of our 28 employees are within 5 years of retirement age. So, succession planning is hard to do which is very important to us, doing succession planning and trying to be an employer of choice when over half your employees are going to age out in 5 years. This issue is industry-wide and worldwide, as Captain Falvey alluded to yesterday. And so it was reported by SHRM in their May 22 Maritime Industry Report, and it was also reported by the Workforce Report of 2021 published by BIMCO ICS. BIMCO further projects that there will be a worldwide shortage of 26,000 licensed maritime officers by 2025. So it is industry-wide, it is worldwide in the maritime field. So how do we chart the course ahead? We've got all these challenges. So modernization, staffing, system cost reductions, value-added services, and cost-effective strategic growth. So the time is now. What do we have to act on right now? Okay. Energy reducing retrofits to our existing assets to extend their service life to be viable another 15 years. So that includes looking at low emission diesel, power, and emerging battery technologies. We are slatted, our generators on both boats are at end of service life. We're needing to do replacements on the generator systems on the boats. It's the opportunity to find a bridge propulsion system to upgrade the boats to get us another 15 to 20 years before we go not put your foot in the water. Now's the time to put the foot in the water on some kind of new technology before you dive in when you start planning for the new class of boat that the IFA will operate into the future. We're really working hard at trying to be the employer of choice. And that includes succession planning, investing in our internal talent, partnering with high schools and trade schools, value-added benefits for our employees, and actually soliciting ideas from the employees. There is no idea too crazy to consider right now. If we want to keep the system running, we got to listen to what the employees are saying. What are the people that are prospective employees? What are they saying? We have to consider it. And then cost reducing initiatives and value-added revenue opportunities. We need to validate and streamline all of our current processes and procedures. It was nice to hear Commissioner Anderson say that they're doing some of the same thing, validating procedures, processes, making sure that, you know, we're making sure some of those policies that were written 20 years ago when the IFA started, do they make sense now? Going through and validating all of that. See if we can squeak some more dollars out of it. And development of the Clark Bay Port Facility. You know, we have 2 boats. We have one that's moored here in Ketchikan. I don't think that the cheap rent, that dock's gonna last forever. We really need to expand the port in Hollis in order to, that way we have the mooring facilities and the ability to take care of our boats and have them available at a moment's notice. Because I mean, if the boat breaks in the morning, something happens, it's a boat, guys, boats break, right? I mean, when something breaks, you don't have to say, oh my gosh, it broke. You just say, it's a boat. You know, so anyway, it'd be nice to just be able to like switch over and go to the other boat and then take the other boat. Currently can't do that. We had to fly the crew over to get on the other boat, take it over to Hollis, pick up passengers, go back. So just getting it all under one roof and consolidating and having, you know, paying rent to ourselves is a lot better than paying rent to someone else. Maybe not for the economy, but for us it is. So future focus. Our future focuses are going to be securing funding for the design and procurement of the IFA's future ships, partnership opportunities for island-wide, Southeast Alaska-wide transportation, and then cost-effective strategic growth of our system. And it has to make sense. If we're going to grow it, it's got to make fiscal sense. You all know we're just basically a water bus. You know, there isn't a bus in the world that makes money, right? It's just we need to make as much as we can so we rely as little as possible on federal and state funding. And that's our mission. We want to be as cost effective as possible. And as far as charting the course ahead, we can only do this together in a concerted effort. And I want to thank Southeast Conference because pretty much they're the navigator of it. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron. So do we have, that live, you want to come up here or do you want to take it from there? Either way. Yep. So do we have Mr. Bekker on? We do. Okay, Judy, come introduce President of Thrustmaster.
I'm going to. First of all, I'd like to thank Robert and the Southeast Conference for having us. I am happy to have brought all the Texas sunshine to the state of Alaska. It was raining when we got into Juneau, and we've had nothing but sunshine since then. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce to you the president of Thrustmaster of Texas. This is Mr. Joe Bekker. Joe is coming to us from our headquarters in Houston, Texas. Joe started Thrustmaster over 35 years ago. He is a man that has vision. He has a sense of knowledge of what the industry has been, is doing now, and is going to be going through and having in the future. And right now we're going to share with you a video on one of our vessels that is part of a Native American tribe in Washington State. She is called the Columbia Princess. She has been operating with Thrustmaster equipment for over 25 years. That is a deck mounted system. And we are in the process of discussing with her a new vessel that the tribe is looking to potentially garner funding for. So we'll show the Columbia Princess, and then I'm going to turn over all comments and introductions to Mr. Bekker, and then we'll be happy to entertain any questions relating to propulsion systems of the future and where we're at within the transportation system. And once again, thank you all for having us. We look forward to being an instrumental and integral part of Southeast Alaska and Alaska Marine Highway. And I'm supposed to be becoming a citizen of Skagway at some point in time, but if that doesn't happen, I'll be able to become a citizen of Ketchikan or Sitka, anywhere else. I'd be more than happy to entertain that. So please start our Columbia Princess, and then we'll have Joe take it away. I promise I'm not in charge of the technology, Joe. There we go. That's a deck mounted system, by the way. We need some sound.
States. A trusted car ferry route has been dependably operating for the past 24 years with Thrustmaster's reliable hydraulic outboard propulsion units. The Columbia Princess Ferry travels across the Columbia River in the state of Washington, 16 hours a day for 360 days a year. The trusted Thrustmaster propulsion system has endured the harsh and demanding conditions of the Columbia River's circuitous path through the upper Rocky Mountains, sometimes crossing in winds up to 55 miles per hour. The precision control provided by the Thrustmaster hydraulic outboard propulsion units and ease of maintenance while the vessel is in operation have gained the Columbia Princess Ferry and its Thrustmaster propulsion system great respect and appreciation by ferry operators in the Northwest United States. Thrustmaster has been leading the way in marine propulsion systems for over 35 years, and the Columbia Princess's past 24 years of stellar operation in this rugged American country are a testament to their quality and dependability. Thrustmaster, leading the way.
So it is now with great pride and pleasure I have the opportunity to introduce to you our president, Mr. Joe Bekker.
Thank you very much, Judy. First off, I want to thank you for the opportunity that you are providing us to participate in this conference. We really appreciate that. I want to tell you a little bit about Thrustmaster. We are not in the air transportation business. We make jets, but they are jets for marine propulsion, not jet engines for aircraft. We make propellers, but for ships and boats. We don't make propellers for aircraft. So our focus is entirely on the ferry part of your conference. In 1899, Charles Duell, who was then the commissioner of the US Patent Office, remarked that everything that can be invented has already been invented. So we might as well close the patent office. This was, mind you, in 1899, because the world was just in the middle of the great revolution, the technical revolution. There's cars and airlines, there's railroads being developed. That was all new technology at that time. And though the world was changing then, the world continues to change. In fact, it seems like change is coming at us faster all the time. And we as a society need to adjust, need to adapt to those changes. And currently in the marine propulsion business, we're witnessing a huge change. The greenhouse gases, of course, have become a major issue, and everybody wants to have all transportation means more green, including ferries. And that means that emissions are something that we really need to take a very hard look at. So what we're looking at is we go from fossil fueled combustion engines to electric propulsion. Well, that sounds pretty easy, but for electric power, you obviously need electricity. And in Alaska, the distances are of such magnitude that you cannot just roll an extension cord from the ferry to the shore to provide that electrical power. You're going to need to store that power, of course. So battery storage is the current most appropriate way, but battery technology is still in a state of flux. It's being developed, being improved. That is something that we only are at the advent of the development of battery storage systems. Thrustmaster has always been at the forefront of technology. And in the years 2008, 2009, 2010, we developed about a dozen different patents, all pertaining to hybrid and all electric propulsion of ships and ferries. So we developed a lot of that technology. At that time, we introduced it at the International Workboat Show and some other opportunities, and there was hardly any interest for it. People looked at it and thought that's kind of impractical because it's expensive. It's expensive to go from conventional propulsion, simple diesel engine driven shaft lines through stern tubes and using rudders for maneuvering. It's expensive to replace that with electric driven thrusters and either put battery storage capacity on the vessel or use diesel generators, which still gives you combustion gases, of course, still emit greenhouse gases. But when you do it smart enough, the diesel engines on generators run at constant speed. And if you spread the load smartly over different generators, then you come up with fuel consumption improvements over the direct diesel engine-driven propellers. In any event, it's still going to be more expensive. Diesel electric is a very well-proven technology. It's used very intensely in the offshore industry on things like drilling equipment, drill ships and semi-submersibles for drilling. It's used in supply vessels all the time. Even crew boats now in the offshore industry all use diesel electric systems. And we're going to see the same thing in the offshore wind technology. The diesel electric is a great system, and it's a system that may have very good application in an environment like Alaska, where the distances, the travel distances are that great. In fact, here in Texas, we think Texas, everything's bigger in Texas is what we think here. One of my neighbors went to Alaska not too long ago and for a project, and was talking to some Alaskans, and was bragging about how big the state of Texas was. He said the state of Texas is the biggest state in the union. And one of the Alaskan gentlemen said, well, hold up, that's not quite true. In fact, Alaska is the biggest state of the union, but Texas is only the second largest state. But if you take the state of Alaska and cut it in two equal halves and make each of them a state, then Texas is the third largest state of the union. Anyways, the new technology that I'm talking about for ferry propulsion is brings along risks. They are systems that conventional ship crews are not used to operating and maintaining. There's other risks, there's design risks. So one thing that we have to keep in mind is that we need to use risk mitigating strategies, such as using a modular design, making sure that backup power is available. Even if we go to an all-electric propulsion solution where we can, if the distance is not too great, then we still would like to see backup power in the way of an emergency generator for safe homecoming in the event that the battery power system simply stops working at any point in time. We want to look at using redundant systems. We want to use numerous sensors for monitoring and recording how the equipment is operating, which greatly improves the ability to do diagnostics, remote diagnostics, for instance. When a vessel has some issues, then they can remotely get in touch with a maintenance center where remote diagnostics can be performed. And of course, it's important to have facilities for local hands-on support also. So we understand that there are risks, but by the same token, the funding that is facilitated by the infrastructure legislation is being run through the federal highway system, and the federal highway funds, they say you can have our funding, but for any FHWA funding, there's a requirement that you use our Buy America clause. And the Buy America clause of the FHWA specifically focuses on steel and iron components. It is developed by the Federal Highway Department. So of course, the Federal Highway was thinking primarily of bridges and rebar of concrete. So they focused a lot on steel and iron, but a ferry falls under in that same category. Now there's some exceptions to what does not have to be compliant with the Buy America clause of the FHWA, and those exceptions specifically apply to certain components that are used on ferry systems, like electric motors, like certain electric equipment. But outside of that, the Federal Highway Administration's Buy America law is quite stringent. And of course, things like thrusters contain a lot of steel, they contain a lot of iron. And in order to be in compliance with that steel and iron will need to be sourced from foundries in the United States. And it needs to be machined and coated and finished in America by American labor. So there's very few companies that actually understand how to comply with it. And I can assure you that Thrustmaster definitely is. We work a lot on projects that are funded by FHWA funding, and we understand exactly what is needed, and we know how to comply, and we do comply. Not as a standard, because we use some foreign parts if there's no requirement for this, but whenever there's FHW funds involved, then we certainly make sure that all the steel and iron components used in our products are made and developed completely in the United States. I want to leave it at that at this point, so I'll give it back to you here, Judy.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Reeves.
Questions, please. Joe, you're going to stay online so that if there's any questions at the end of the panel, you can answer them.
Be glad to, sure.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you again for allowing Elliott Bay to be here. I'm glad to be back at the conference. I think most of you have seen Elliott Bay, so I won't get into too much detail. I will just note that we're proud to be part of Southeast Conference. We've been supporting the Alaska Marine Highway System in Alaska for decades. Our predecessor actually designed the first ferries for the Alaska Marine Highway System. We've been supporting AMHS directly, as well as Southeast Conference, trying to help improve and move forward transportation in the region. So with that, I want to get into a little bit, we talk about the alternatives. How do we get green? How do we electrify? But what does that mean when it comes to a particular vessel? How does that impact the vessels that you want to design and use for the future? So that's what I'm going to go through now, is a little bit more of, what does that mean for my future vessel? So I've got a few slides here to go through that. It speaks mostly to ferries, but the same information applies if you're a tug and barge operator, if you're operating small cruise ships or small passenger vessels for the tourism industry. It really doesn't matter. The technology is agnostic to how you're using it. It's what do we do with these batteries and what do we do with these alternative fuels? So, all right. Well, while they're bringing up the slides, just as the overall, I'm going to talk about arrangements, because there's a couple of different broad categories for how the alternative propulsion affects the vessel. The arrangements, how you configure the propulsion, where do different pieces go, how does that impact the passenger spaces, safety, et cetera. There's also supporting the propulsion system itself is a number of different auxiliary systems. Those all have impacts on the vessel design and operation. Oh yeah, right. I've got a PowerPoint, so my clicker won't work. Or a PDF, sorry. So these are the quick highlights of the, just kind of a summary. When you pick an alternative propulsion system, it really affects the whole vessel. It's not just about what you put in the engine room. It has impacts throughout. But obviously the goal for alternative propulsion is you're trying to reduce emissions. So how do we remove that carbon from the discharge? Next slide, please. The first thing I talked about is arrangement. So the nice thing about it is most of these, particularly when you're talking about electrification, you've got a lot more flexibility where you can put components. It's not just the physical engine has to go to a gearbox, to a shaft, of the propeller. You've got batteries, you've got energy storage systems, which is kind of the term of art for batteries. You've got the control system, you've got the generators, and they can all be moved around the boat because they're connected by wires. They're not physically constrained. The egress routes are affected when you, we'll get into the different fuels, but depending on which fuel you pick and whether it's electric, whether it's methanol, whether it's ammonia, they all have different effects in all of these different categories. And so for the alternative fuels, like ammonia, for example, they have hazardous zones that are affected because it isn't more toxic. It's still a liquid. You can treat it kind of like diesel, but there's additional constraints with how close passengers can get and things like that. That affects the egress routes, the areas. Passenger capacity is affected. So I'll talk about weight is one impact, but also deck space. So the fuel cells, for example, energy storage, if you can't put them down in the hull, they can spread out and take over some of those spaces that you're normally using for carrying your passengers or carrying cargo. So you have to consider what the impacts are. And if you want to carry the same number of people, then your boat might have to get bigger in order to accommodate that service. So there's this balance of service and the new alternative propulsion. Next slide, please. I'm going a little bit quick here because we're kind of running short on time. But if there's any questions on any of this stuff, please follow up with me afterwards and I'll get into more detail. Some of the different ventilation or auxiliary supporting systems, ventilation is big. As I mentioned, alternative fuels typically have different toxicity characteristics than diesel. You've got to have extra space, cofferdams around the tanks that you can then ventilate so that those vapors don't get into passenger spaces. Fire suppression, everybody has heard about the battery fires, and how that expands, and it's hard to put out that battery fire. It's inside a box. It's also got those rare earth elements, minerals that we were talking about, that they like to burn themselves and they burn hotter. It's not just fuel or wood that's burning. So you have to have different fire control systems. If you're talking about LNG, that was mentioned earlier. It's not really one of those future fuels because it still has that carbon component, but it's absolutely a bridge to get us to a future carbonless fuel. But the LNG or hydrogen, for example, both typically need to be stored compressed liquids, which is extremely cold. That's the cryogenics term there. You have to have extra systems to keep everything cold and insulated. The piping systems are different. Hydrogen, you'll have double walled pipe. It's not just a regular pipe like you're used to seeing on your boats today. And then when you talk about electric, there's charging systems. The real true ultimate, of course, is an all electric vessel. You're not burning anything on board. You're getting your power from local hydro, but you've got then a charging system. You got to get that power onto the vessel, which takes up weight. And of course, there's also limits on how much energy storage you can have on the boat. Batteries right now are still pretty heavy. One of the things that you get with any of these fuels is that the energy density is much less, up to 2 times less. So for the same amount of fuel, you can either go half as far, or you can make a bigger boat, carry more fuel, and get that same endurance that you were looking for before. Same thing applies with batteries. Next slide, please. And then the weight. So all of those systems basically add weight to your vessel. Even if you take off the fuel, if you're going all electric, even if you remove the fuel, the boat, it's still going to be heavier because all that electric equipment, motors, they're very heavy. Added weight means the boat either slows down or you've got to add more power to go faster, which then adds your power requirement. A little bit of a spiral there. You can make the boat bigger to accommodate all that equipment. That also makes the boat heavier. The alternative is you can let the boat get heavier and reduce the passengers or cargo capacity, but that's not why you have a boat. So you have to figure out what is that balance. It can be a benefit. Stability, if you can get all that heavy weight down low, that actually helps you out. Currently, things like hydrogen storage, though, has to go up high for the Coast Guard regulations. So that's an impact, a negative impact on your stability. Next slide, please. I'm not sure what happened. There's one in the middle. I'll just speak to it here. So what does that mean? What do we do with that? How do we take this forward? What can I do with this information? For you, as you're looking forward planning, it's basically think about all these different aspects. There's not just the vessel itself, but you also need to consider the supply chain. Where do you get this new fuel? Is it ammonia? Maybe you've got a friend that operates a fish processing plant and they've got a lot of ammonia for the refrigeration system. Maybe that makes sense. Somebody else, maybe methanol, you're near a methanol plant or something, but you have to figure out where you're going to get that fuel in order to be able to use it. Get educated, let's see here. And then kind of the future proofing of your vessel. All those things I talked about that are considerations also make it really hard to retrofit an existing vessel because you're already constrained by size, you're constrained by weight, you've got passenger counts, you've got cargo capacity requirements. It's really hard to take an existing vessel, change out that propulsion, because you're not going to be able to do what you used to do with that same vessel. I think the alternative propulsion is really thinking forward. What are we doing with our next vessels? How do we plan ahead? And what are those implications on my operation? So next slide, please. And then, so this, I just want to give a quick update. One of the things that we're proud to be a part of is we're supporting directly Southeast Conference, but under an MOU from the DOT to look at the low and zero emission ferry opportunities for Southeast Alaska. So we're starting with a pilot project. We're not going in trying to develop the whole fleet, but what's something that we can look at, study, identify lessons learned that we can then apply to the rest of the fleet. We've heard a lot of it already today, electrification, alternative fuels. How do we reduce those emissions? How do we maximize the use of our hydro resource here? So This project, we're in the preliminary stages. We looked at a few different shorter routes. The idea here is to find a vessel that can operate all electric so we can learn about what does that look like. We've just recently completed the analysis of that and have identified, you'll recognize these numbers very similar to Ron's IFA. You're looking at something around 25 vehicles, 150 plus passengers. You want to make sure you're in that K-boat category to account for all of those requirements that come with that certification from the Coast Guard. We want it to be all electric capable. Now that we have a vessel, we're in the preliminary phases of figuring out what's that power requirement, what's that operating profile look like. We're thinking, and these, don't quote me on these numbers, I got this yesterday, but we're thinking that it's about a 3,000 horsepower power plant. We're looking at about 6,000 kilowatt hours of energy storage, which would provide for a 16 nautical mile route and 13 knots in a sea state 4. Obviously, if it's calmer, you can go a little faster. If you slow down, we can reduce the power. There's a feasibility study, so we're kind of narrowing in. We're going to use those numbers to identify what a vessel would look like. Next stage we're going to get into is looking at the economic and feasibility analysis and how does this apply to the rest of the fleet with particular, how far can we take electrification and what are the opportunities for alternative fuels as we look at the longer routes that maybe can't take advantage of, you can't carry enough batteries, for example. So with that, I'll stop and turn the floor over to Ms. Keith. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, everybody.
So sorry to ask Katherine to put on roller skates while wearing a sling, but I just want to say you're going to be here through Thursday so people can explore these things. But Commissioner, what a great choice for change management director. She doesn't take no very well and she explores why to the nth degree. And anyway, with that, Katherine, thank you.
Thank you. How many minutes would you like us to wrap up by? Okay, quickly, roller skates. Wonderful. Well, thanks for the introduction. And as the person standing between all of you and lunch, I'm going to make you do a little workout for this. You heard a lot about our marine highway system, and you heard from Commissioner Anderson, who we're really fortunate to have leading the transportation across the state of Alaska. Who believes in the vision for the marine highway system? Who has a vision? If you have a vision, stand up for what you want the marine highway system to be. And I know you are all very engaged. I've read all of your comments. Doesn't have to be a good vision. Who has a vision for what it would be to make it a thriving, robust marine highway system? Okay, so stay standing. Don't sit down yet. Okay, so the next challenge is who believes that it's possible right now? I know, and you got to be honest here. It's okay. You could sit down. Okay, so think about that. Because what we're doing right now and what you heard Commissioner speak to is how we are reimagining AMHS. And the reason for that is we listened to what you have been saying as we read through the winter schedule comments there. And here's a short, infographic style summary of the comments. And a lot of it isn't that great. We hear loud and clear that we want to do what we can to improve the marine highway system so that we can better serve you as residents in the region. But how do we do that? And that's where it all comes down to planning. So one of the roles that I have with DOT is first as liaison to the Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board. And I know at least the chair, Shirley Marquardt, is here. Shirley, do you mind standing? Make you stand too. Just a hands of applause, please, because these folks have been meeting every other week since February to try to incorporate their vision into the marine highway system. And so along with planning requires teaming, because this is a very multifaceted, cross-functional, interdisciplinary effort that we have. So there's a lot of concurrent planning efforts going on. And that leads us to the point of having some data. And so as part of this Charting the Course program, which was launched on Friday, and the commissioner spoke about it at a high level, you're going to be seeing updates on a weekly basis from AMHS on key factors such as crewing, our fleet condition, and our budget. So where are we at really? Because it's one thing to say we don't have crew, so we can't offer service, but it's another for you to be able to see exactly where we're at. And then how are we trending? Are we trending well? Are we going in the opposite direction? And we're doing this because we are asking all of you to help be part of this solution. because we are saying that we're not able to offer the service that we want right now. But in order to be able to do so, we're going to need help, and the help comes from all of you. And the method to do this is first through our playbooks. And I have a picture. Maybe you could advance it. Maybe one more. Yeah, here we go. So this is just a high-level graphic. But after we listened to what you had told us, some of those comments indicated that our schedule is not that easy to read. And then what we want to do to respond to this is providing not only graphics, but this interactive playbook. And what that means is we're going to put out a winter schedule, and it's a baseline based on our current service or current resources. But as those resources change, if a vessel can come online, if we get additional crew, we want to be able to offer increased services. And that'll be on a service area by service area basis. And so when you go online, and we have a QR code and a lot of ways for you to see this, please go to your service area and then sign up. You can subscribe to it. Give us your idea of how we can improve service, multimodal service, not just ferry systems. If there's other things that we can do to help improve transportation in your community, it's really vital that we hear that right now. And this is your portal to do so. We're very excited about it. It is work in progress. So as we move forward with this in conversation with the community, we'll be updating the things that we are communicating on these playbooks. The second piece about planning is looking long-term, because this charting the course program is immediate. Like, these are things that we have to do right now. But there's a lot of things that we're doing long-term to set us up for success. And that includes a short-term plan, which is something that's required by statute of DOT, and our long-range transportation plan. And both of these we're doing in collaboration with the operations board, AMHOB. We also have a 5-year capital plan that we've been working, because we have to at the same time be applying for grants. So it's a difficult conundrum to be in, because the opportunities are with us right now and we have to take action on the low-hanging fruit, but we also want to be strategic about the vision. So all of you that have a vision for AMHS and what we can make it, we still have an opportunity to incorporate all of those pieces into where we're going in future years. So these efforts are largely all underway. So we've had an awesome team of people working hard, and something that we can all be very proud of. And that has led us to have an understanding of where we're at for what we may need for our marine highway system, which is over the next 5 years, probably $1.3 billion. And I can tell you this number is probably growing. The more we learn about this terminal's need or that vessel's upgrade requirements. So this is, again, also in flux, but it gives you a sense of the magnitude of work that we have ahead of us, largely because it is an aging fleet, and we just have to admit that. And one thing we want to work towards with all of our goals is that it's a flexible system, and that any vessels that we have can make it to all of our docks. It would be great to have a flexible system. And so you've heard mention of the discretionary grants that we've been writing. Thanks to our partnership with AML, they've been working very diligently alongside us to submit these applications, over 500 million. That's just for AMHS. And it's kind of an interesting breakdown. I kind of like the percentages, where you can see that 60% of our requests are for new infrastructure, and about 35% is going into maintaining our existing fleet. So that is somewhat intentional, and we're trying to figure out the strategic approach to keeping going what we have while looking to the horizon. We have to future ready our vessels so that we can stop having to invest so much into the maintenance of an old past retired vessel. If anyone is interested, the list of our grants and what we've applied for, all of them are uploaded onto the AMHS AMHOB website. So you can look at these PDFs and see exactly what it is that we're working on. And then I'm going to go back to this, that the community-driven planning starts with all of you. And I put in a plea yesterday to the Transportation Committee that we need to have conversations with you about how we can improve service in each of your communities. So please go to the playbooks, subscribe to that, and let us know that you want to be a part of it. We'll be setting up meetings with you. And in fact, Sam Dapsevich, maybe Sam, you could stand up as well. He's an integral part of this team, and will be helping to host these conversations with you so that we can look ahead to the winter schedule to make the best of what we have and then simultaneously really work on our long-term plan to something that actually matches the vision that you all have. Because I know it's a good one. So with that, I'm going to finish up. And last time, stand up one more time about your vision. So this is all about change and change management. I wanted to change your opinions about the potential for our marine highway system. So, all right, everybody stand up and then you can go for lunch. Okay, well, good. So there's some more of you standing, so I appreciate that at least. And we'll be around if you have questions.
Thank you. Casey Hosteller, would you please come up? Marilyn wants to give something away. You know, Southeast Conference has the key to a lot of things, including somebody's car. So if you lost your keys, they're on the front desk. So you got that. And so explain to what do we have here? We get that magical card that has a 15% discount.
Indeed.
Indeed. What
Yes.
else we got?
So if you will all dig in your beautiful bags, that by the way is the very. So if you'll dig in your wonderful bags, the very first time ever, we have some incredible hiking bags. So thank you so much to Sarah for your input this year and changing those up and making, and First Bank for making those so much more awesome and utilizable. We are looking for this beautiful handshake. You should be seeing this is a 15% discount code. Every single one of these is worth 15% off. You have to use your individualized code to get that off, but you can do that today, right now, if you want to. And in the very top corner, you'll see a number associated to that. And if you are holding number 119, please stand up. Ooh, okay. Well, there's you got those figures, so there, yeah. All right. Hopefully someone in here is holding 119. You are, hello. Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets anywhere Alaska Airlines flies. Woo-hoo! Yes. Just give me 1 second. I'll come to you. I'll come to you. Thanks. And if you didn't win, that's okay because I happen to be holding some amazing raffle tickets right over here. And you still have an opportunity to purchase your chance to win 2 tickets anywhere we fly. That includes Belize, Mexico, Hawaii, Costa Rica, Barrow, Adak, you name it, we probably serve it. And we'd love to see you over here. So again, those tickets, the raffle tickets are $20 a piece. Every single board member actually has them. So if you're a board member, stand up. But I am the best one. So come see me. And you're supporting our scholarship fund. So please come and check us out and looking forward to seeing everyone tomorrow night for the winner.
Okay, so real quickly, because we are running a little bit behind, we're going to have at least 2 or 3 lines for lunch. 2 lines for lunch. Linda and the fine folks on the landing are serving, and we're ready to do that. We're going to have an hour-long forum with our U.S. Senate candidates. If I don't know if Pat or Kelly want to get in the line first and grab something ahead of time, please let them do that. Otherwise, we'll keep food ahead for you when you're done. But we have Senator Murkowski virtually, and we have them here in the room, and we're going to take an hour with them to explore the issues of the day. But before we let everybody go, would you please give Mr. Bekker and this fine panel of transportation experts a round of applause? So, thank you. Hey. Quickly get lunch and quietly come in because we're going to keep cramming lots of information in there. Well, make sure you tell them that. Perfect. I'm gonna let you run that. Okay. All right. Yes, I'm live on mic. It only has marginal impact on people though. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, community leaders, media, observers online, it's time to get started. Apologies to those still in line, but you can still observe while you're in line. You can listen, you just can't write your questions down, but you can participate and listen in, but we want to go ahead and get started because we want to take the time to explore the issues. And we really appreciate the candidates that are here with us today, both here in the room and online. So if we can work on the volume in the room just a little bit, so I don't have to call on people like my friend, Mr. Reeves. John Reeves, can you hear me?
My friend, Mr. Reeves.
People online are not hearing me. So let's try this again. Let's try it this way.
So let's try this again. Let's try this way.
Now I got your attention.
Now I got your attention. We are going to.
Yes. Let's quiet it down just a little bit.
Let's quiet it down just a little bit.
I don't know. How are we doing at the front of the room?
I don't know. How are we doing at the front of the room over
Can you
there?
hear me in the back? You can hear me in the back. Okay. You can hear me on the side?
Okay.
Yes. You hear me on the side?
Side. Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm hearing
the side. Unfortunately, I'm hearing.
Oh, why didn't I think of that?
Oh, why did I think of that?
Thank you. That's what we were looking for.
Thank you.
All right.
That's what
We are
we were
honored
looking
to
for.
have
All right.
the US Senate
We are
candidates
honored
here.
to have.
I'm going to read a statement and then we're going
I'm going to read a statement.
on your
and then we're
table.
going to
There are index cards.
On your table, there are
that will
index
bring those
cards.
questions
We have-
to me. So if
that will-
you have questions you want to run down that we're not exploring, we've got a few questions and
Exploring, we've got a few questions and
we know we're going to explore because we know what our priorities are as a group.
explore because we know
We'll
what our
entertain the
priorities are
questions.
as a
If
group.
you don't hear your question being read
We'll
verbatim,
entertain the
it's
questions.
likely
If you don't
because
hear your
it's very
question being read
similar to two or three
verbatim,
others that
it's
came
likely
in. and we're just
because it's
combining
very
them
similar to two or
and
three
trying
others that
to,
came in, and we're
synthesize
just
those.
combining them
But
and trying to
we want
synthesize
to
those.
greet
But,
each of the three. Welcome to Pat Chesbro and
welcome
to
to
Kelly Tshibaka, who is in the room with us, and Senator
Chesbro, who is
Murkowski,
in the room with us.
online. Can you
and
hear us okay,
Senator-
Senator?
I can. We're all good.
Okay, excellent. And we know you were here in the
Okay.
this week, but
We
had,
here on the
on the floor, so
Speak
we're glad you
at,
participate
on
virtually.
the floor, so we're glad you
Why am I
participate
hearing an echo,
virtually.
guys? What? Speaker on the laptop. I don't want to hear the speaker on the laptop. Is it going to stop? Thank you. All right. I don't care what the reason was, as long as we make it stop. Okay, so with that in mind, I will read this and want to thank each of the candidates that are here. Each of you have considerable public service to Alaska, and we thank you for that.
Considerable public service
And
to
for
Alaska.
participating
Thank you
in
for
the annual
that.
meeting event that is attended by over 300
That is
of
attended by over
Alaska's
300.
Southeast Alaska leaders. The media is present, and we look forward to interacting with you over the next hour. We're asking those gathered here to forward the questions. Will be collected and combined by myself the best we can. There are runners gathering additional questions, and we'll ask those for as long as time allows. Each candidate will be provided time for an opening statement of up to 3 minutes, and there will we'll go in alphabetical order to start.
And there will, we'll go
So
in
then we'll rotate
alphabetical
the
order to
order of
start with.
response over the
So
questions.
then we'll rotate the order of response.
And we'll
over
ask
the
each candidate to
questions
answer
as
the
we go
questions
along.
in 1 minute.
Asking each candidate
And
to
then
answer the
that'll allow
questions
for
in
more
1
questions
minute.
from the audience. We'll
And that'll allow for more
flexibility
questions
within
from the
reason.
audience.
If there's need for
Have
clarification,
flexibility
we
within
might go an
reason.
extra 30 seconds.
There's need for
Then
clarification.
we'll allow
Might go
for
an
closing statements to be
Then we'll allow
presented
for
in the
closing
opposite
statements
order of
to
the opening
be
statements.
presented in the
And we
opposite
have a
order
timer
of
here in
the
the
opening
front.
statements.
We're going to ask the coordinator.
And we have a timer here in the front.
Because she
We're
will
gonna ask
be
the
turning
coordinator
around
We'll be turning around
as such. No, no.
such,
So the senator can
as
see
such.
you.
No, no. So
Demonstrate,
Senator
please.
Castillo.
There.
Demonstrate,
Senator, can you
please.
see that?
There, Senator, can you see that?
It's really tiny, but I'll pay attention.
Move back just a little bit. Okay, so we'll
Back just a little bit.
make sure that our panel can see
So
those
we'll-
questions and the
That our
timers.
panel
and
can
then
see
we'll
those
make sure
questions
that
and the timers,
we can see
and then
those
we'll
as
make sure
well.
that
So we'll make sure this
Senator can
moves
see those as well. So
smoothly
make
as
sure this
possible.
moves
So with
smoothly
that,
as possible. So
starts in our alphabetical order, which means that at Chesbro, you have the floor.
Which means
for
that
your
at
3
Chesbro,
minutes opening statement.
the floor for your 3 minutes opening statement.
Good day. I'm hoping that you've enjoyed your lunch.
Hey,
I'm
I'm
more kind
hoping
of
that you've
watching and
enjoyed your
thinking,
lunch.
I don't have my lunch yet, but I'll get it after
Thinking,
we're done.
I don't have my lunch
So I'm
yet,
Pat
but I'll get it
Chesbro,
after
and
we're done.
I moved to
I'm Pat
Alaska in
Chesbro, and I
1974
moved to Alaska
for 1
in
year.
1974.
As similar to many people
for
who
1
choose
year.
Alaska for home.
As similar
We
to many
came
people
and
who
then
choose
it
Alaska for
hooked
home.
us,
We
and
came
we
and then
stayed.
it
And it's been
hooked
good
us,
to
and
us
we
and to
stayed.
our family.
That's been good
Came
to
as
us
an
and to
educator.
our family.
I was an educator
Came as an
starting in
educator. I was an educator starting in
Palmer, Alaska. I
1974
was a teacher
in
there.
Palmer,
I
Alaska. I was
became
a teacher
principal
there.
of Palmer High
I
School, and I
became
was
principal
superintendent of the
of Palmer High
Madison School
School,
District.
and I was superintendent of the Madison
That was
School
my
District.
second retirement. I retired from being a
That was my
principal. Then
second retirement. I retired
then I
from
went on
being
to
a
be
principal.
superintendent. I retired from there, and I went to work at the
And I retired
University of
from there, and I
Alaska
went to
Anchorage
work
and
at the
worked there for
University
10 years. So then I retired
and
from
worked
there.
there
That
for
was my
10 years.
third
So then I
retirement.
retired from there.
And
and
now
that was
I'm
my
looking for a
third
job so I
retirement.
could have a fourth retirement sometime in the future,
So
I
I could
guess.
have
So I guess I'm not good at
I
retiring.
guess.
Thank you for inviting me today. I'm really glad to
Thank you
be
for
here,
inviting
and
me today.
I
I'm
have
really
been
glad
very
to be
challenged
here.
with listening to what I've
I've
heard
been very
today,
challenged with listening
excited,
to what I've heard
and
today.
very challenged to think that I
Excited.
do not know
And
all
very
the
challenged
answers
to
that
think
you
that I
seek.
do not
And
know all.
I don't think maybe anybody in here knows them all, but I'm hoping to learn more today and tomorrow. And I ask your forbearance that I didn't know everything when I got here, and I probably won't know everything when I leave. I am, as an educator, though, always have been future focused. You know, I worked with young people for a long time. I helped teachers to work with young people for a long time. I helped principals and superintendents to work with young people for a long time. And I think that that is where my vision lies and where my interest lies. As I was listening this morning, I was thinking how important it is for us to have strong school systems and strong workforce development in this state. All of the things that people talked about today, needing more workers, needing more skilled workers, needing more maritime workers, needing people retiring we just need that. So as we move forward, I'll be probably talking a lot about the future. And I do appreciate very much you inviting me and look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to Lisa Murkowski.
Lisa Murkowski.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you to all of you at Southeast Conference. I do wish that I could be there, but we've got votes today. We are going to be swearing in our new Congresswoman today, so it's busy here in Washington, D.C. But I want to thank Southeast Conference for the work that you do to build a stronger economy for Southeast. Believe me, I get it. I get it because I am connected to Southeast Alaska. I was born in Ketchikan when my dad was there in the Coast Guard. I spent my childhood years in Wrangell and in Juneau. I was later honored as an adult to be adopted into the Deshitan clan and given the name Anshawaki, an honor that today is still very humbling. But I am in Southeastern as often as I can. I was just there this past week. I was there in Wrangell on Sunday, and it was a beautiful sunny day. But I've had an opportunity to be in your communities, in your schools, in your stores, in your homes. I went up to the Wrangell Dam to look at the second most threatened dam in the state of Alaska. I've seen the rock slide in Skagway and know that that is continuing to threaten the tourism industry there. I've seen the landslide in Haines and understand why it's so important that mental health issues continue to be addressed. I've heard the passion from the people in Tenakee about the landless issue. I've ridden the ferry just last week between Juneau and Haines and Skagway back to Juneau again. I've talked to the crew about what it means to have a reliable schedule. I've talked to the passengers about what dynamic pricing is all about. I get the ferry. I love the Alaska Marine Highway System. I've talked trash with the city managers about landfill issues. I've met with a longshoreman on the docks there in Ketchikan and the air taxi operators about what we need to do with weather cams in Misty Fjords and over there on Prince of Wales. I've walked the docks in Sitka with our Coast Guard men and women about what we're going to be doing to bring new cutters to Alaska. Being out in Metlakatla with the Chester Lake Dam, Klawock, the new site for their tourist operation. I know Southeast, I know the challenges, but in fairness, I've never been more excited about the opportunities that we have. I've got seniority that I have been using. I forge bipartisan relationships. We have passed initiatives like the infrastructure law, like the Alaska Tourism Restoration Act, everything that we've been doing on appropriations. I've been delivering real results for Southeast Alaska, and I'm in an even more opportune position to do so. Know that I care deeply about Southeast. I care about you. I care about your communities, and I'm running because I really want to help realize the vision for your region and our state. So thanks for the opportunity to be with you.
Thank you. And welcome, Tshibaka. Your turn.
Thank you, Robert and Southeast Conference, for hosting this event. It is such a delight to be in Ketchikan again, where I'm a proud auxiliary member of the American Legion Post 1 under the statewide leadership of Deb Davis. Southeast, I think, has a way of being more than just a community. It's like family, and you all know that. When I served in Juneau as Commissioner of the Department of Administration, my employees and colleagues, some of whom are here with us today, quickly found a very close place in my heart, and you still occupy that place. I love them dearly. I was fortunate to get to hire Leslie Isaacs from Klawock. He is also the chair of Spruce Root, and he served as my administrative services director. I think many of you know him. We shared mutual friends going back for years, which quickly made Leslie a dear friend that felt like family to me. I also have dear friends in Sitka. My husband and I started a faith-based organization that focuses on raising up leaders about 16 years ago. And we now oversee this organization and support it. And we've got groups in states across the nation. And one of those groups happens to be in Sitka. And so those are dear friends of ours that we share. From bear watching in Hoona to eating homemade fresh caught seafood in Wrangell, the hospitality that I've experienced in Southeast is just unparalleled, but you all know that because you live here all the time. My parents once were homeless in Alaska. That wasn't their plan. They moved up from California, but life didn't go according to plan. And they lived in a tent on the east side of Anchorage until my mom was able to get a resource job up at Prudhoe Bay. And that changed our family story. They fought their way into the working class and gave me a great childhood. I was born out in Wasilla and raised in Wasilla and Anchorage, and got to be the first in our family to pursue a college degree. I started at UAA. I worked for Senator Ted Stevens. He encouraged me to go to law school, a little bit of a rough experience, but the best part was meeting my husband, Nikki Tshibaka. That's where I get that last name. And we are the proud parents of 5 amazing kids. I've spent my career fighting to make government work for the people. For about 16 years, I've conducted oversight and accountability for agencies like the Department of Energy, the Coast Guard, the CIA, and the Department of Defense. This is something that makes me different from every other senator currently working in the Senate. This race is about the future of Alaska. We aren't even halfway through Joe Biden's administration, and we don't need a senator who helps Biden by confirming his radical nominees who've declared war on our resource industries and killed our jobs. We need someone who's going to do what's best for Alaska, protect our jobs, and stop those trying to shut down our resource industries and stand with our families and workers. I don't think we should have someone who pushes through Biden's red flag laws. I think we should have someone who's going to protect our Second Amendment rights. I got in this race because I owe everything to Alaska and all those people who gave us opportunities, and I want to fight for the people who fought for me. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you. Now we'll go through the questions, and we're going still alphabetical, but we'll start with the second and go to the third and then one. So we'll be rotating in that direction, which is kind of a softball question because number one, Southeast Conference was formed in 1958, primarily around the ferry system. And number two, the question gets pitched first to Senator Murkowski. We already know her great bias towards the ferry system. But Specifically about the opportunity right now, there are funds available to modernize the fleet. But there's kind of a twofold issue. One is, can those funds continue? And two, the federal agencies that convey those funds don't always follow the intent. And sometimes some strange things happen on the way from Congress to Ketchikan. So the question, starting with Senator Murkowski, is, would you continue to advocate for federal funding for marine transportation and help focus the federal agencies to deliver the program funding as intended? And how would you do that, Senator?
Yeah, well, this is an easy answer for me, Robert, because it is an absolute hard yes, and it is a commitment that I give to the people of not only Southeast Alaska, but to all Alaska. The fact of the matter is that this is our marine highway. And when you're a state that is not connected by hard surface transportation, we move around on the water. And our reality is that we have to have a system that works and is serviceable. So you've mentioned unprecedented funds. They are there because I single-handedly put them in, whether it was the $1 billion for the rural ferry service, what we did to permanently expand the authorized use of ferry boat terminal and construction funding so that now we have operation and maintenance money, the special funding for the electric and low emitting ferries. Alaska will get at least one of those. So we wrote this program specific for Alaska. To your point though, we have agencies now that are interpreting differently than as the law was written. So I'm going to work to continue to push on this so that it is implemented as intended. We've got some work to do. We know that the NOFA has kind of confounded things, but we're not going to lose out on this critical funding for this important infrastructure.
Thank you. Kelly Tshibaka.
I will fight for the Alaska Marine Highway System as essential infrastructure. When I was commissioner, we had a California negotiator tell me we'd have to shut down the AMHS in the winter so they could use those wage increases as a baseline for wages in other states. But our workers wouldn't actually get paid more because they wouldn't work during the winter. And we'd have to strand our coastal communities. That was completely unacceptable to me. So we went to a strike. I'm sure you guys remember that. We won. I would not sacrifice our coastal Alaskans on the altar of politics. I didn't do it then, and I'm not going to do it now. It's clear that DOT's Maritime Administration has had years of inadequate funding for the AMHS, despite our senior position on the Appropriations Committee. The infrastructure bill included two big loopholes for AMHS funding. The Biden administration gets to establish requirement hurdles for the money, which Senator Sullivan is now attacking. And the Biden administration can create waivers that allow other ferry systems across the US to get the AMHS money. You haven't been told that before. As senator, I'm going to prioritize educating the people in DC about how AMHS is essential, it's a necessity, and I will fight for full funding with no DC gimmicks attached, period.
Thank you. Pat?
I heard earlier that the people in the rail belt do not support the ferry system. Well, this is one who does. I think it's essential. I've never understood why it is not funded in the same way our roads are funded. I think that is really important. I would say thank you, though, to Senator Murkowski for her part in the infrastructure bill. Remember, we've been trying to get an infrastructure bill now. This is the third president who's promised one, and we have one. So I think that that's really good. I don't know the loopholes. I don't know the pieces, but I know that working together and having that vision that we talked about earlier and partnering with the state is going to make a successful ferry system, and we need to fix it. And I'm for that. So thank you.
Thank you. So the next question, which has come from
Thank
the
you.
floor, we go
The next question, which is
fish politics, which the statement is that's the best politics. I don't know. Maybe the jury's out on that. But the role of science informing policy, it seems especially with international fisheries, the management issues there really leave Alaskans feeling like the short end of the harvest. What would you do to ensure Alaskan fisheries have its fair share? And the question will start with Kelly Tshibaka.
Well, I think that we're all concerned about the reduction in Chinook and chum salmon. I strongly support increasing our Coast Guard aircraft, drones, cutters, and resources in Alaska to enforce our EEZ. I also think we need to invest in enforcement to protect our multi-billion-dollar annualized seafood industry. This is a valuable and sacred resource that we've got to make available to all Alaskans. We must prioritize subsistence first. Let's couple that with funding for research on stuff that hasn't yet been conducted. Our long-term research and evaluation is necessary. I also support exploring and creating a new fisheries management council to manage our Alaska waters or the Bering Sea. We have 8 federal fisheries management councils for all the US. Our EEZ is the most expansive of all of them. And a new fisheries management council for Alaska waters would definitely improve the odds that Alaska is consistently getting its fair share of the fisheries harvest.
Thank you, Pat.
I keep forgetting this. So I think obviously we want to have our fair share of fish. I don't know exactly how that, I don't know what the fair share is because I don't know what the big share is. I know there's a lot of talk about trawlers and bycatch and those kinds of things. And my person suggested to me that maybe we look at if they get a salmon in their bycatch, then they have to report that as a salmon and then they sell it and they use it and that's how that goes. And we can also strengthen our observer programs by having 2 observers maybe so that they don't have to stay up 24 hours a day to check on the fish and check on the bycatch. But you remember one of the things that you say that in this wonderful document, it says people are really concerned about climate change. And that is something that we have to, that's a long-term plan we have to have is how are we going to address that part of the problem with our fisheries? Because that is going to stay with us. So we can do the mechanical things like put more people on ships, but we also need to look to climate change.
Thanks for mentioning that because that answers one of the other questions that came as well. So we're going to try to cover as much ground as possible. Turning to natural resources. I'm sorry, did I skip you?
You skipped Lisa Murkowski.
I did. I'm sorry, Senator. I'm trying to keep track here. Did you get the question? And it is your time to answer that. My apologies.
I did, thank you. And I do want to speak to the significance of the fisheries and how Alaska has really been cut out when it comes to the Chinook allocation. We took the smallest cut in that allocation during the last Pacific Salmon Treaty negotiation, but we lose allocation every time at every IPH meeting, despite the fact that we submit the lion's share of funding, about 80% of the funding. So what the role of Congress is, what the role of us in the delegation is to make sure that we are sufficiently funding the research. I have been doing that. I've targeted to Alaska. I'm making sure that we are getting the benefit from NOAA survey and research requirements. We need to make sure that every year, whether it is with the Pacific Salmon Treaty, we have funded that to the level that has been requested, but also recognizing that it's not just about the funding, it's making sure that we send our best and brightest negotiators to the table because it's too important to be cut out.
Thank you. The next question, then we'll begin with back at the top with Pat Chesbro, and this has an educational tap to it. So what are your plans? What are your thoughts on technical education programs to include natural resource development, the trades, et cetera? And I'll just expand that a little bit. We heard this morning in the resource panel about there being potentially $1 billion of natural resources and minerals that are in just Southeast Alaska, let alone the rest of the state. So maybe twin that into your thoughts of how do we really reach and prepare students as we train the next workforce.
So I think, as a high school principal, I know that trying to have systems within the high school itself to do these technical training things doesn't really make much sense. First of all, schools don't have that kind of money to have the technical support that's necessary, nor the expertise, frankly. So we need to think about a system where maybe it's a when you're a senior, you go to a technical school and it's helped by the state. Maybe you go to different kinds of things like that. I really think it's vital that we develop our workforce. One of the things we're seeing in Alaska is a huge problem with teen suicide, young people suicide. Let's give them hope. Let's give them skills where they can make a good living. And this all is connected. But again, you can't depend on the high schools to do that. You need to develop internship programs, apprenticeship programs, those kinds of things. So.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Well, workforce is something that we're all talking about in all of our communities around the state, and certainly in Southeast. You know, when you think about the training opportunities that we have, you've got the Vote Tech Center down in Cloac. I was there just a couple of weeks ago. That is something that we had helped facilitate as part of the state's cost share agreement with the Forest Service when we were talking about the young growth strategy there. You've got there at the University of Alaska Southeast, the focus on teachers. We have the maritime simulator there in Ketchikan. You mentioned, or Pat mentioned, the union apprenticeship programs, Job Corps. But I was actually looking through the Southeast Alaska Sustainable Strategy Investments projects that just came out a couple weeks ago now, actually just a week ago. There's so many different programs within that initiative that are really focused on building out the workforce, and particularly young Alaskans. So I think that that's encouraging.
Thank you. Alicia.
So I support the federal government giving loans and grants to vocational technical education like they do for colleges. I also think we should have the Department of Education federal look at giving block grants to the state, that we would have more freedom in what we can do with our education money, like support competency-based education where the dollar follows the child rather than the system. In this way, we could give our high school kids, for example, credit for going commercial fishing over the summer, or doing things like shadowing in mining programs or other vocational technical education programs. They could get high school credit for that. And then we would start to do apprenticeships that would actually train them for Alaska industry jobs. Then we would be able to keep Alaska youth in Alaska rather than shipping them out to colleges in the lower 48 and watching them grow up on social media.
Thank you. Next question will begin with Senator Murkowski, and sticking with the natural resource theme of such hydro projects power Southeast Alaska, yet the federal government really does not recognize hydro as a renewable resource. What should be done, what can be done, and how would you characterize your support for hydro development?
Well, we recognize that particularly in Southeast, it's hydro that powers this whole region. 50% of the energy that comes to us from Southeast is from clean and renewable. Hey, it comes from the rain. We have worked on the renewable definition, and in fact have worked to advance hydro so that it is eligible for some of the federal supports. I think we recognize that it is the resource that is not only most available, but it is the best way to be powering our small communities. So what we need to do to put in place those supports that will allow for our smaller projects to move forward, whether again it's the Chester Creek Dam in Metlakatla, or what we're trying to facilitate to build out our opportunities within the Ketchikan region.
Thank you. Kelly Tshibaka.
I think Southeast is doing a remarkable job of leading in hydropower and renewable energy, and federal energy policy should never pick favorites. They should treat all energy policy equally and remove politics and special interests from the discussion. So we are at the tip of the spear for developing renewable and clean energy. And the way that we help out with hydropower in the Southeast is by making sure we support it with creating favorable regulatory environment, reducing taxes, getting government out of industry's way. I think in this way we can inspire and create innovation, maybe even start to become a place that can be like net exporters in especially the ideas. I've heard even at the reception yesterday, people going around and sharing ideas in other parts of the country about what's happening here in Southeast. And in that way, I think Alaska will become a leader for the nation.
Thank you. Pat Chesbro.
I certainly agree that Alaska can be a leader for the nation. We have a variety of renewable sources, including hydro, and we have many small areas that are never going to be the ones that are going to receive the a gas line or natural gas because they're remote. So we need to develop renewables by the site, by what's available there, and do that. And this way we would provide many, many renewable energy jobs. I mean, it was estimated that we could get up to 10,000 jobs in renewable energy. But again, we need the workforce development. We need the engineers to help to develop those things. We need to be able to look at those small communities. So no longer are they flying in plane loads of diesel so they can be warm in the winter.
Thank you. The next question from the floor revolves around housing and access to land. Trying to see if there's an avenue with current infrastructure funding to bend that. I'll just say that when we surveyed over 400 business leaders this spring, they identified both housing and childcare as critical issues to their business's economic recovery now that we're emerging from the pandemic. How can the federal government assist on these topics? And Kelly Tshibaka, we begin with you.
As Senator, this is one of my top priorities, affordable housing. We need help establishing neighborhood infrastructure, new roads and utilities. The Biden administration has decided we will get no new roads from the infrastructure bill. That's what happens when we make deals with the Biden administration. We help them, they don't help us. We need access to land. We've got to get back millions of acres from the federal government that we were promised as statehood. BLM has kept millions of acres locked up under public land orders that were promised to us right after Anilka. They haven't been held accountable in the Appropriations Committee or in the Energy Committee, and I would prioritize that. We need to give tax credits to owners of vacation rentals that have turned them into long-term. If they turn them into long-term rentals, we'll give them tax credits so we can get more houses on the market. And I think that we can reduce regulations that have been increasingly put onto new home construction. This may need a comprehensive review of current regulations. That happens to me by background, holding them accountable. And I think that we can get the NAHASDA funds that have been over at HUD have been held flat. They haven't kept up with inflation. Even though we have a senior position on appropriations, we need to fix the gross inequity in funds available to Alaskans. Those are things I'd prioritize.
Thank you. Pat Chesbro.
Well, this is kind of a two-pronged question because you talk about childcare and housing, and I'm going to talk about childcare. The cost of childcare has gone up between 1972 and 2007. The price of childcare went up 2,000%. And more people are working. We need to, and more people have flexible kinds of jobs. We need to invest in childcare. And that means we need to invest not only in the, helping people to afford it, but we need to invest in the people that provide it. We need to have professional childcare workers. We know this is really important. Another thing the federal government can do is help us with the idea of preschool, 3- and 4-year-olds to go to preschool. That would save families money if the kids are going to preschool, and it would help the children. So that too is an important issue, and that is something that we really need to address.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Senator Murkowski.
So housing, #1 issue everywhere, not just there in Southeast. And I have been working to try to advance solutions that work in communities. In the infrastructure bill, we got about 23 million for projects to increase affordable housing and to reduce homelessness. In Sitka alone, it's $1 million to help on the homelessness issue. I secured the first increase in 25 years for the Indian Housing Block Grant formula, which will be significant to help us with our housing initiatives. For Kelly to suggest that there's no new roads that will be built under the infrastructure bill is just absolutely flat out not true. And she needs to look clearly to that measure that not only builds out the road infrastructure, but also bridges. Every aspect of really communicate our connection is contained as part of that infrastructure bill.
Thank you. We'll begin the next round of questions with Pat Chesbro. And our tribal partners they bring substantial value to our economy and have a very special government-to-government relationship at the federal level. How would you strengthen those opportunities and partnerships?
Well, I think, partnerships always come from knowing your partner and talking with your partner and listening to your partner. You're not a successful teacher or a successful leader without listening to the people who certainly you want to listen to the ones to agree with you, because that's kind of feels good, but you need to listen to the people that don't agree with you and find out what they're thinking about and try to work with them. And so that's what I would do. And I think that's the important way to move forward.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Well, we have a very unique model in Alaska with our tribal governments, our ANCs, our tribal nonprofits, and how they all collectively contribute to the economic and social well-being of our entire state. And so making sure that all are involved, the partnerships that come about between our tribes, our ANCs, our cities, and the state really are critical. There's so many different areas where we can be working together more. You think about matters of co-management that we have seen. Not only co-management of resources, but working with our agencies. I mentioned the Southeast Sustainability Project earlier. You see different partnerships between tribes and agencies to do everything from monitoring resources in Cake and Sitka to the wildland fire crew, partnering with the Forest Service, habitat restoration. It's these types of things that really build on the governance strengths that we have within our state.
Thank you. Kelly Tshibaka.
I believe it's possible to forge a stronger partnership for economic sustainability between tribes and the federal government now that Alaska has officially acknowledged tribal recognition. For a decade, though, Alaska hasn't gotten earmarks where our senator has brought home money for projects like Ted Stevens did. Instead, funds are given to the executive branch and we have to apply and compete for them. It does little good to get funds appropriated over to the executive branch if they never get to actual Alaskans. That's what I've heard from people across the state. So as senator, I will add a grant writer and contract expert to the Senate staff that Alaskans can use to actually access funds. I also think we should have tax incentives for people who invest in village corporations and tribal entrepreneurial efforts. As senator, I will also practice consultation with the various Alaska Tribal Consortium myself. I won't send staff and I'll also ensure federal agency consultations are occurring as required. And DOT said no new roads. Doesn't matter if you put it in the bill if the Biden administration doesn't implement it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pat? No, we started with you. Okay. Thank you. And the next question is right along with the first question, which seems to resonate with our membership. We have very strong and valued partners with our tribes. And the question that came in from the floor is, what would you do about the state's over selection of land that keeps land claims promises? Might mention landless. I know that's another one. And then how could you make sure that subsistence priority in ANILCA is honored? So take which one of those parts of the questions that you would like. And I believe Senator Murkowski, we start with you.
So I have been dedicated most of the years that I've been here in the Senate to work on just these issues of land allocation and distribution promises that were made under ANCSA, whether it is the Sea-Alaska land conveyance that took us a period of years to resolve, or what I am working on now with the landless communities to resolve just that disposition. I think we recognize, particularly in the Tongass, every acre is special to some. We recognize that, so trying to find the balance between keeping our commitment and our obligation to our Native people and honoring the ability and the opportunity for access to all. That's what we are navigating as we speak with this landless legislation that we have before the Senate right now.
Thank you. Kelly Tshibaka.
I think it's really important for us to prioritize the needs of all Alaskans, making sure that the federal government takes ownership of the lands they've contaminated and clean them, or in the cases of lands that we want them to just take back and give us land that is already clean that our Alaska Native partners can use and develop in resources is a high priority. It has to be. I am proud to say that I've been endorsed by our former Democrat opponent for this US Senate race, Edgar Blatchford, an Alaska Native leader and the former mayor of Seward, and also proud to have our rural efforts for our campaign led by Paulette Shirk, the Alaska Native leader who ran the write-in campaign for Senator Murkowski in 2010. Neither of these people are Republicans, but both of them recognize that I'm committed to doing what it takes to help Alaska Natives throughout our state to better their quality of life. And part of it is about the landless Natives and these contaminated lands.
Thank you. Pat.
So yeah, I spoke with the Eklutna tribal leader a while back, and he said the land they had been given was on a mountain and totally inaccessible. We have to be careful that as we make sure people get land, they get land that's useful to them and the way they live versus the land that we just, well, we're gonna give them this little piece of land and say we did it. So I think that's a really, really important part of this, that we need to talk with our tribal friends to find out what is best, what's the best land for you to have? Where would it be best for you? Because they're our partners and we need to listen.
Thank you. I appreciate your reference to members of the other party. This question came from the floor is, what are your plans to reach across the aisle and work with others not in your party? So Kelly Tshibaka, for your question. You can just reiterate what you just said.
Not to repeat myself, but I've demonstrated a long career of being able to work with people on all sides and delivering results. As a senior leader working for 8 years under President Barack Obama, I also worked for President Bush. I worked under President Trump. I worked for Governor Dunleavy. In all those positions, my role was to help expose waste, fraud, and abuse. I've delivered billions of dollars back to taxpayers. Under President Obama, I spent 5 years leading bipartisan efforts to pass the complex legislation that led to the creation of the Intelligence Community Inspector General. I'm happy to have Edgar Blatchford's endorsement and the help of Paulette Shirk, but I think it's important to remember we build coalitions around shared values, around things like the fact that we've all together experienced our collective vulnerability to supply chain issues and the crash of tourism and business across America. On the West Coast, we have this issue of federal land control. All of the West Coast senators share this problem. I think we can build a coalition of the transfer of public lands back. And remember, down the West Coast, all of the senators are Democrats.
Thank you. Chesbro?
You know, I don't know that people wear D's and R's on their, tattooed to their brains. I think you start talking to people and you talk about what's important to people and you talk about your differences and you work out those differences. Remember, I was a teacher and I was a principal, and worse, I was a superintendent. And trying to get that group of people together to, even though we had the same kind of goal, you can work together to get to the things that you're trying to get. And you just might have different ways of getting there, but some ways are better than others. And let's not just say, because you're a Democrat, you don't really have any good ideas, or because you're a Republican, you don't have any good ideas. Let's mine people's minds and let's get along and let's get some things done.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Well, it's really easy to talk about bipartisanship. It's another thing to do it. And that's exactly what I have done throughout my tenure. When you think about what we were able to secure with the temporary waiver of the PVSA to allow the cruise ships to come back into the Southeast so that we could have some semblance of an economy at the end of 2021. That didn't come about just because we dealt with Republicans. We dealt with an administration that we had to build a relationship with, all right? Kelly will suggest to you that I'm doing this to help Biden. I think that pretty much helped all of Southeast and all of the state of Alaska when we were able to gain that. For those people that can't find the projects that are helping them from the infrastructure bill, go to the Prince of Wales Islands and talk to the folks in Craig and Hyder about the $29 million in fiber broadband that is coming to them. Go to Petersburg and ask them about the harbor improvements that's coming from the infrastructure bill. Go to Ketchikan, well, you are in Ketchikan, and talk about the Coast Guard industrial facility for engine repair that they're receiving. Go to Sitka and look at what is coming their way with the Marine Service Center there. In Hoona, go to Hoona. Go look at the bridge to replace the culvert there for the fish passage. You know, this is about delivering for Alaska in a way that requires that you work with other people in the administration who are not part of your political party, other people across the other aisle. That's what it's all about. So stop talking that it's so easy because everybody's going to be bipartisan. Look at how many people are actually making the results happen because they're delivering with bipartisan solutions.
Thank you. Next question will begin with Pat Chesbro. What will you do to support veterans benefits, our veterans?
Well, veterans are pretty important, and I think we need to not only support our serving people, but people who have served. And we know through many of the drastic kinds of conflicts we've had in recent years, people have left those conflicts. They may be alive, but they may bring with them all kinds of long-term issues, medical issues, and so on. We really need to support veterans. And in Alaska, at least we have now that they can get help in other remote areas and not just have to come to Anchorage or Fairbanks. But that's a really big issue. Medical care for veterans is really important. And we need to encourage our veterans. And frankly, I think we also need to encourage our young people to join our military services. It's a great way to get training. It's a great way to live. It's a great kind of career for many people. So I think we need to not just honor the veterans we have, but make more.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
We do need to honor our veterans every day. We need to recognize that the sacrifices that they have made, there are obligations that we have on the back end as well. I have made an effort to ensure that we are improving the VBA, the Veterans Benefits Administration. It was one of the nation's worst. But we have been working over the years to improve that, and it's now one of the top 5. That's something that I'm really very, very proud of. We've been working on our native land allotments for our Alaska Native Vietnam vets. We do need to make sure that the federal government stops fighting us on our ability to select lands within the regions that our veterans are, but making sure that whether it's veterans health care, by passing things like the PACT Act that I just was proudly able to support just a couple months ago, that will ensure that those who have been exposed to toxic substance when they have served us overseas, that they are able to get their fair compensation. It's everything from health benefits to making sure that incentive pay is available for them, housing, childcare, morale. This is not only important for our military, but for our veterans as well.
Thank you. Kelly Tshibaka.
I want to make sure we get our veterans benefits in record time. I think heroes at war should be treated as heroes at home. I believe we should explore allowing public-private partnerships in Alaska so that our veterans have a choice in who they get to see, and that private practice can have basically veteran coding available for veteran treatment, for VA treatment. I'll have a VSO on staff to be able to help resolve some of our veteran claims that aren't getting resolved through the system. I also would like to see us be able to restore benefits and honor to all of those military now veterans who were discharged during the Biden administration for choosing not to get the COVID shot. I think that would be very honoring to those veterans. Those are some of the actions I'd like to take as senator.
Thank you. Question about mariculture, which is near and dear to our hearts. Has enormous potential for coastal Alaska, and substantial funding is being invested into the industry. There are challenges with research and development, testing, permitting, marketing that could use federal support, although we got a great start. But how do you see the federal government being able to assist in this emerging industry? And we will begin with Senator Murkowski.
Thank you. Mariculture is the happening place to be, and it's something that I have long put muscle behind, just from the early days of Oceans, Alaska, when they were first standing that up there in Ketchikan. But I've been working to build out and to help boost public-private partnerships in our blue economy so that Alaska's entrepreneurs can really leverage some of the federal science and the resources that are out there. I've got this bill that's focused on what we're calling oceans clusters. I think it works well with the initiative that we are seeing through Southeast Conference right now, that is focused on building out mariculture. To know that you got $49 million coming for the Alaska Mariculture Center, you partner that with what we're doing at the federal level. On the testing side, we've been working over the years to try to help stand up testing locally within the region, whether it's there in Sitka. I know Metlakatla is interested, but also on ocean acidification, because when we're talking about mariculture, we need to understand the health of what is going on within our oceans. And so that is also a measure that I have helped to advance.
Thank you. Kelly Tshibaka.
Well, congratulations on the $49 million that you've received. We need to address strangulation by regulation, though. Senator Sullivan recently said on the Senate floor, when talking about the infrastructure bill being like a bait and switch, he said the Biden administration regulations are clearly designed to kill all infrastructure. The departments are not abiding by the laws for permit rules. And as senator, I would hold them accountable through budget cuts in the Appropriations Committee and hearings like before the Energy Committee. Neither of those have happened yet, and it's time we do that. I will also leverage my extensive experience in the oversight network of the executive branch to begin auditing some of these agencies' regulations and whether they've exceeded their statutory authority. I support passing a law that says that regulations of a certain monetary or policy magnitude have to come back to the Senate for review and confirmation. And then I think we needed to undertake an education campaign for members of Congress to demonstrate the need in Alaska for economic development. We can push for R&D and financing programs and developing the mariculture supply chain.
Thank you. We want to give each of you.
You're going to let me say
Oh, I'm
something?
sorry, Pat. No, I was already excited.
It's okay. You're trying to move us on here. Yes, and congratulations on the $49 million the grant, because I think that was a competitive grant, and I appreciate the work. Last night at the reception, we had locally sourced oysters and locally sourced shrimp. Those are the kinds of things that are really exciting to have. And the idea of kelp farming, just think of the things we can do in this state to make to renewable things that'll help with our food security, which is also an issue. We have so much potential, and the potential for our universities to develop the workforce and to do the research. These are opportunities that just extend out like a World Wide Web, I guess, and I'm really excited about it. So I'm all for it.
Thank you. Now we'll go into closing remarks, which will be presented in the opposite order of the opening statement. So the first 3 minutes closing statements goes to Kelly Tshibaka.
Alaskans are trying to decide this week between paying for gas and groceries. We've heard a lot about how it would be helpful to have a 25-year career politician stay in the Senate for 6 more years. But Alaska's seniority is being used to help Biden confirm his radical nominees, push through Biden's red flag laws and late-term abortions. Remember, ANWR was shut down by a nominee who was only in place because of a single tie-breaking vote made by the incumbent. She says that she couldn't stop this confirmation, but she was able to single-handedly stop the Biden nominee for the deputy interior secretary. In this infrastructure bill she wrote, we got Biden's climate change agenda, but there's giant loopholes jeopardizing the funding for the AMHS. And we have to fight to get half of 1% of the infrastructure funds, even though we are 18% of the landmass of the United States. We left 17.5% of the funds on the table. We need a senator who's going to fight for Alaska, not for Joe Biden. And I'm willing to take some heat in DC to do what's best for the people of this state. That's my experience, taking a lot of heat in DC. Unlike the incumbent, my campaign isn't mostly funded from dark money in DC. It's mostly funded by Alaskans. So I'm not going to be pinned to the wall by DC insiders. Getting things done in DC takes more than just friendships in the Capitol. I'm willing to hold agencies accountable in committee. I'm able to leverage thousands of executive branch internal oversight personnel to get results. I'll build a communication shop, to begin messaging the truth about Alaska and grow our advocacy base and economy. I want to add a grant writer and contract expert to the Senate staff so Alaskans can find and access money in the executive branch when we haven't gotten those earmarks in a decade. I want to make sure that we can leverage the national security network that I'm from to begin advancing investments in our defense and security readiness. Senator Sullivan recently put it like this: who do you stand with? Do you stand with the American people, the workers, and the families that are getting crushed? Or do we stand with Joe Biden, the special interests in the White House and the radical environmentalists are his allies? That's the question that's before Alaska. Do we want a senator who's standing with Alaska, or do we want the senator who's been standing with Joe Biden? Southeast can inspire America with our tourism. We feed America with our fish. We create America with our minerals. We build America with our timber. We can protect America with our national security posture, but we have to have leadership that won't be bullied or controlled by DC insiders. I'm that leadership, and it's time for a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Am I on now?
Yes.
Okay.
Begin your.
Sorry about that. You disconnected there for a second. Thank you. Again, Robert, thank you, and to all those at Southeast Conference for providing the forum. I hope that you've heard today that for me, Southeast Alaska is not just a campaign stop. This is my home. This is where my heart place is. I know that for some in Southeast, you feel that your region is kind of an afterthought in some areas of the state. There's so many Alaskans that are never going to see this exceptional place. They feel like you're the appendage out there, and so often Southeast Alaskans feel that you just got to fight for every scrap that you have for things like a marine highway system when everyone else in the rest of the state has access by road, and you're fighting for scraps for that highway system. Know that you are not an afterthought for me. I will fight for you. I can't forget Southeast because it's part of who I am. I understand the dynamics of our Southeast economy, and I will fight for you every single day. You know, when my opponent suggests that somehow or other she's going to advocate for a marine highway system when it was the administration that she was part of that misprioritized funds that resulted in cuts to our ferry system that we are still reeling under. And it was her negotiations that led ferry workers to go into strikes for 40 years. Well, what I then turned around to do was to provide for that funding, real funding, unprecedented funding for our marine highway system. And we've got some work to do with the state. We're going to keep pushing them on this, but this is not negotiable. This has got to be, this has got to continue to improve for our state and the health of our state. When the cruise ships couldn't enter Alaska, I heard from you. I passed legislation that brought them back and helped keep our small businesses afloat. I have worked with you to protect our view sheds and provide critical timber supply throughout what we have done with the Alaska Mental Health Exchange. I'm not going to insult you folks by relying on partisan talking points or grandiose promises that have no basis in reality. With me, you know what you get because I have lived your issues. I know your region, and I will fight for you every day. I'm running to achieve a vision that we all share. I'd be honored to earn your vote, and I'll look forward to seeing my fellow colleagues here at our next forum in Kodiak. thank you for the opportunity to be with you today.
Pat Chesbro, your 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
So as I said before, I've lived in Alaska a long time and I have not had the opportunity to work with you in South Central very much. I am very impressed with what you're doing and your vision for the future and your future oriented work. And I'm looking at what we heard this morning about the kind of the look at Alaska and the list of the strengths listed in the booklet is beauty and recreational opportunities, a tourism sector, a seafood industry, rich Alaska Native culture and heritage, people and Southeast Alaskan spirit, and a great place to raise kids and families. These are people issues, folks. These are the issues that need to have a focus on the future, a focus on the children, a focus on families, a focus on making sure everybody has a good everyday life, can afford housing, has a job that gives them what they need, can eat, all of those kinds of things. All of those things are issues. You are all working toward that end, and so would I. My life is young people and families and working forward. I learned recently that the second largest, and we can debate whether this is true or not, the second largest employer in the state is really nonprofits. Nonprofits take up the second place. Those are the people, those are the organizations that help people. We need those organizations and we need to develop the young people into those situations that are going to support all of us and support our families and support our children in the future. We need strong education systems. We need all of those kinds of things to hold up the rest of the things that we need to do. I am a person who focuses on those things. I am a person who works with others. I am a person who cares about Alaska as much as anyone else in this room. As I told you, I wasn't born here. I chose Alaska. And I really appreciate your attention. I appreciate your knowledge. And I appreciate that you've really challenged my brain today to learn a lot more, and I will be learning more. And so thank you very much.
Thank you. So while only one of you will be seated, you all bring such value to the conversation, and we so appreciate that you valued Southeast Alaska enough to be here today and join us in this forum, and we just appreciate that. If you don't have to go far, don't go far. We're going to take about a 5-minute transition, which I'm not sure how many seconds are in a minute, but let's not get too far away. But please, a hearty thank you of applause for our 3 participants today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next panel of folks can come on up. You get bonus points. Alicia.
Then I will come learn. Yes, and Milo. Yeah. And I think they'll be over here. But no, Nels is not. I am gonna be planning to be Nels. See if that's not.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you all want to take your seats, I can tell as the volume rises, you're done with the necessities of the moment. So we're going to go ahead and get started and dive into the infrastructure bill just a little bit. And don't make me get somebody to whistle at you. That was loud. Yeah. So I'm actually going to get a break and turn the facilitation over, but not until you're quiet, because that would not be nice for me to do. So I'm going to make sure we have Mr. Booth online. If you want to go ahead and put him on the screen. We'd like to, there he is. Good afternoon. We're still getting the room settled here for just a second, but as much as possible. So we're going to where's comfortable. No, absolutely. This is important, and we want to make sure that Mr. Booth has an opportunity to speak. Yeah, there you go. It's either that or the whistle. And that whistle was just hard on my ears, and I get challenged with that sometime. So we're really pleased to have Mr. Booth online. He was hoping to be here in person, but that didn't work out. So thanks for joining us virtually. We've got, actually, if we're not using the screen, staff, can we go ahead and get that screen back down? And that would help with some of the visuals participation. And if we can get Mr. Booth on the other screens as well, that would help the folks up front to not have to turn around to, there we go. So now we can take a look straight there. So AML has graciously offered to help facilitate that. They've been digging deep into every aspect. I don't think I quite got your attention. Almost, we're getting closer. I'm going to have to call Mr. Reeves, Mr. John. Yeah, that's exactly. Susan gave you the finger and told you. All right, it takes a village sometimes to get the room under control. And next, I'll call on Andrew. And yes, thank you. The Haynes contingent is in the room. We're going to try to get to our next presentation and get back online. So, oh, awesome. All right. So Alicia's going to facilitate this next conversation about the resources we have and how to access them. And so please welcome Alicia and the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, for getting them back in hand. Otherwise, you all would have seen all the tricks I used when I used to teach kindergarten, and it would have been a lot of touch your nose when you can hear me. So if you know Nils Andreasen from Alaska Municipal League, you know I'm not him. My name is Alicia Hughes-Scandies, and I am the federal grants navigator for the Alaska Municipal League. And I'm excited to have this panel with us here today to talk about all things infrastructure. Before we get to them though, I'm just gonna run through quickly. You've heard from DOT today, some of the things that we've been doing with them through our partnership, but I'll just talk through a couple of things that the Alaska Municipal League is doing to assist communities in responding to the infrastructure bill, because at this point, that's something that our membership has made clear is really important to them. And as such, AML is putting a lot of resources towards that so that we can try to get the most money back into the state. We've stood up a grant writing hotline. So if you've identified a project, you can call AML and we can set you up after a little interview with to do a free pre-consultation with an experienced grant writer, where you could ask questions about eligibility of the particular program you're looking at, and you can highlight next steps in the planning process you might need to do, or in the applications process if you're ready for that. We also, a joint effort with partners, but we are maintaining the website akfederalfunding.org. And if you haven't been there, I encourage you to go. It's full of great resources. There is a grant writing pool listed there of different grant writers who are available that you could employ if you, again, have a project identified. And if you've been paying attention, you know, in Alaska, and not just in Alaska, nationwide, grant writers are in short supply. Things for you to think about in the planning process. We have been tracking discretionary grants and listing those and trying to summarize information. And that's a full-time job in itself with the different NOFOs coming out all the time. And also linked on that website is the newly live hub, which is a piece of our partnership with the Department of Transportation. So the Transportation Funding Opportunity Hub, if anyone was at the Transportation Committee yesterday, you heard DOT talking about that. And that's a chance for communities, tribes, other organizations to submit any surface transportation projects. If you're interested in DOT and PF and AML assisting with project development, identifying funding opportunities that you could be matched up with, just really looking to assist to make stronger proposals for state programs and for competitive federal grant programs. And finally, just in general, I'd echo some of the things that DOT Commissioner said earlier. We're really excited for all of our partnerships with the various aspects of the state. Our partnership with DOT, our partnership with the Office of Broadband, working on things like digital equity and the BEAD program, and our partnerships with DEC, working on the State Revolving Loan Fund. We really just are trying to take a strategic approach in the planning to infrastructure development. We've staffed up an infrastructure team, and we just would like to augment as much as possible, strengthen, partner wherever we can around the state. I think those are themes you'll continue to hear to make every proposal that comes out of Alaska as competitive as possible so that we can bring those dollars back to the state. That I won't take up any more of our panel's time here. If we want to just go down the line, Garrett, if you want to get us started and tell us a little bit about how your agency will be involved and what you do.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Garrett Boyle, Federal Co-Chair of the Denali Commission. I would classify our role in the infrastructure bill as small but mighty. So out of the about $1 trillion that was appropriated in that bill, we got $75 million. So our funding may not be the most in the grand scheme of things, but we do have great tools that other agencies don't. Of interest to folks in this room is probably the fact that our funds can be used as non-federal match, which is always a handy thing to have when you're in a municipality with a big project and you're looking for a little bit of extra money. I think a great example of how those funds can be leveraged is that we agreed to provide a small amount of match funding for Southeast Conference's Build Back Better grant application. So I do think, Robert, we get to claim about 1/50th of the credit for that one, if my admittedly shaky math is correct. In addition to our tools, I think and I hope we are much easier to do business with than other federal agencies. Our charge is basically working with the rural neediest communities in the state, and I want to make sure we're reaching them in a very practical, cost-effective manner. If we're not easy to work with, please come talk to me, and we will do our best to fix that for you. So we took that 75 million and working with our 6 commissioners kind of crafted a 5-year spending plan. Most other agencies got their funds on a 5-year timeline, so we thought it'd be smart to mirror that in order to be able to provide matching funds if need be in the years to come. And the most interesting aspect of our spending plan, I think for folks in this room, would be what we are calling our infrastructure fund. And that money can be used essentially for anything that could be called infrastructure. As examples, we're currently finalizing awards from that fund. We have energy projects, a washateria, housing, a small boat launch, and even a bike path coming out of that. And some of those funds are for construction, while others are actually for planning and design. Probably not telling anybody in this room something you don't already know, but it can be real tough to get federal funds for planning, engineering, and design projects. That helps you get to that, quote unquote, shovel ready phase, so you can then go after the bigger pots of money down the road. So I think just briefly illustrate the need in the state right now. We had our funding opportunity that opened in April, closed in May. We got over 160 applications, excuse me, looking for over $130 million in funding. And we're finalizing awards right now for about $30 million in funding to 63 grantees. There's a lot of work to be done in the years to come. Going forward, we will also continue to receive our annual appropriations, and we may, and I'm going to stress may here, because there's an awful long way to go from Senate draft appropriation bills to law and us putting that money on the street. But we may get 17 million this year in our quote unquote base appropriations, which are our most flexible form of funds, 5 million specifically for waterfront improvements, and $20 million for our transportation program. And then real quickly, the final thing for me to touch on is a small tweak that Senator Sullivan managed to work in the infrastructure bill. We have something called the Denali Access System Program, which is surface transportation projects. And I'll spare you a lot of the details here, but if you're interested, come talk to me later. But basically, the federal share for surface transportation projects that are identified as a need under our program can now be 100% federal, as determined by the state. And that is not only for grants that come from the Denali Commission, but other agencies as well. Federal DOT put out a no vote in March, I think it was, where rural projects would have been eligible for up to 100% federal funding. So that's just another small but powerful tool we have, and I'll wrap it there.
Great. Katherine. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Katherine Simons. I work for this organization that keeps getting referred to Federal DOT. We keep jumping back and forth with DOT. Just want to be very clear. I work for the United States Department of Transportation. I'm really happy to be here. The part of DOT that I work for is called the Maritime Administration. You've probably interacted with some of our larger partners, DOT, like Federal Highways, Federal Rail, Federal Aviation. The Maritime Administration is on the smaller side of those. And we are here to support waterborne transportation, primarily freight. We do that in a variety of ways. My job is, my title is Gateway Director, and my region is the Pacific Northwest in Alaska. So I live in Seattle, and I'm really happy to be here. This is my first time at this conference. My predecessor in this role, Bruce Lampert, has been here and sends his regards. He's still in the role, but in a different region. So there's 10 of us around the country that travel and get to spread the good word. And the good word is that we have more money than we've ever had to help infuse into states and local communities. And my job is, as I think it's pretty straightforward, Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. So I will be traveling more throughout the state. I just started my role in the spring, so fairly new to this role, but I've worked for the Maritime Administration previously, as well as some other federal agencies like the Navy. So really happy to be here. I got to address some of the transportation folks yesterday at the committee meeting about some of our grants, and I'll just run through them. Some have already been mentioned in the various presentations today. There's a lot of programs out there. Some of them are MARAD, the Maritime Administration. Some are from our other Department of Transportation colleagues, like Federal Highways, Federal Rail, et cetera. FTA, Federal Transit Administration, does quite a bit with ferries. So that is also relevant. And then plenty of other federal agencies too. So I have a bit of an entrepreneurial role, which is unusual in the federal government. I specialize in the MARAD grants, but I'm also here to help be a partner to the other federal agencies to help folks learn about the grants. There's a lot, and it's pretty cool what AML is doing. I've had that in a previous role too, helping folks access federal grants. So a couple I wanted to mention that are MARAD programs include the Port Infrastructure Development Program, which this past year had just shy of $700 million. The way this works, and I'm going to preempt a question that's coming later. So secret about panels, we know what the questions are going to be. One of the questions I just want to clarify right off the top is that discretionary grant programs are awarded to the folks who apply. So we can't award them unless folks apply. And so that's what I'm here to do, is tell you what to expect. It's pretty straightforward from year to year. You can expect this next year will be very similar to last year. This is all public information. You can plan, and that's what I'm here to hopefully have offline conversations to get folks to apply so that we can get more money to this state and specifically to this region. Only folks who apply win. So with that said, the Port Infrastructure Development Program will be announced here any day. It's imminent. And we're very excited to see who the awardees are for the FY22 Port Infrastructure Development Program. That's PIDP. Another one is the Marine Highway Program. This is extremely confusing. Once again, we love our shared acronyms. America's Marine Highway Program is a national program, same acronym as the Alaska Marine Highway Program. This is a fairly exciting one in that it has, once again, more money than we've ever had before. So $40 million in this latest round. And like PIDP, this award will be announced any day now, any week now. We also have the Small Shipyard Grant Program, and that was those awards were announced a couple weeks ago, and that was $20 million in this fiscal year 22. And beyond that, there are plenty of big DOT, US DOT programs that you've likely heard of, like the RAISE project. That's the RAISE program, rather, that has been awarded to some folks here in Alaska recently. So the annual cycle is pretty straightforward and predictable. NOFOs, as has already been thrown out there, the notice of funding opportunities, those grant announcements are made in the spring, in the January, February timeframe. Could be March, could be April. Don't quote me on that, but it's in the spring, and I yell really loud, or you can anticipate I will start yelling really loud when those get announced. And then from announcement, 60 days later, they close. So it's pretty fast. It requires that prep well ahead of time to be able to respond that quickly. And then the awards are made in the fall. Some other things I wanted to mention, all federal grants are bound by some basic principles that have been mentioned here, alluded to, such as the Buy America regulation. So there's lots of nuance to each of these different subsets of the conversation, but I did want to highlight that this administration has guided federal agencies to be in support of disadvantaged communities. So I'm sure Mila is going to talk more about the Justice 40 initiative, but this is something that we're working very hard on. 40% of federal support will be directed to disadvantaged communities throughout the United States. So there's a lot of complicated language in these notice of funding opportunities, but I'm here to help uncomplicate that, hopefully. And so please, I have lots of cards. Please don't hesitate to reach out at any stage of the process, and ideally before, to help talk through some of those nuances. A couple other things I wanted to mention. If you know any high schoolers that are looking for colleges. The Maritime Administration supports one called the Kings Point Merchant Marine Academy based in New York. It's one of the federal service academies. So if you don't know about that, I hope that you'll come chat with me about it or look it up. My sister's an alum, as are lots of people in the maritime industry. They're everywhere. And as we talk about jobs and opportunities and the need for qualified, skilled, licensed mariners, we here at the Maritime Administration are always eager to share the good word about Kings Point. I'll stop there and look forward to more. Thanks.
That's great. Milo.
Luam goro nu need to sometimes nu is Milo booth duayu simshianu jumaslahasla do watku kanhada degu North Potomac, Maryland do jogging. So good to see everybody. I'm Milo Booth. I come from about 20 miles south as the crow flies from where you all are sitting in Metlakatla, Alaska. Born and raised the Tsimshian. I'm from the Raven clan. Unfortunately, I live out here in North Potomac, Maryland on the East Coast, and I woke up extremely sick Sunday morning, and I'm not joining you folks today, so I apologize in that regards. You're in great hands with Katherine on behalf of DOT. I can't stress enough how much good she does on behalf of, selfishly for me, Indian country. I serve as the Director of Tribal Affairs in the Office of the Secretary here at the Department of Transportation. I work a lot with Katherine. One thing she didn't mention, and I was hoping she would have said it, but she also is the tribal lead for MARAD. So she's a wealth of information for all my tribal partners in the room. Please take advantage and talk to her. I'll hit on a few things, but I want to say two things up front. I want to reiterate what Katherine said. The way Congress wrote the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or EJA, as some call it, you have to apply. A lot of this money is tied up in notice of funding opportunities, and we don't want our tribal partners or rural partners to be left on the sidelines. Take advantage. The moderator to my right, or I guess left, is hitting some really good points about grant funding and application assistance and technical assistance. We have that too, but wherever you can find it, please take advantage of it. I beg of you. The RAISE grant that was mentioned previously by Katherine, I believe we tripled the amount of money into Indian country with the awards that came out a couple of weeks ago, but that means it went up to 170 million. We need more applications, and we want to make sure that, this bill isn't something that tribes don't get to take advantage of. We want to make sure that you have all of the information and all of the assistance that you need to get to the forefront and get those applications in. Now, how am I involved in this and getting the infrastructure money out into Indian country, as is my duties, but holistically to the American people? I look at it four ways, three of which are directly related to getting the money out the door. The first one is, as the Director of Tribal Affairs, it's my job day to day work with all the tribal organizations out there, tribes directly. They come in, they meet with us for direct consultations. They have questions, we answer them. It's pretty straightforward. The second way is that we work with people like Katherine across the Department of Transportation with all of our modal agencies. There's a number of opportunity out there, whether it's at MARAD or Federal Highways or FTA or what have you. We work directly with them from my office. I work with them every day. They're great people. There's a lot of opportunity out there. Please talk to one of us to find out more about that. The third thing I would note is that I work internally behind the curtains with other people like myself across the entire government, whether it's I believe Reed Robinson at the Forest Service, or Laurel Ironclad at the Department of Homeland Security, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of people out there pushing behind the scenes to help get this opportunity right in the forefront of where it needs to be, which is the people who need it out in Indian country. The Secretary himself I thought he had a really good analogy. He said, Indian country really resides in a transportation desert. Now, I know I'm saying that to you folks at the bottom of the Southeastern Archipelago, but that's really true. When you look at where the opportunities are, how do you get in and out of there? You have to take a couple of jets, and if I'm going to Metlakatla, oh my gosh, don't do it on a Tuesday or Wednesday because there's no ferry. You just got to hope that the weather's good. If not, you need to take a float plane. And so I want to make sure that our tribal partners hear about these opportunities and really take advantage of it. And the fourth thing I would note is the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law didn't just also create a lot of opportunity for tribes in a monetary sense. It also institutionally created an Office of Tribal Government Affairs where I'm now residing. Okay, previously I was sitting in the Office of Government Affairs, and that was really frustrating to a lot of tribal partners because they said, I can't freaking find you. I look up, open up the book in DOT and, well, where's the Director of Tribal Affairs? Oh, you would have to specifically know me to know that I'm sitting in government affairs. Well, the bipartisan infrastructure law changed that. It created an Office of Tribal Government Affairs. It gave tribes a place to where they can hang their hat physically at the Department of Transportation at headquarters. You can come visit me at 7 West once the engineers get done reconfiguring the office. But that being said, happy to be here. Look forward to the questions. I hopefully didn't run over time, but I'll pass it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Milo. Thank you, all of you. So Garrett, you said a little bit about surface transportation. Has the Denali Commission reestablished a transportation advisory committee? Or how should Alaskans expect to engage with that, and what will that do?
So yes, we have reestablished the TAC, as we like to call it. Governor Dunleavy actually is the one who appoints all the members to that. So he stood that up last year, and the state of Alaska transferred us $15 million from their surface transportation block grant. If it's appropriate for me to point out, Mr. Will Ware there, he is on our TAC. So going forward, we will likely have notices of funding opportunity to which you could apply specifically for transportation funds. And as I mentioned, we've got this new cost share thing. We are currently in the midst of standing up a process by which you can come and apply to be named as a need under the Denali Access System program, and then figure out with the state what your federal cost share should be. We're kind of hoping to do maybe quarterly meetings where the TAC meets and approves projects to that list.
Great, thank you. Katherine, it's come up previously that the state needs something like an Alaska port strategy or something like that, that would work through prioritization and planning of projects. What would be helpful for MRAD, or how does MRAD approach planning when you're thinking about Alaska's coastal infrastructure?
So I'm going to stay in my lane and talk about discretionary grants, because that's something you learn pretty early on in the federal government, is stay in your lane. I can't speak to the larger conversations around formula funds, things like that. Haven't quite delved in that deep, but I will share that the way that these grants work, I think that the substance of the question is, how do we prioritize? And in the discretionary grant program, the federal government is not telling states how to prioritize. That's not the role. So it is really as straightforward as it sounds. The notice of funding opportunities go out, folks apply, the criteria by which they are reviewed is in the notice of funding opportunities. The rules are there. So the eligibility, first of all, do you check all the boxes? Have you answered all the questions? Have you read the homework assignment? And then there are a number of priority topics that are listed in the notice of funding opportunities, which are some that we've already talked about, such as disadvantaged communities, emissions, climate change, resiliency. So the projects are evaluated on their own merits. Once again, the federal government does not tell states how to prioritize projects, nor is that factored into the decision-making of the grants, from what I'm told. The applications themselves, part of the requirement is to very clearly articulate what the benefit to the community and the region will be if that project is funded. So that is one of the biggest criteria of how those projects are evaluated. Thanks.
Great. Milo, I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about the intersection between tribal transportation and that at the local government or state level. How should we be thinking about how we foster collaboration between that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I would note a couple things. First off, in your question, collaboration. And we want to foster that, but we want to see it too. Just like we want to see the applications come in. We can't tell the applicants how to work, how to apply together and all of that. But when they do, we do want to see that success. And I know Katherine mentioned the RAISE grant. That was recently announced, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I had mentioned that we had tripled, not we, but the the number of dollars that went into Indian country has tripled as compared to last year. But if you look at the applicants, 13 tribes applied on their own, but one of them, the 14th awardee, was actually a state applying on behalf of 2 tribes. Okay, so we had a state with a low population base, you know, pretty much the definition of rural America, collaborating with their tribal partners, applying for a grant at the Department of Transportation and got the award. And so I can't think of a better example than that, but I would also look towards back to what I had said earlier about the Secretary's, his description of Indian country being in a transportation desert. That also applies to rural America, because it's not just, you're sitting there in Ketchikan, Alaska, and you're next to Saxman, and you're next to Metlakatla, and across the way you have Heidelberg and Kloak and so on and so forth. You're all interconnected, you're all interdependent on each other. And so we want to make sure that when the assistance comes out for, is it roundtables, is it requests for information, we try to foster that real environment that we can bring in all of the partners who live and breathe where these dollars need to go. And so we see a lot of that in the application process itself. We see our tribal communities sending in a letter of support for a local jurisdiction that might not be on the reservation, but it's probably vital to the reservation because it gets goods and services to and from said reservation. And we believe that that can work both ways. And to do that, we need to be available to work with both the tribal and the non-tribal entities. Thank you.
Great. Katherine, when you talked about MARAD's grant programs, I heard you say you can't win if you're not playing, you've got to apply, and that we can expect similarities between this year and next year. Do you think there's anything about when we see the awardees from this year that would change how someone would plan for next year? Or are there just basic things we need to be thinking about when planning for next year?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I would say, as I don't get caught up with this idea that, oh, it's going to be exactly the same. We don't know. So do definitely read carefully. One of the suggestions I make to folks when they ask, oh, I have this idea, will this grant work for this idea, is pretty straightforward. All of our grant, all of the work that we do is publicly available. All of the grant awards that have been made by DOT, by the Maritime Administration, are available going back as long as the programs have existed. So I invite you to use Google to look up MARAD and the small shipyard grant programs, and you can go see what those recent awards were and look back historically. I think that those are a great way to cut through. If you're not super eager to go read many dozens of pages of federal language, that's a pretty easy way to cut through and do control word finds to see what kinds of projects are funded. I am happy to send you those links if you don't love digging through federal websites. That's something I do all the time. And I think that that's a great place to start. So if you're not knee deep in this already, I would invite you to start there. Go look at the types of projects. Once again, the programs are the Port Infrastructure Development Program, America's Marine Highway Program, the Small Shipyard Grant Program. Those are MARAD's programs. And then also, obviously there's lots more. DOT has a pretty impressive website. You can start by just starting, dot.gov, and you can look at federal assistance. And there's also a pretty cool tool that's new where you can go and search through. And I'm sure AML knows all about it, but I've just been exploring lately.
Great. Garrett, you touched on match a little bit already, but with so many different federal opportunities, what's going to be the approach with how you help with match? Is it by project category or basic need? If you could clarify that a little more.
Well, I think it's going to be a competitive award process. So it's kind of depends on what you're bringing to the table and how much money we have available at any given moment. The funds aren't really restricted to anything, like I said, that's considered infrastructure that comes out of this bill. We can probably provide match funding for it.
Okay, great. That's what we like to hear. Milo, can you describe how tribal funding is treated when it comes to match?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would look primarily at 3 things. First off, looking at not obscure, but an executive order 13175, which was signed by President Clinton back, I believe it was November 4th, in the year 2000, in the year 2000. Section, I believe it's 6C, deals with match and waivers. Okay, and then it gives tribes the opportunity to request a waiver on anything. It's written in really broad terms, and I think that was done intentionally. And what that can do is that can put it in front of people like myself and or the secretary or somebody like Katherine and say, I want a match on whatever grant it is that we're talking about. What that does is it will force us to look at secretarial authority. Is he bound by statute? Is he not? So on and so forth. But that is intentionally written broad, so it gives tribes the opportunity to come in with those requests as they see fit, not as we see fit. And the second thing I would mention is the self-governance programs. There's a lot of tribes who practice the form of self-governance where they compact the federal programs and essentially run them themselves. Once they sign those agreements, and whether it's for BIA, Indian Health Service, what have you, a lot of that money, if not all of it, will be considered, will lose its federal identity. And so they can then use that for non-federal cost share matches for whatever grants it is that they're applying for. Okay. And then the last thing I would point to is what is written in those NOFOs, what is written in the law. I know that I think all three of us or four of us have mentioned that at this point, but if you look at the Port Infrastructure Development Program, the secretary does have authority to raise the federal match above 80%. And how does he have that? Well, if you read it, it says that he has it if it's based on a rural application. And so I know I'm not talking to just tribal people now, I'm talking to everybody because you're in Ketchikan, Alaska. I believe that's classified as rural. If not, big chunks of Southeast Alaska are. So please really turn over every rock when you look at these opportunities and really see what is out there for you. Is it some, if you don't know, ask someone like myself, someone like Katherine, and we'll be happy to assist you. So thank you.
Great. Katherine, there's maritime infrastructure funding from other agencies like FEMA's BRIC, US DOT's RAISE, the Corps of Engineers. How does MARAD approach interagency cooperation?
Thanks. That's a really good question. I would say that a couple things. One is that within DOT, there are maritime programs that are funded through other modes. So not just the Maritime Administration. That's been, I think, established already. Federal highways, FTA, et cetera. So those programs, from an inside baseball perspective, it might not be particularly relevant, but from a whole of government approach, the way that works within the department is that those sort of regardless of whose grant program it is, who owns the grant program, the component of the project, the flavor of the project, if you will, if it's primarily maritime, that might be transferred from, say, federal highway to the Maritime Administration for that implementation phase of the project. Once again, not particularly relevant necessarily for as you start the process, but once you get knee deep, if you get an award, hopefully, then that might be something you run across. In terms of whole of government, so DOT and beyond, looking at our agency partners, there are lots of different opportunities. I used to work for a part of DOT. Well, I'll rephrase. I was, it's called the U.S. Committee on the Marine Transportation System. It's a very small federal body, but they have a resource called the Federal Funding Handbook. And that was a job that I had some years ago, was scouring the web. It sounds pretty similar to what you folks are working on. So I'm really excited to dig into what you've put together and see if there's some overlap or if you are aware of that resource. But there are many agencies that offer grants and different types of support to the maritime industry. So that is a long list. I'll make an offer. If you run across any and you don't know where to start, but you heard about it somewhere, I'd be very happy to help connect you with whoever the appropriate point of contact would be at that respective agency. I also wanted to highlight something that hasn't come up yet, which is the financing portion of what the Maritime Administration does. So this is different than the grants. This is a whole, like a different chapter of the types of work that the Maritime Administration does. So they're depending on the eligibility and the type of project, if it meets the criteria, the Maritime Administration is able to finance projects at Treasury rates. Payment is not required until 20 years post-project completion. So that's a pretty attractive offer that I would be happy to, once again, connect you with the team that does that if you're interested. So grants, one chapter, financing another chapter, and then there's smaller projects as well. So MARAD does a lot, and it's all on our website. Thanks.
Great. And Garrett, you've talked about how, so the Denali Commission, it spans all the different infrastructure types, and it's anything that falls under there is going to be infrastructure. But there's so many different things that are competing right now. You have resilience and water, sewer, energy, broadband, all of these different things happening at the same time. So what kind of capacity do you have or do you need? How does the Denali Commission focus? What do you need at a local level, maybe, so you feel like you know how to best respond, where to put the focus?
I'm not sure I'm grasping that question.
Will Denali Commission approach things because there are so many different competing priorities at once? What engagement would you want at the local level to communicate those priorities? Or is it just a free for all and the Denali Commission is not going to focus? And you can say that too.
It's a little bit of a free for all. It kind of depends on the program. This big infrastructure fund I mentioned earlier, kind of a free for all. You know, we've got $10 million a year, come apply for it. On the water and sewer side, we work closely with other agencies, a little bit more strategic about where that comes from and where our funding goes. So it really depends on what you're looking to do, but if it's an infrastructure grant, it's probably competitive, free for all.
Okay, great. And I promised Robert that I would try to get us back on schedule here, and we could keep asking questions all day. So Milo, I'll ask you maybe just one last quick one, and then we'll thank this panel. But could you talk just a little bit about the White House Council on Native American Affairs and what role the secretary plays?
Absolutely. This administration stood up the White House Council, or reestablished it a year and a half ago. And what it is, it's a collection of all of the secretaries across the government. They sit in on this council as direct principals. Myself and Deputy Assistant Secretary Orlando Teller for Tribal Affairs sit in on the day-to-day function of it. But more importantly, Secretary Buttigieg sits as the co-chair of the Economic Development and Infrastructure Committee. And so he is at the forefront of that. He was the keynote speaker at the first tribal leader engagement session on January the 31st of this year to talk specifically about the bipartisan infrastructure law. But this cuts across all of the government, and it really gives you direct access through anybody like myself to everybody else across the government. So if you have questions that are not DOT related, it creates a shortcut for someone like me to get a hold of a Morgan Rodman or any of the other folks that may have the answers for you. It helps us track all of the consultations across the government. This week's a busy week. I know they had the broadband symposium kicked off today. There's a National Telecommunications and Information Association consultation going on, I think, tomorrow. And then there's a tribal treaty rights engagement going on at the end of the week. So there's a lot going on. It gives us a seat at the table to work directly with the secretaries. It puts them at the forefront of hearing the Q&A such as this and seeing the work. It really pushes our work to the front of the line to where they can see the good work that Katherine's doing and that's going on across the Department of Transportation. It not only gets it to the Secretary's desk, but it brings it across the entire government. And so it really gives us a chance to really make a difference holistically.
Great. Well, and I'm sure you all have possibly more questions. So you've seen their faces now and they have cards. So follow up with these folks and ask them your own questions. And let's give a hand to our panel.
All right, we'll invite the next panel to come on up. A lot of great information, and appreciate Mr. Booth pushing forward and joining us virtually. Those are the type of people and resources that we want to connect you all to throughout the year. Because what do you call $100 million coming to Southeast Alaska in 1 year? A great start. We want to thank our delegation. We want to thank the agencies that are making that happen and the hard work that each of you put into that. AML, thank you, Alicia, for facilitating, and for all the, I know you and Carol are here, but you have the whole team of folks that are working on helping connect communities. So. Okay, so are we ready? All right, we're ready. Okay, so eeny, meeny, miny, and mo. How many of you have PowerPoints are using, or are we all here at the table? We're all here at the table? All right, we're good. You've got 2 slides, 3 slides, going once. Okay, and do you want to deliver them from here? You want to come up here to deliver that? It's Chaser's choice. Okay, so why don't you go ahead and queue up his slides? You've got the QR codes. You know all these folks. Mickey, yes. Names, Mickey Richardson, Huna Totem. That's for the IT guys that don't know the famous Russell substitute. Yeah, we had to call him out, right? We had to call him out. So this is Mickey's 2nd time in a row to sub in. But anyway, he's an integral part of the management team there. And the model that they've shown is really compelling. So we're interested to hear from Mickey, and then we'll move on to Renee and hear about the cruising. We'll hear from Lee, who just came off a very successful event of her own. And then we'll ask Patti to kind of wrap it into kind of an overarching, how's that fit into, what is the big picture and how we go forward, and then we'll do some Q&A. And I think I will actually enjoy a moment of sitting down as well, and I'll find myself seated there. So if you'd rather stand, that's fine. Otherwise, you got the mic, and now you've got the clicker. You can just, yeah, I'll be at the other end. Mary Goddard, can we have Mary online? Okay, yes, thank you. Mary,
so. Good afternoon. It is an honor to be here, and on behalf of Russell, it's a pleasure to stand in for Southeast Conference for 2 years in a row. He sends his regards, and I also want to say it's an honor to be here on our behalf of our 1,561 Alaska Native shareholders with Aboriginal ties to Glacier Bay. So how many have been to Icy Strait Point is the question I have for you. How many have been there within the last 2 years? Any comments? There we go. The mayor and I did a zip ride together, so we're like this now. So it's an honor to not only represent our shareholders, but also 18 years of hard work and dedication by not only our staff and administration, the board, but also of the community of Huna. And if you know anything about Huna, 760 people, and this year we'll welcome nearly 600,000 visitors to really Alaska's only ever given #1 port, not just in Alaska, but in the world in 2020. And that represents our model as Robert mentioned. So one of my jobs in working with tourists has always been, how do we slow our guests down? And how do we make time stand still? For many of us here in the audience, we know what that's like, having lived through the pandemic, correct? All of a sudden we were like, wow, time is standing still. And for many of us, I think all of us probably in this room, it was a very difficult time, even outside of tourism, especially here in Alaska and Southeast Alaska, because most of our businesses and economy is really influenced in some way by the tourism sector. So for us at Huna Totem, that time standing still allowed us to focus on outside of our operation, meaning Icy Strait Point was booming. We had launched a new pier, Alaska's first and second gondola system to be opened. And so what we started to do was to look at the whole entire industry and reflect on how we could affect change for the industry, not just in our community, but all of Alaska and beyond Southeast. So I thought I would just run through the map as we started this, and I'll start up in the far north. And so maybe you might have seen the recent news with Huna Totem and our project with Doyon Limited, which is not our joint venture. It was in ADN this last week that we announced that we are doing an airport in Denali surfacing directly into Clear. It's a long-term plan, but our vision of how to address the demographic changes within the industry, and not to take any pieces of the pie, but also to increase the pie based on demographics and the change in the industry. We're really, really excited about that. Moving south though, I'm sure you've also heard about our project in Whittier, Alaska. So we'll be breaking ground here in the next couple of weeks here in Whittier. Really excited to say it's the first double berth that is in South Central or the gateway to the interior that we'll be building, completely funded. It is a remarkable accomplishment working with the city of Whittier ahead of the bay, as it's known, as a beautiful piece of property with a waterfall backdrop, the glacier. It really is something iconic to Alaska, and the port itself will also be iconic. And as we open that facility, we're really excited to be working with the rail belt to extend tours not only north, but also south. To us, Seward's a very key. Kenai Peninsula is one of the most awesome places in part of the state and really under visited. So we're looking forward to that. And with a part of that acquisition that we did with Doyon, the first acquisition we did for Nod to Nod was we purchased Alaska Independent Coach Company. And that was very important to us. So as we look into the interior and Whittier, we look forward to expanding that operation out of Southeast, but also into the interior. A great product, great brand, great team, and do a tremendous service for all of Alaska, but especially here in Southeast. It was really critical for us because one of the things that we know as a native corporation is that when guests sail north out of Seattle or Vancouver, very, very few of them really understand the nature and the people and the culture and the history. And so by having Alaska Independent Coach Company, they actually operate also Pacific Coach Company out of Seattle, allows us to communicate our message starting from Seattle. And as we know, as we build value in our communities, it builds respect. By building respect, it impacts a person's vacation, allows them to take our values home with them. And it's a tremendous opportunity with Alaska Coach. Now, I'm sure that many heard 2 weeks ago, also we did an announcement came out that we'll be working with the city of Juneau. We're very excited for the subport property. It was quite the surprise when the property was donated to Huna Totem. We had submitted an art for the RFI process, and we really are excited about working with the city to fall in line with the community goals and aspirations for the waterfront plan, the Seawalk, and really to build one of the most iconic destinations in all of Alaska. And it really is truly the gateway to Juneau. And it's really an exciting project, and we look forward to sharing in the future what that project looks like. And once again, just complete surprise, but totally excited that that land, it fits with our model, is now in local ownership and is owned by Huna Totem Corporation. And also a big shout out to Gold Belt, who partnered with the development team on that project. And we'll continue to work forward as this is the land of Aquan people. So we're very, very pleased to have them on board. And then I'll end in the very south. I just was there yesterday again. One of my favorite communities fell in love with is in the community of Quoc, all those from Prince of Wales Island. Just really excited to be part of the canvas that is there and really creating the next opportunity for Prince of Wales on Quoc Island. It's a remarkable project. And I like to say that we've moved mountains for that project without lifting a shovel. And we are opening for next season, 2024 in May 24 of 23. So we already have cruise line calling, and it really goes to our Huna Totem model. And I won't take up any more time, but really for us, we have had 18 years of learnings, and that's just a marketing way to say 18 years of falling on our face and learning a few things along the way. And so doing that allowed us to create a model. And some of those the model lessons for us have been around local hire. We have continued to be 80+% of local and Alaska Native hire, even with our community. When hiring was difficult this season, it really sustained us. And so I can't stress enough the importance of educational programs and investing in our local communities, because that's where our workforce is going to come from. And it's not just around jobs and tourism like we think about bus drivers or tour guides. We need to start thinking about annual employment around marketing and collateral and development of property of tour products in our communities. Those are really long-term jobs and opportunity. And also, I just point to the importance too of local ownership. Our model has always been, even retail, we don't allow any outside vendors outside of Alaska to operate in our spaces and our properties. And that model has served us well, because when the money is spent with your local families, it tends to stay local. And that's really important to our model as well. And the last thing I'll mention, and especially working in small communities and the level of success that we've had, it's really important for us to socially and economically scale with the community. And for a community like Quogue or like Juneau, sometimes that takes 18 years to do that. And it's a slow, methodical process, but really well thought out. And our model has been successful because of our ability to work with our communities, understand the balance to maintain success in a tourism-based operation. So I'm really excited about where we are today and how we'll affect the tourism, not just in our region of the world, but also for all of Alaska. Thank you again, Rob, for having me and stepping in for Russell.
Good afternoon. My name is Renee Limoge Reeve, and I am Vice President of Government and Community Relations for CLIA here in Alaska. That's Cruise Lines International Association. I would echo what Marilyn said. It feels a little bit like the upside down when we're coming from the rain of Anchorage to the sun in Ketchikan, but we couldn't be happier to be back here in a room full of our partners and our friends and people that have really stood by us in the last few years as things were tough for everyone. And it's great to be back. CLIA member lines bring 99% of the cruise traffic that comes to Alaska. And when you think about the fact that 40% of the return visitors first came to Alaska on a cruise ship, that's a good sign. So we bring them, you wow them, hopefully Scott and Marilyn and Casey fly them back up. You know, we say it all the time, I'm sure it gets a little old to hear it, but this is a bucket list item for people. This is a destination that they want to come to. And the thing that has struck me the most in this role is realizing what coming to Alaska on a cruise does for people. We're all here either by birth or by choice or by both. And we know what a fantastic place this is, but it's an intimidating place for a lot of people as well. It's a big place, it's a vast place, it's an unforgiving place in some ways. But people can get on a cruise ship with any mobility issue that they may have of any socioeconomic range, and they can come to Alaska. And they can immerse themselves in a culture that they never had any history with. They can see things like glaciers, like the things that we wake up and look out the window and see every day. We change people's lives with that. And I think that everybody sitting here is proud of that. And how do we continue to do that? And how do we continue to do it well? You know, CLIA member lines, we're committed to pursuing net zero carbon cruising by 2050. That's not going to be an easy goal. Everybody here knows that. But sustainability continues to be a driving force for our industry. Not just sustainability of the ships and of cruising, but also of the destinations that we come to. In addition to the advancements that we make on board, such as LED lighting, paint that reduces friction, paint on the hulls that reduce friction when sailing. We use solar panels to power some of those LEDs now. We have air lubrication systems that reduce drag. We are at the forefront of innovation for the maritime industry, and we're proud to be there. We also know that a huge part of that is partnering with the port communities. We're proud of the relationships that we have with Alaska's port communities. We believe that it's a huge responsibility of us to listen to the places that we visit. And I would say one of the biggest things that we do, one of the biggest roles CLIA has, is to not just share with Alaska and with the communities what the industry wants, but to relay to the industry what the communities want. And that dialogue is essential to us continuing to grow and work together. And we're really excited to be doing that. I think I will leave it at that and let you plan on doing questions because I know we're running out of a little time, but thank you.
Give us the big picture on trails and tell us how your event went last week.
Well, we had a great event. Thanks for inviting me here to this one. We did have a wonderful event in Haines last week, the Alaska Outdoor Alliance. My name is Lee Hart. I'm Executive Director of Alaska Outdoor Alliance. And two things we do is an annual conference, which is what Robert's alluding to. It was last week in Haines, and it was our first transboundary international event. We had a bunch of Yukoners come because everybody was interested in the topic of regenerative economies. The other event we do is a legislative fly-in in the spring. But to get started, I just want to, people sometimes don't understand what I mean by when I talk about the outdoor recreation industry. So help me illustrate that, if you will. I like to climb, bike, ski, and paddle. I pack raft and stand-up paddle, kayak occasionally. So if you climb, bike, paddle, or ski, please stand up. Keep standing, please. Stay standing. Stay standing if you do those things. I wish that I had a snow machine or a boat to go out on the water. If you have one of those things, please stand up. Have currently or had, yeah. Keep standing though, keep standing. If you stood up already, stay standing. This is going someplace. Okay, and then I grew up, my father drag raced for a living, so I did not learn how to fish and hunt. So if you fish and hunt, can you stand up, please, and join the rest of everybody standing up? All right, so you are part of the outdoor recreation sector. And you, so now wait, keep standing up. Raise a hand if you introduced the thing that you love to a child of yours or a niece or nephew. Raise the other hand if you introduced that same thing to a grandchild. I mean, look at this room. You are my people. So you are part of, before the pandemic, the outdoor recreation sector in Alaska totaled $3.2 billion. We were the 7th, and now we are the 6th largest state for the proportion of the outdoor recreation economy as a piece of the overall economy of a state. We are, if you think about what you did during the pandemic, and if you thought if you went outside the same or more during that time to save your sanity and your health, you are not alone. Many people did, and they're not turning back. There is a demand. People are loving our places to death. They are visiting and they continue to visit. They are not going back inside. They bought a whole bunch of gear, even for backyard campouts, and they're using it. They're not turning back. So we have to be ready. And part of that being ready is the thing that what the outdoor recreation sector represents for tourism is that infrastructure, our green infrastructure, the trails, the huts, the boat launches, the things that you build your businesses upon, or upon which our cruise ship visitors come to experience the outdoors, the glaciers, and watch the bears and all of that kind of thing. So I'm part of a coalition with one of our other panelists that is interested in advancing regenerative economies as an option for the future. And we envision being that Alaska has the capacity to be a global leader in regenerative economies. And we're committed to that. So to do that, we have to invest in our people and our communities and this green infrastructure, our type of green infrastructure that I'm talking about. So we had at this conference last week, again, around this regenerative economies theme, we had economic development, cultural, tourism, local, state, and federal and tribal land managers, and from Alaska, heavily from the Southeast, from the Yukon, the Department of Health that recognizes that outdoors can be a solution for a low-cost solution for addressing issues like obesity and heart disease, other chronic diseases, was an underwriter of that event. And we had the Department of Transportation there because the bipartisan infrastructure law has elements within the transportation component that benefit active transportation. And that is when you bike or pedal, or if you have a disability, maybe you roll to get around town. So all of those people from both Alaska and the Yukon came together because they're interested in this regenerative theme, and they're not stopping. There is a huge, that we generated a large amount of momentum thanks to some expert facilitation. I have to give much credit to a team from Spruce Root that facilitated this summit. And so I just want to share that with you, that we were talking about things like reviving the concept of the golden circle, which includes Juneau as kind of a lollipop end of the circle, but Haines, Skagway, Carcross, Whitehorse, Haines Junction. And we were looking at transboundary collaborations was a huge topic of interest. The ferry system is a huge topic of interest, and especially to our friends in the Yukon. We also talked a lot about active transportation and continuing that conversation after this event with the State Department of Health has also charged my organization, or has granted my organization, the ability to start a statewide active transportation coalition to tap into some of this discretionary funding or help our communities identify those opportunities to talk about safer roads and sidewalks for bike and pedestrian traffic. And so our congressional delegation also recognizes the value of this. And I would say Senator Murkowski is a lifelong champion of these issues, as was Congressman Young and Senator Sullivan. They were responsible for passage of such things as the Great American Outdoors Act, and which restored funding for, and part of that was restoring funding for Land and Water Conservation Fund, which takes federal money and doubles local investments into that type of infrastructure I was telling you about. Again, you have to apply to be eligible, but so there's that, and then and then right now there's another infrastructure, or there's America's Outdoor Recreation Act of 2022, which will benefit our guides and outfitters and streamline access to outdoors, both for commercial people as well as for individuals leading, for example, school trips or nonprofits taking people out in the outdoors, make it easier for volunteers to be part of local-based trail projects and solutions along those lines. So much credit to our congressional delegation for their support. It's recognized, right? When I started this in 2016, there were 5 states doing the work I'm doing. Now there's 25, and it keeps increasing over and over as communities and states recognize the economic impact, the health benefits of what this sector can bring. So my challenge is for the state to also do so, and it has begun to do so. In this last budget, the governor and our legislature approved funding for a project up in South Central called the Long Trail, an aspirational project up there. And so that we hope that there's more to come, but especially for all of us who are close to state parks that are part of our gateways to our communities, along with these other special protected areas. And so thank you for humoring me by standing up. We like to get really active and showing each other how much this is part of our lives. Alaska has the highest participation rate in the country. 81% of Alaskans say they get outside every year, and it is one of the reasons that bring people here and keeps people here. So thank you for your attention and for listening to and being outside. Yes, I would love to introduce Mary. Mary Goddard is part of that regenerative economies coalition I was talking about, and probably the original, the OG member of that. And she's coming to us from her home in Sitka to talk about what she's got on tap.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you. That was so fun to hear what everyone had to share. My name is Mary Goddard, and I'm the Regional Catalyst for Regenerative Tourism in the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. And the Sustainable Southeast Partnership is a network of people, of organizations, tribal entities that have really come together to work on the well-being for our communities, the economic prosperity, and environmental health. So very much regenerative economies is definitely a theme. And, this position is sponsored by Alaska Dream Cruises and Sea Alaska Corp. And so, of course, you guys know Sea Alaska Corp is a Native corporation. And then Alaska Dream Cruise is a Native-owned small cruise line here. One thing, it was so great to be a part of Confluence. Thank you, Lee. That was a fabulous conference held in Haines. And it was just really energizing to see everyone come together and really want to hear the shared definition of regenerative economies. And, I've been in this position for about 3 years. And the first time I mentioned regenerative tourism, nobody really knew what that was. A lot of people thought it was just the next fancy word for sustainable tourism. And so typically when I speak, I always like to share the definition that the Sustainable Southeast Partnership came up with for regenerative tourism specific to Southeast Alaska. And so if you just humor me, I'll just read this definition so we're all on kind of the same page. Regenerative tourism is a holistic approach to tourism that proactively works to improve ecosystems, elevate local economies, and promote meaningful and responsible visitor experiences. Authentic local representation, deep community involvement, and practical and innovative steps for conserving and enhancing the environment are essential to this approach. Regenerative tourism reveals how the industry can protect, enable, and grow strategies that benefit communities, cultures, and ecosystems of Southeast Alaska. So, just listening to each one of you introduce yourselves and share what you've shared has been really inspiring, because when we talk about working in Southeast Alaska, everything is relationship based. It's really about, taking the time to build those relationships. And, I can use the example of Alaska Dream Cruises. They've been in business for over 50 years, and they've really based how they work with the communities on their relationships. For example, if they're going to go to port in a community, they make sure they really establish the relationship and make sure that they're welcomed and invited in. Another thing is like value-based, right? Like Sea Alaska Corp, I feel like has really made some great strides because they've based their business on values. And so when we're looking at the visitor industry being regenerative, we think of those things of, relationship building, value-based. These are the things that are not only good for our communities, but they're going to provide really genuine, authentic experiences for visitors to become ambassadors for our communities or for our state. One other thing that I believe, Renee, you are talking about being innovative, right? Like, this is not an easy task to create our industry to be regenerative. So we have to be innovators and we have to be problem solvers. And so I just commend all the efforts, that each one of you are putting into making sure that we're creating this industry to be regenerative. I guess one last little thing is that, as we move forward, one of the projects that I'm working on within the Sustainable Southeast Partnerships and our coalition partners like Lee is creating a regenerative tourism strategy at a regional level. And then within that, being able to create a train the trainer model where communities can take that strategy and work through the process and create a strategy for themselves. I guess that's what I wanted to say about the confluence. It was really exciting because just being able to hear what other people had to say, and especially our Canadian neighbors, they've been really working hard on some of their regenerative tourism strategies. And so just being able to learn from them and be able to talk some of that out was really exciting and helpful. So that's what I've been up to, and I look forward to the rest of this conference.
Thanks, Mary. So, Patti, you've got one of the deepest repertoires of tourism across all sectors. You've seen at small scale, large scale. We've heard it from the panel. Tie it all together for us. Paint the picture.
Yeah,
We're charting the course ahead.
Good sidestep on the age thing there. Appreciate that, Robert. For those of you I don't know, I'm Patti Mackey, and I am the president and CEO of the Ketchikan Visitors Bureau. And first, I wanted to say we are so happy to have all of you back for Southeast Conference and to see faces like Kathy. We ran into her at dinner last night, and it's just been wonderful. I regret that I missed our last conference in Ketchikan, but I had a really good excuse. My son was getting married in Wisconsin and did a coin toss, and he won. So anyway, I just am going to share, because I have been around for 28 years, I think, just some thoughts about our efforts regionally. If you have questions for me about Ketchikan and what we've been up to or how our season's gone, you can ask them later or see me at the community night. But for now, I just want to talk about some kind of general thoughts about Southeast tourism. And we're so fortunate to have an entity like Southeast Conference, because the reality is that we are interconnected. We're interdependent on one another to grow and maintain economic benefits. And that is not just within the tourism industry, but it's also the tourism industry helps the barge shippers who are sending all the product up that's going to go in the stores for the summer, or, you know, so you could draw lots of parallels to that. We're really fortunate in this region that we've got people that are standing up and taking leadership roles in areas that benefit us. And a really good example, the Alaska Travel Industry Association president of the board is who? Anybody? Stand up. Yeah, we have the chairman of the board of the Travel Industry Association here with us. We have a regional entity that's probably one of the oldest in the state, the Southeast Alaska Tourism Council. And Rachel is here. She's our board president. We're really fortunate to once again have a commissioner of the Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development from Southeast Alaska, in Julie Sandy. It's nice to have those connections. And there are, well, I have a lot of board members in the room today, but that's just expected, I guess, because you're here. But I know that there are probably a lot of people from throughout the region that are active in your own local tourism boards, tourism industries, or efforts to grow or improve tourism in your town. So here's some things I've been thinking about. Infrastructure, which is part and parcel to what Southeast Conference is all about. I learned during the pandemic that people didn't know that we promoted independent travel to Ketchikan, or for that matter, to Southeast Alaska. And part of it is because those of us who are in destination marketing organizations, visitor bureaus, whatever you want to call them, we're not promoting to you. Our audience is outside of Alaska. I'm trying to talk to the people that are in the lower 48 or Canada or somewhere else. So unless you position yourself in one of those areas, you're not going to see the advertising or any of the promotional stuff that we do. And so, like I said, I was really surprised I had to explain that we are always hoping to promote to the independent traveler. And I heard a lot from people, especially during the time that the ships were shut down. Well, you guys, this is what we need to do. We need to be promoting to independent travel. And I'm like, well, we do, we are. We need more, they said. And it dawned on me that people don't realize that as island communities or landlocked communities, unless you have lift or ferry service that's going to bring more people into your town, you can't grow the independent market. You got to have those flights. You have to have those ferries. It's not going to happen. We were fortunate that during the pandemic, we did have quite a few people that came because of the fishing in Ketchikan. That helped keep a lot of our businesses afloat. The same thing goes with the cruise industry. We are interdependent. Again, if there is a desire to see more cruise activity in Alaska, or maybe a community wants to invite a new ship to come in, you can't do it alone, because that ship has to be able to go somewhere tomorrow or the day before. So again, we need to work together on solving those problems. And obviously, Mickey and Russell and the gang are doing their fair share to do that. Marketing and messaging is another thing. We need to think as a region and not fragment the message. And we also should take advantage of the fact that the cruise industry has been out there promoting Southeast Alaska for years and years and years as the Inside Passage. So we should also be willing to use that terminology when we're talking to the outside world, because they will understand. And honestly, folks, as was mentioned earlier, cruise passengers are definitely a target market for us. We want them going home and saying what a great time they had. And we love it, sorry, cruise lines, when they say, oh, I didn't get to spend enough time. I really want to come back, and this time I want to spend a couple, 3 days with you. So let's make sure we take advantage of these opportunities, because a rising tide floats all boats, which is a statement that I used to hear ad nauseum from Charlie Ball from Princess Cruises, who I admire and respect, but he was right. If we all stand together and market, in this case, the state of Alaska, but I'm speaking towards the region, everybody wins. So I hope that the region will consider collaboration and not further fracture or splinter the various tourism entities and services and things that are available. We should be trying to work together and collaborating with entities that are here, as well as others like ATIA I mentioned earlier, but how many of you are aware of IANTA, which is the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association? Everybody in Sitka knows about this. But did you know if you're a native-owned business, they have a website that you can put your business on for free, and it's a national site promoting travel. So those kinds of things are, little gems that I've picked up over the years, and that if we work together, we can share to everyone's benefit. Also, there's still a need to be out in the marketplace. There's still a need for a mix of marketing activities. If you're a DMO, you're constantly asking, do I need to spend the money to print another visitor guide? Can I just get away with a website, or can I just go with social media? Well, the honest truth is that not everybody likes to get on the internet and have to look up things. I still get calls, and I've been answering a lot of calls this year because, like everyone else, we've been shorthanded. So I have been tested to the max, being the visitor information person from time to time. And depending on the age group or the demographic of the person I'm speaking to, they don't want to have to look it up, or they don't have access, or so they call and they ask, and we give them the information. And then if they want a paper brochure, we're going to send it. We can't just do away with that completely. We can certainly look at reducing down the number that we print, because that's the smart thing to do if you don't need all those copies. And then the website, people say, oh, but it's such a hassle. And yes, it is. But your brochure, your website, and your visitor center are the only places where you own the narrative. As soon as you get out there in social media land, then you now have anybody and everybody who's ever had a thought about you commenting, whether that's factual or very opinionated or honest to God. I swear, sometimes it's just made up, but it's out there, and you have to cope with that as the person that's trying to promote your tourism product or entity. We are fortunate that over the years, we've had some great support from different entities. The state of Alaska, when it actually had a tourism office, developed Alaska Host, which is a customer service training program that everybody can use. Cultural Host, which is a program to help frontline employees become more aware and educated about the various cultures in Alaska. And that was developed with the Alaska Native Heritage Center. So they reached out and made sure that they had people that were able to validate the information that they were giving out. We have an Adventure Green program that if you want to position your business as a sustainable business, you can do that. It's also recognized by the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. We have other benefits as well. I just have 2 more points I'll make and then I'll stop. But when it comes to workforce training, we talk about this every conference. We talk about it in just about every sector meeting I attend. We really, and Mickey kind of touched on this, we have to change the narrative when it comes to tourism, because far too many people think that the only jobs in tourism are a seasonal job and that's it. We are doing a disservice to all of the people that work full-time in this industry or who are self-employed business owners who have managed to make their living through this industry. But if we continue to only count in our statistics jobs and not take into account business ownership, we're missing the bigger picture. And finally, public lands. I don't know that that challenge is ever going to go away, but it is difficult to be in charge of your destiny when 90% of your available land mass is owned by the federal government. And then you are beholden to them for permits and access and the ability to share where you live with your visitors. You know, I've been in this job a long time and I've watched trends. We started first with cultural tourism and authenticity, and then we went into the sustainable. And as Mary pointed out, now, you know, we're into the regenerative phase of tourism. And whether or not they mean the same thing to you or not, the important point here is that every one of us gets the opportunity to determine as a community what is our best product based on our capacity, based on our capabilities. But even if we all are going to offer a little bit of a different mix of tourism product, there's no reason why we can't work cooperatively and share resources and at the same time respect the differences within the region. So I wish all of you in tourism well, and I hope that you will help support this industry, which is vital to this region. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Patti. You talked about the customer experience. I know that's important to the cruise lines. Maybe quickly, Mickey, how do you guys focus on that? And then Renee, follow up with the same response, please.
I think, you know, question is about visitor experience and how we address the visitor experience. For us, you know, it's very important to be authentic, and I know that's probably an overused word. I like to say pure real, like we want to focus on pure real. And how do we put our culture, our history into everything that we do? And so regardless of our programs, our products, we always have cultural and history interwoven into that. And one of the things I think is also key is that we don't believe in hitting the guest over the head with that. It has to be natural and part of the experience, and then it's respected. So I think that's really important as the industry. And the other thing I would mention too is that we also have started to look at, as you mentioned, Patti, we all are interconnected. And how do we affect the experience? And my number is 1 million. So when you look at something, how can I affect 1 million travelers to this beautiful state of Alaska? And a lot of times people think, well, I'm not going to have 1 million people walk through my door or walk through my tour product, but really you can affect a large number of people with the experience that you're offering. And to really keep that in mind when you're developing the experiences, how am I going to affect more than 1 million people? I think is really key.
So I'll start with what we're hearing from Alaska. So our member lines that we've kind of reached out to get a sense, knowing that this was probably going to be a question, are seeing minimal to no impact on customer service satisfaction ratings right now, which is huge. Because we know from working with all of you leading up to this season with the challenges that we know that you all faced last season, very real challenges, workforce, supply chain, housing. I think everyone was concerned about whether or not those would be impacted. But I think what that tells us is that as communities, you have done a tremendous job of insulating the visitors who were coming to your communities from those challenges and from how you're dealing with those challenges. And I know for a lot of business owners in this room, it might be, you know, working 12, 14, 16-hour days, but the good news is it worked. And people are still feeling really, really good about being here. You've delivered the world-class experience that people have come to expect when they visit Alaska, and that's huge. We do a survey called Sentiment, Perception, and Intent. And that's a global survey, actually, but as an industry, 84% of the people that have cruised previously intend to cruise again. 69% of those who have never cruised now intend to cruise. Those are above pre-pandemic levels. Those are March numbers. We have numbers that we're analyzing that look very, very similar right now. So it's what we're doing is working. And ironically, the most enthusiastic cruisers of the future are millennials, which I didn't see coming. But I think that speaks a lot to the push for regenerative tourism, the push towards sustainability in port communities, and the desire to know that the type of vacation that they're taking on a cruise ship is working toward being a sustainable, attainable vacation.
While you still have the mic, so there's a lot of talk about, greening the port and the cruiseways and, electrification of the docks.
Yeah.
We know it takes, I know it takes 10 years to build a small ferry, so it must take at least 100 to do a cruise ship. But anyway, it's probably 5 or 10 years. So it means that we already know what the fuel source is going to be for the brand new boats of 5 years from now.
Yeah.
Where's the industry going with that?
So we're working a lot toward sustainable marine fuels, and that might be the current ones we're exploring: biofuels, synthetic fuels, ammonium, methanol. Right now, the CLIA member fleet has 4 LNG ships. By 2027, we're going to have 26. So to the question earlier about LNG, it's something that we're all thinking about. And there are a number of factors that we have to take into account that our member lines take into account when they're looking at an itinerary. And we have to evaluate our carbon footprint and our fuel consumption. And that's becoming more and more real as we look at things like the Green Corridor, which is something that's being worked between Seattle and Southeast Alaska. We are first movers on that. And so this is a very real issue for us. We know that a lot of communities would love to see shore power. We can tell you, we would love for you to see shore power. You may know 21 years ago, Juneau became the first port in the world that had shore power. Not to call her out, but Mayor Beth Weldon was recently quoted in the Maritime Executive saying, "It's been a win, 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 win. The Princess ships have no visible emissions. The vessels can reduce their carbon footprint. Princess gets cheaper power for the ships while in dock, and AE L&P gets extra revenue, which is then passed on to local ratepayers." I mean, we'd love to see shore power everywhere we can see shore power. So I think it's going to have to be a combination of all of the above for sure.
Great, thank you. We're approaching the break time here, but Mary and Lee, if you could just quickly tell us what's your number one next step for regenerative tourism and your planning efforts, the Great Outdoor Alliance. Mary?
Sure. Gosh, it's really hard just to pick one next step, but while Renee is there, I would love to say talking MOUs. Let's continue building relationships. I was really inspired by the city and borough of Juneau doing an MOU with the cruise lines, and I'd love to see that on a regional scale. So perhaps that can be the next step.
Great. Lee?
I'd say, our next step is we had the last day of our conference, people were able to say what they wanted that next step to be and they needed to assign somebody to do that. And there were some really fantastic ideas, and all of them named me to follow up. So I need help, and I need collaborators. And so, kind of to Mary's point, it's forging broader and deeper collaborations and partnerships of like-minded people who want to head these same directions.
So the impossible quick question, Patti, I don't know if there's a quick answer, but workforce training, do we address that with a 4-year degree program, a certificate program, or how do we approach what our workforce needs to be better interfacers with our visitor industry?
Well, I think it's got to start in the school system, and whether that's, I would say junior high. I mean, my board has actually been looking at this for several years and working on things like job fairs at the high school. And we understand, that there are some very eager young people out there, 14-year-olds who can go to work. Obviously, what they can do is limited until they get older. But we need to make them aware of all the opportunities that are out there in the industry. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we also need to change the narrative so that we're talking about these are career opportunities. It's not just the job that's going to get you through college.
So we're going to go for the break, but Patty, do you have a quick, because there's been a number of questions asked about community night tonight. You're the sponsor. What can you tell folks to whet their appetite before we go to break?
Well, if you mean me as in the community of Ketchikan, because we have a lot of people that are part of this, we are at Salmon Landing Marketplace, which is right down at the far edge of Berth 1. And I believe we have shuttles that'll be running people to that location tonight. But a couple of things, because we are serving alcohol in we had to get a permit from the state, and thanks to Julie's staff because they helped us with that. If you look 30 or younger, I'm going to card you. So that's what I was told. Bring your ID.
In this room,
yeah.
except for here.
And then just please bear in mind that alcohol is only, you can only drink alcohol on the first floor. It's a 2-story building, but we do have things upstairs that you can do non-alcoholic. And it's 5 to 7 p.m. and we're really excited to have everybody. And we've got local food vendors who have really gone above and beyond on top of what they're trying to do during the day for all their other customers. And yes, there will be oysters. I get asked that question all the
Excellent. Well,
time.
we're looking
so.
forward to that. And then a shout out to the mayor who raised his hand of being under 30. His community is sponsoring our next break. They're also making a pitch on Thursday to be our next year's host. So thank you, Sitka. Thank you, panel. Thank you, panel. All right, let's go to break. So probably I don't, oh, look at that. There's his, he found his voice and you thought it was lost. All right. Our Southeast legislators and potential legislators. This is not like the Senate. You can sit wherever you want. We're very, very glad to have each of you here. So if you all want to come on in, or if you have an essential conversation, take it on out. We want to go ahead and get the room quieted down so that we can engage in a significant policy discussion about the issues, the pathway, the procedures, the challenges. And see who, so Rep. Hannon is not able to make it. I don't, do we? I didn't know she's going to be in. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So Rep. Hannon was intending to be here, but she was not able to. So we wish her well. And then, okay. So it looks like, I think this is it. I know we've got one more. Where's Mr. Skaffelstad? Mr. Skaffelstad, we have an empty chair. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and take this next period of time. I just want to let the folks know the expectations. This is not a candidates forum. This is a legislative forum meant to be a discussion of state policies, programs, and how we meet the needs for the region. I have an echo over here. No, it's not a non-echo. That's just Dan Kelly. Okay. I love this call. I'll call my friends. So it's like, okay. So this is not a candidates forum, but those who have filed to be potential legislators have been welcome to join us in this discussion. As we know, there's an open seat that Representative Jonathan Price Tompkins is vacating, I guess and we've got two potential legislators that have filed for that seat, so we get a chance to meet them, but we're not here to solicit votes or talk about if someone was elected or do any of the vote getting. This is an APOC disclaimer in case you haven't figured that out by now. So we want to stay focused on the needs of the region. We will take questions from the floor. And we want to go ahead and give each of them just 3 minutes, especially for some of the newer folks that we don't know as well. To give a chance to just kind of say who they are. We obviously know what their interest is, but then we'll dive into some of the meatier issues of the region, as we've already done so much. So we'll, I'm sure this hour will go by quickly, and we definitely appreciate the fact that you all are here and have been there for us for so long. So each of you have had extensive public service, and just goes without saying, thank you for that. So we'll just, with no particular order, we'll start from left to right. You're the furthest on the left. So I had to dig that in there, Mr. Skaffelstad. So please take 3 minutes to just tell folks who you are. Oh, you gotta hit that green. Wait till it goes green. Green, there you go.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, Southeast Alaska. I'm Kenny Skaffelstad. I see a lot of familiar faces and friends out here in the audience, and I've had a chance to meet some new folks here today, and that's a lot of what this is all about. I'm not here to campaign for office. I'm here to participate in the Southeast Conference, which I've enjoyed many years in the past as a council person, a citizen rabble-rouser, and the mayor of Hoonah in my past. I'm a guy that grew up in the construction trade. I come from one of the old logging families, one of the last independent loggers in Southeast Alaska. Grew up around commercial fishing of every which kind. Grew up in a community that offered up aunts and uncles and neighbors to raise the youth. And so it was a big group that had a voice in my upbringing, and they delivered to me a sense of duty and responsibility to my region, to my state, and to my neighbors. And so my thinking about the Southeast Conference and its many accomplishments. I applaud them. I join them, and no matter what capacity, will always participate because they are a great accomplishment for the handle to the great pan that is Alaska. And so Kenny Scavelsted here. I answer every call. I shake every hand. I'll look every person here right in the eye and let you know who I am and what I'm about within a couple of minutes. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Mr. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Ortiz, and I'm here to talk about some of the policies that I think the state legislature should pursue to promote the goals that are being discussed here at Southeast Conference as we chart the course ahead. Number one, I think it's really important that we keep pushing for a long-term sustainable fiscal plan for the state of Alaska. Establishing such a plan will bring the residents, the municipalities, and the private businesses of the state so many benefits if we can accomplish this. Benefits like providing for more stable and secure funding for education, benefits like continuing to fund school bond debt reimbursement, benefits that will impact local communities by lessening the pressure on them to subsidize what normally is state spending, lessening the pressure to raise local taxes, for example. The long-term fiscal plan has been a goal of mine and is one that I will continue to pursue if I'm fortunate enough to continue to serve. However, it should be the goal of the entire legislature for us to do that. It'll bring many benefits. Number two, coastal-based legislators should continue to focus the efforts on the AMHS and the goal of getting it back to the level of service we saw before the 2018 fiscal year. I'm so appreciative of what we heard today by the remarks made by Captain Falvey, by Catherine Keith, and by Commissioner Anderson, both yesterday and today, talking about their vision for what they'd like to see the Marine Highway System move towards. Also very, very thankful to Senator Murkowski, Sullivan, and late Congressman Don Young on behalf of the Alaska Marine Highway System for their engagement in the IJA bill that was passed by the Congress this past year. What that did was it made possible the funding of up to $200 million a year that can go directly towards the Marine Highway System. And that's like a new ballgame for us, people. And so hats off and thanks to our current congressional delegation for their efforts there. And it's important for the legislature to pursue policies where the state continues to fill its role in funding the operating system of the Marine Highway System so that we can use as much of that $200 million a year that may come to us to put new rudders in our oceans, new rudders in our waters, and to rebuild that existing fleet that we have. That's the key to a long-term future of the Alaska Marine Highway System. Also, really important that we coastal policymakers continue to promote and advocate for the needs of our fishing industry, both mariculture and traditional fishing user groups. We need to work hard at partnering with those groups so that we can not only protect our existing stocks, but also enhance and grow the industry. The market is just limitless out there for Alaskan seafood products. What we need to make sure and do is give the Department of Fish and Game enough resources so they can effectively manage those resources and sustain or to provide for the maximum sustainable yield, which is mandated under our Constitution. Finally, I was really excited to hear about the ideas being put forward to re-stimulate and to try to regrow our timber industry. Very excited about that. We heard from Tessa Axelson of the AFA. The key component to that is a sustainable supply of timber. I think it's the primary role of the legislature and the administration to work hand in hand with industry so that we can look for opportunities to maybe never return to the pulp mill level days of the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, but we can at least start to regrow that particular area, provide new jobs, and to use a resource more effectively that's there. That regrows, it's renewable, it's just a win-win situation. So I'm very, very much excited about that. So with that all said, finally, the big thing is, well, not the big thing, but we heard so much about the need for affordable housing. And I think that if we can do such things like we heard about from Helge Ing earlier today about the timber grading program, local providers being able to grade their own timber. That might make an available timber supply locally grown that our builders could use to provide more housing and more construction opportunities in the state, or in Southeast. With that said, talked a lot already. Happy to be here today. And yeah, let's get them Southern Southeast Alaska and Southeast Alaska as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Story, your 3 minutes.
Thank you. And it's really good to be here today. I just wanted to say that I represent Juneau, the Mendenhall Valley, for those of you who don't know me. And I also feel like I really represent all Alaskans. One of the primary things we do up at the legislature is set the budget. It's the only thing we have to do. And that I see that as our priorities, our values resourced. And we all fit it together. Just listening to all the infrastructure here today, it's our people infrastructure. It's helping hard infrastructure get going. So important for permitting, things moving quickly. I wanted to say that I've been to Ketchikan a few times before. I've been here as my first trip here was in the 80s when I came to Alaska and was a home health aide. And I came here from training and I was working on helping seniors be able to stay in their homes so we don't have more expensive care elsewhere. And then also my husband, who is a retired engineer now with 39 years, was part of R&M Engineering in Juneau before they became PVC. And so R&M Engineering still exists here, of course, doing well, but just really important that public and private business complement each other. And we really work together to provide what all of our families and workers want. And I'm particularly thinking about our youngest citizens these days because I just became, well, a grandma for the 3rd time, but all in 1 year. And little Adeline is only 6 weeks old. And I was talking to my daughter yesterday and they're already filling out child care forms of who's going to take care of her. And that is such a big issue in the state for workers. And part of our role has been trying to get the federal dollars that were appropriated for childcare institutions here out to our childcare businesses. Really important part of the work of the legislature is helping everybody here, making sure those dollars from the federal government get to our entities. And so I wanted to say that the top priority for what I feel is a fiscal plan for the state of Alaska. We know that we want to set this stability, this security of providing for essential services. That's what the state does. And it complements our lives, complements all the work that you do here. Transportation, so key for our region. I love that the Southeast region works together well. And I really appreciate your support for Juneau as the capital city. We have worked really hard on creating a campus there, making sure everyone can be in touch with the state of Alaska, and that's going to continue. And anyway, it's great to be here. I just have to say, I'm so impressed with all the work going on, what you guys are doing every day to make our state stellar place that it is. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bynum.
No, we'll get it. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate that. You know, I got to be a good steward here. My clerk did tell me that I have to give a quick disclosure, and that the fact that I'm only here today to talk on behalf of myself. And I'm not here to talk on behalf of the borough and or my employer. So now that I got that out of the way, the first thing that people usually ask me when I meet them for the first time is they say, where did you come from? Why are you here? And so I just want to take a minute to talk a little bit about who I am and where I came from. So my name is Jeremy Bynum, and I'm originally from a small little town in Roseburg, Oregon. And, you know, it has a lot of parallels with Ketchikan in the sense that it was a logging town. And I grew up in that logging town of seeing logging trucks go by. The ideas of having gainful employment would be to go work at the mill when you're getting out of high school. And much like Ketchikan, that industry saw a tremendous decline as I was growing up. And that led me to look at other options in my life. And I always had a call to service. So I joined the United States military as an Air Force A neat little fact, I have a twin brother and he also joined the Air Force. So there's two of us out there in the Air Force at the same time. And that was always really interesting as we traveled the world supporting the Air Force mission of meeting new friends and meeting new friends because they thought that I was my brother or vice versa. After the military, I went to university and got my engineering degree. I focused in power. That's what I did while I was in the military, doing humanitarian support missions, and got my electrical engineering degree and focused in hydropower. After college, I'd worked for one of the largest hydropower producers in the United States, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Had the opportunity to travel all over the United States doing hydropower. And so I have a pretty big passion for hydropower. Had the opportunity to do that throughout the United States, and then also the opportunity to travel throughout the world supporting hydropower missions for the country. My first experience coming to Alaska was just over a decade ago. I came here on the Marine Highway System. So I got to see the wonderful system that we called Marine Highway System. And when there was 250,000 people a year traveling up into Alaska with their vehicles and getting to experience this wonderful place we called Alaska and Ketchikan. And as soon as I got here, I fell in love and knew that I had to be here when the opportunity would allow, and I did that. Since then, I've been involved with many different things. I'm involved with local community events. I'm a basketball official here in Ketchikan, and so I get a good dose of criticism and thank yous. So it gets you kind of prepared for political stuff, being a basketball official. So I really enjoy giving back to the community in that way. I'm part of various organizations, American Legion, and other boards in the community. I work in our local utility, and that is passion of mine. It is truly, truly an honor to have the resources that we have here in Alaska, specifically hydropower assets. And then I'm also work with local government and serve the people of Ketchikan, and that's also a really humbling experience. Why am I here at the convention? What do I hope to get from this? And that I hope to get new ideas, to experience the great minds that we have in this room that can solve the many problems that we face as a collective group. We've heard about a lot of accomplishments we've seen in the region. We talk about a lot of issues that we have ahead of us, whether it's Marine Highway System, our housing issues, the successes that we can have with energy and education, trades, and workers. Those are all problems that we have the minds in this room to really come up with great ideas and solutions. So that's what I'm hoping to get out of this week. And I thank you very much for the time to talk.
Thank you. Rebecca Hemshoot, welcome to Southeast Conference.
It's great to be at Southeast Conference. I've always heard about it, first time participant. So my name is Rebecca Hemshoot. I'm from Sitka. I've been in Sitka for about 25 years. And my family, like me, holds a strong love for rural Alaska. My brother and his wife raised their children in Dillingham. I have a niece and a grandniece, and my niece's husband all live in Petersburg. So we care very much about the values of rural Alaska. I am a teacher in Sitka, and in my 3 decades in education, I've had the opportunity to work overseas. I worked in Hawaii, and for the last 17 years, I've been a teacher, an elementary teacher in Sitka. And in 2016, Governor Walker appointed me to the State Board of Education, and that was the beginning of my public service interest. In 2020, I was elected to the Sitka Assembly, where I still serve. And I think as important as anything that I've actually brought as a sponsor, either ordinances or resolutions on the Assembly in Sitka, is the way that I conduct business on the Assembly. And that is looking for stability and, as much as possible, operating with civility. And so I feel like our Assembly has really elevated to a position of our communications among ourselves and with our community are very professional, and that's something I value. In my classroom, I feel like I see the community. I see it in the children that I teach. And so
Over the years, I've decided I'm not happy with the outcomes I'm seeing, not just my own classroom, because I always want better, but also the outcomes for my community. And I think we can do better. So I'm going to echo a lot of what I've been hearing. I have been able to travel from Yakutat to Craig one time, and I'm going back around visiting the communities in northern Southeast. And what I've heard over and over and over again is that we need our ferries back. And if you think about it, we have almost an entire generation of young people who don't remember a functional ferry system. And so that's an institutional memory that we can't get back. So we need to get on it, and we need to get on it now. And I don't need to tell this audience, we understand our ferries are our connection for schools, an incredible contributor to the economy. If you live in Angoon, without the ferry, you don't get food. So it's a really incredibly valuable service, but it's also a lifeline in some cases. So we need to continue our efforts to rebuild the ferry system. As an educator, I'd be remiss not to mention what I value about education, and what we need to do to stabilize education, I think, is to go ahead and continue seeking as much funding as we can give our public schools. Again, that's the interface with the community for every child, open to every child. But we also need to try to give that funding early. It's very stressful for schools to be getting their funding so late in the year that they don't know how many teachers they can keep and how many teachers they might be able to hire, and counselors, and so on and so on. So early funding and stable funding for education is a goal. And then I recognize our small boat fisheries as individual businesses in our communities. And we all know that small business is a cornerstone of our economy. So the supports that we can provide there are incredibly important. And then I think it was mentioned already, the bipartisan work that has happened for coastal Alaska is incredibly important to me. And I'm very committed to making sure that our voices as Southeast Alaskans remain united and remain loud in the conversation in Juneau. So those are my values, and I'm learning a lot by being here, and I appreciate the opportunity to meet with everyone.
Thank you. Senator Keel. That's, it should be green at top.
Do I press? There we go. You're familiar with the 10% rule. Always be at least 10% smarter than whatever you're trying to manipulate. Also applies to whoever you're trying to manipulate, which is why you've never seen me cross swords with Jody. Well, thanks so much for having us all up here, and it's always good to be back at Southeast Conference. This is my can't remember how many at the Southeast Conference.
Your 3 minutes were up, apparently. We measure time differently in Ketchikan.
Not responsible for battery life, however. Anyway, good to be back. Always good to be back in Ketchikan. For the few of you I haven't had the privilege of meeting yet, I get the privilege of representing the northern half of the Panhandle by population. So all of the city and borough of Juneau, Gustavus, Haines, Cluckwan, and Skagway. Fall a little short of the halfway mark on land mass, but we make up for it in quality. So it's the prompt that Robert gave us here to talk about, or maybe he's going to ask next, is about sort of top priorities for the state and for moving forward. I kind of split that up into pardon a baseball metaphor, I hope, into splitting it up between swinging for the fences and playing small ball. The swing for the fences home run for Southeast Alaska, for all of Alaska, is just what Representative Ortez said. It's a sustainable fiscal plan. It was a goal when Governor Murkowski was on the third floor. It's been a goal ever since, and we've fallen short. But as you listen to every presentation throughout Southeast Conference, you will not hear anybody say, you know what I really need is for ferry service to just swing wildly up and down and never be able to predict if we're going to get boats in the winter or not. You're never going to hear anybody say, golly, it'd be great if the schools just couldn't keep teachers because we never had a sense of, how much money we're going to get. And so the kids' education, maybe people stay, maybe they leave because they're not sure about their kids' future. We need to stabilize the basic services that we all need the state to provide so that the private sector can go out and make it happen and do your thing. And so That's the giant overarching goal. Couple of little sort of singles and doubles, laying down bunts kind of stuff. You know, working on our resource issues. You heard mention of our small boat fishermen, and the graying of the fleet is real. It's a problem. We need to work more and harder on keeping those limited entry permits and those quota shares in Alaskans' hands. We haven't done well at that. More and more of that has moved outside. That's bad for our economy in coastal Alaska. We need to do better and work harder at value-added processing of our in-state resources. I think the mariculture industry can lead the way in examples of getting that done and building economies at scale that are going to help with things like our shipping costs, going to help with things like business development and workforce. But there are also little, even smaller things. Last year's budget, because I'm a nerd, I was reading through the State Division of, or the State Forestry Board's report, looking at the DNR budget, and I saw they really wanted a position added at environmental conservation to walk the timber sales along with fish and game and DNR, because that's been cut. I don't do that anymore. And it was the Board of Forestry. So we're not talking about a greenie group, right? Although there's one or two on there who came in unanimously and said, that's going to help us do it right. Loggers want to make sure they're getting the rules ahead of time and not fines afterward. Everybody wants it. The greenies liked it. The loggers liked it. I said, okay, well, let's add 80 grand. We'll add a position or 3/4 of a position. Go out and walk the timber sales with fish and game and DNR. Every legislator I talked to said, huh, they want that? Okay, let's add that. Governor line item vetoed it because he didn't want any more people at DEC. I'm not sure, you know, it can be difficult sometimes working with folks who aren't working with what local people need, what a region needs, what an industry needs. But we're going to keep working on it. I don't mean to give that up. Let's do the job right with the resources we have, the resources we develop now, and with our future resources. Let's make sure that as the timber tourism industry grows, we're all talking together. As the mariculture industry grows, we're all working together. That's the beauty of Southeast Conference, bringing everybody together. And so I appreciate all of you having us up to hear from us. We'll spend the rest of the conference hearing from you and doing a better job. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll see what we can squeeze into the next half hour. You identified the fiscal plan as the top issue you felt facing the state. I want to come quickly down the road and say, if you agree, say yes. If you don't, tell me what you think the biggest issue is facing the state. Ms. Himshu?
I struggle, I mean, yes, but what is a fiscal plan exactly? So,
We'll explore that in a minute. I just want to see if we're in the ballpark.
okay, yes.
It's hard to get all the way down the line quickly. So I was going to just, if there's something different, then tell us what's on your mind. But if it's fiscal plan.
Absolutely. I think long-term planning in general for all the different components that we're talking about today is important, and the fiscal plan is part of that.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Absolutely.
I have to agree that a fiscal plan is the greatest challenge that the state holds, other than a sustainable plan. There has to be a line drawn in the sand here by which we define what our fiscal involvement is. And this is a fine point that needs to be brand new at our legislature, and it needs to be in your ear as voters and as residents in Alaska, that sustainability be our goal for whatever we do. And fiscal planning comes once we set that proverbial number.
So that's a yes.
It's a yes.
Thank you. Now, here comes the hard part. If you can answer within 2 minutes, which would be shorter than the 3-minute introductions you just gave, and explore the concept that right now the state seems to be living off the federal largesse. Fed's kind of bailed us out these last couple of years, including this year's budget. Our expenditures seem to exceed the revenue the state takes in on an annual basis. So is there a 2-minute answer or direction that you think that should be headed? We'll start at this end and race down that way.
In 2 minutes. Natural resources lead to industrial opportunities. Industrial opportunities lead to industrial undertakings. Industrial undertakings lead to commerce in general. It leads to business development and general commerce. The answer for Alaska is access to resources, is availability of the existing ones we have, and the rest kind of falls into place.
Okay. Corporate business tax. We have a lot of business.
Corporate business tax does not need to be on the table as part of this yet.
Okay. So more businesses will generate revenue. Mr. Ortiz?
Did you want me to answer that last question?
No, no, you just take your 2 minutes any way you want it.
Okay. So I'll refer to, we had a fiscal working group that was appointed in this last legislative session. And they came up with some pretty darn good ideas in terms of how to arrive at a long-term sustainable fiscal plan. That was a part of the overall title, was sustainable fiscal plan. So you're right, Mr. Scaffelstad, that's a key component. Some of their ideas included looking at the original statute surrounding how we calculate the PFD and seeing if we can come up with a statute that would allow us to sustainably issue PFDs into the future. And so they recommended a change in the original statute that the legislature could come together on. Another aspect of it would be to continue to look for efficiencies in state agency funding. They, I think, targeted anywhere between 20 million to 200 million in savings, if you will, in state agency spending. We have to continue to look at that. It's important that the state uses its resources efficiently as possible, but still is able to deliver services that are needed. In other words, we can't cut fish and game anymore because they've already been cut to the point where they no longer can do some of the tests and some of the data collection that they used to do because of lower funding levels. But with that said, we need to continue to look at efficiencies. From there, you look at added revenue, but knowing when you look at added revenue, you're talking taxes. And so I think the recommendation was perhaps looking at a tax of some sort that would generate $500 million a year. And that's a recommendation, and I'm sure it's going to be up for debate as we move forward, particularly if we move forward in an environment where oil prices start to drop off, in an environment where the overall value of the permanent fund is dropping, or it drops, and has been dropping, by the way. And so those are issues that added revenue is the last thing that I think the state should look at, but at the same time, it may be a reality. And then the question is, what type of added revenue? All right,
so a portion of permanent fund earnings and some tax revenue.
Right.
Okay, Rep. Story?
Yes, I wanted to echo that a lot of good work was done by this fiscal plan working group. It was very much bipartisan. And as you know, anything to pass the legislature needs 11 in the Senate, 21 in the House, and then the governor to also approve the plan. I think we can do it. We have to do it. This instability that Alaska's been facing can be much more stable. And we've heard from many people, many businesses, that's what we need, is certainty, stability. I'm going to invest more knowing that my workers are going to stay here if we know we're paying enough for the infrastructure that we desire. And so I think Rep. Ortiz went down well the components of that fiscal plan, and constitutionalizing the percent of market value is really important because we have to protect our nest egg. The permanent fund is the golden jewel of Alaska. And it was paying for 2/3 of government before our big oil windfall this year. And while we have been able to invest more because of that, as we just heard, the stock market has been dropping. And so that has our interest earnings from the permanent fund lessening. So we don't want to live on the roller coaster. I have heard from people, they want to know very much so that we have a stable way to pay for core services that are constitutional and also to pay for services that we value. And so it's constitutionalizing the POMV. I think it's part of that plan was increasing the capital budget. We have had a small capital budget. We were able to do more this year, but we have some infrastructure needs that we need to take care of. And so, and I think we can, because with this support from the federal government, it leaves us with some monies to invest in things that we can't do with IJA money. And so also the group recommended budget reductions. That's very painful to me because I've seen our payroll for the state of Alaska is 3,000 people less than it was in, I'm not going to remember the year, but we've significantly cut our workforce. And some people say that needed to happen, but I can tell you permitting has taken longer than it should. We have cut some of our agencies down to the bare bones, and it's hurting businesses and things moving more quickly here. Again, implementing a new PFD formula. We've had several of those bills in front of us, and we just need to do more work on them. I so much feel that work needs to be done right away. Roll up our sleeves and go through the proposals that have been put forward, and the people know more about them because we haven't had an opportunity to really get it out there. We can solve this and provide the stability that Alaskans deserve, and it just will reap benefits for us. And budget, let's see, new revenues was a part of that. And I think you have to be open to what's going to make us thrive. And so I'm not afraid of looking at all those things. I don't think anybody is here. And so they did great work. There's a good plan to start with. I visualize, much like they've done with the House finance budgets before, the finance committees have traveled to different parts of the state, given presentations and gotten input. That needs to happen. So
Thank you. Mr. Bynum, your 2-minute framework towards a sustainable budget.
I will try to hold that line there. In our defense, there is not a clock up here for us to look at, so.
It's a relative term,
So you know.
as you can tell.
No, I just want to try to take a step back and try to keep it simple in the sense that what do we do that works? And right now in the state, obviously we do our budgeting on an annual basis, but I don't think that we're doing our budget with a vision in mind. We're not taking and developing a long-term strategic plan about what's working and then craft something different for that which is not. We are just living year to year. And I don't think that we need to be focused on living year to year. We need to be focused on what is the vision for our communities. And we need to start budgeting like that. Long-term strategic planning is an important part of that. We do that in our businesses. We do that in our local governments. We need to start doing that with the state government.
Thank you. Ms.
Thanks. I've heard a lot of things that I really would also have said, so I don't want to repeat a whole bunch of stuff, but I do know that that working group was a very bipartisan group, and I think we need some time to implement what they came up with. And so that would be a priority for me. When I'm looking at solutions to our fiscal plan, I want to make sure that we keep in mind two things. One is sustainability and the other is equity. And so every decision needs to be made with a focus on both sustainability and equity. And then I just want to point out the capital budget for Southeast Alaska for last year. Petersburg went a little nuts. My friends over there in Petersburg did not really vet their capital projects down to a few things. They just went for everything. Other communities like Angoon had only one thing. But anyway, that capital budget request out of the communities of Southeast Alaska was, I think, around $500 million, and zero was funded. So how we're going to get there, I'll need to learn. But I think that we can look at the work of the working group, make sure that what they suggested was equitable and sustainable, and then move forward from there.
Thank you. Senator Keel.
Okay, we've got new batteries. We're going to try this again. Thanks, everybody, for bringing up the fiscal policy working group last summer. I really needed to revisit the trauma of serving on that. It was delightful. We did come up with a plan. I didn't love every part of it. In fact, there were parts of it I hated, but it ended up being a compromise that can work. So what all was in it? Well, you've heard a number of the pieces. The couple of pieces that we didn't talk about or that others haven't talked about yet would include some revision to our oil taxes. Be clear, we've seen initiatives run statewide that would raise oil taxes $1 billion every year. That's too much. We didn't recommend that. I don't support that. But we are leaving some money on the table, especially at today's prices. Merciful heaven. But we are leaving at more normal oil prices, neighborhood of $300 million a year on the table without damaging the industry. That's your oil as much as it's anybody else's, and you deserve a fair share for it. So that's one piece that hasn't been talked about. The other piece that there've been allusions to was solving the PFD problem. How much is the check? That is state spending, that check. It is a government program. I think it's a valuable program. I think it's a worthwhile program. It should not be the state's #1 priority. And for some of our colleagues, especially from elsewhere in the state, it's the most important thing the state of Alaska does to them. I disagree strongly. So what the working group recommended was, and I'm sorry, Governor Murkowski stepped up, but I just have to take a second, right? I'm a Democrat, he's a Republican. When he was governor, he proposed a % of market value approach to the permanent fund. No separate corpus and earnings reserve, one account, constitutionally protected. You can't take more than 5% of the lagging average market value in any given year. Permanent protection for all of it. We should have passed it then. Frank Murkowski was right. There it is.
He said it.
I can't say it any more clearly than that. And the working group, the bipartisan working group, we didn't put Frank Murkowski was right in that. I hope you will. We didn't put that phrase in the report, but we did put the POMV in the report. And then we said, over time, we can step up to a 50-50 split of that draw, that sustainable draw from the permanent fund. Half for public services through government and half for checks to Alaskans from the government. We can't get there in 1 year, although with what Vladimir Putin's done to the price of oil, maybe we could jump real quick. But generally speaking, we would need to step there over time. And that's part of a vision that includes the things we know we're going to have to do every year. I mean, we have a vision, right? You got to educate kids from kindergarten through at least 12th grade, and then maritime multi-skilled worker program in Ketchikan, diesel mechanic in Juneau, bachelor's degrees in Juneau and Sitka, maritime, the fisheries program, et cetera. We know we're always going to need to provide those to provide a good economy and a good base for Alaska's future. So we are not without vision. The last thing I'll say, because I know I'm over 2 minutes, we did talk about a broad-based tax. Right now, with the taxes we have, economic growth and development is bad for the Alaska state budget unless it's oil. That's nuts. The government should be invested in a healthy, growing economy. But unless that company that's growing is traded on Wall Street or is a bank or an airline, they're not a type C corp. They don't pay the state's corporate income tax. There is no benefit to the state budget from them growing. The state should be invested in those businesses growing in our communities. It doesn't take a crazy California level tax to do that, but it does take some broad-based tax that ties economic development in Alaska to the resources the state has to support that.
Okay, so I want to pick up on something that Mr. Scalpa said, put forward here a minute ago, and just a couple of questions, and we'll ball them all up and see what you think. Talking about resources, what resources have the most potential in Southeast to create jobs? What should be the top economic effort or focus of the state? And maybe we'll just bundle all that up and say, if you had X amount of dollars, what would be the great target? Now, personally, I think 49 million is a nice number to throw out there, but if you had 40, okay, other than the director and the EDA folks in the corner and Tim Dillon here, anybody else get that? All right. So we're so thrilled. A little more about that tomorrow. Sorry. This is your panel, not mine. But what would you invest in if you had X amount of dollars and wanted to create jobs, create commerce in Southeast Alaska? Go, Mr. Galveston.
Well, on behalf of the state of Alaska, I'd like to see the state of Alaska invest itself into how it coordinates with private sector initiatives, combined with a double check with their subordinate, which are city governments. In other words, private sector looks to invest in a opportunity within the resource locally. The state of Alaska gears itself and looks at that private sector resource. The private sector in this case is ready to invest itself to go and participate in that resource. In terms of what, for instance, we have semi-valuable minerals, we have rare minerals in the ground. We have some potential for some medium scale value-added timber development. We have ocean products. Mariculture is certainly a viable industry by which Southeast Conference is well aware. But I think that for it to be a state initiative is contrary to the idea that it should be a private sector initiative. Investors that have money to go and develop within the industry will bring money to here. That's new money to Alaska. And I think that's what we depend upon. And I don't think that the goal should be so much as how we can build a government with money poured into a revenue source that needs to be added to a budget to build the government. I think what we need to do is build the confidence in a private sector to invest in Alaska resources.
Cortez.
I would invest money in renewable energy to help communities throughout Southeast Alaska and throughout the state of Alaska. Providing more affordable power is a key to economic growth, private industry growth. So I would start there. After that, I would look at investing in our fishing industry and again, mariculture. The sky is the limit in that area, but we do need some added investment or some support, which we're going to be getting through Southeast Conference and the federal government. But if the state can partner with that, that's a great thing. That would be a great thing. And again, mineral resources, timber resources are abundant here in Southeast Alaska. If the state can partner and either through more streamlined permitting or can do other kinds of more concrete economic investments to promote those, that would be a good thing too. But first and foremost, I think starts with affordable energy and renewable energy. Thank you.
Representative Story.
Aren't we fortunate that we have so many choices because we are such a resource-rich state? I think that I would look to something that solves a problem like renewable energy because we're facing such high cost of living in so many parts of our state. So I think I would have to go with that, even though mariculture is near and dear to my heart. And with all the coastline that we have in the state, I mean, we should be it for our nation. And so that is just prime for that $100 million that we want to be bringing into this, to our state.
Thank you, Mr. Bynum.
Thank you, Robert. I have two things that I think that we should have a major focus and investment in. The first thing that I think we should be investing in is people, specifically our kids. I think that we should be transitioning or thinking a little bit differently about how we do education and start focusing on vocation and trades. Our state is built on trades. Our industries are built on trades. Family wage jobs are built on trades. I think that we need to start investing in trades for our kids so that they stay right here in the state and make us successful. That's number one. Number two, with over 20 years of experience dealing in energy, you already heard it here. Our investment in something that's already working for us is our investment in hydropower and marine energy. Right here in Alaska, we have over 1,000 terawatt hours of tidal energy and wave energy right here in Alaska. The question is how much energy is that? It's a big number. That number is if you took all the energy that Ketchikan consumes in a year and you multiplied it by 1,000, that's what that is. That's the amount of energy we have here to grow other industry and get energy independence for our small communities that don't have that now. There's no reason why we cannot be developing energy for ourselves. So that's what the two things I'd focus on.
Thanks. Ms. Himshu.
In schools, we often hear kids say, "He took my answer." But I also would like to look at, when we talk about resources, the human resource. My first investment would be in daycare across the region and across the state. Daycare, high quality daycare provides two valuable outcomes. One is that families can go to training or work, and the other is that children have yet another reliable adult they can go to learn and grow and to be more ready for the formal education system. So that would be my first investment. But then independent tourism has paid dividends across Southeast Alaska. We've been fortunate with Huna Totem and the leadership of various organizations to see some incredible growth in cruise traffic. But in Sitka, we experienced in getting my pandemic years mixed up here, but I think in 2021, when we were just starting back, we had a lot of independent travelers, and we experienced certainly not a level amount of sales tax income, but we had quite a bit of income coming into the community from the independent traveler. They stay in hotels, they purchase meals. So I would think of that as another human resource that we might invest in. And then, of course, our fisheries are a continuing gold rush. Every year we have the gold rush of our fisheries. So, they took it, but renewable energy and making sure that our communities have sustainable ways of powering themselves and powering their industries.
Thank you. Senator Keel.
No good. A lot of great suggestions so far. Let me add just a little bit. Our fisheries really are tremendously valuable, and I think the more value-added processing we can do onshore in Southeast, the more jobs we have here, the more value we get for our resources here. Just this last year, we renewed the salmon product development tax credit and expanded it to include sablefish, to include Pacific cod, and I'm forgetting something else in there. That's a proven program, right? A tax credit is government spending, right? But we did that, and it was a good idea. It's worked in the past to help us get past the origins of the farm salmon crisis and compete. I would add, since you're talking about state spending, I would add mariculture permitters to speed up and make more certain that process. DNR Fish and Game have a 15-month process to permit a new mariculture operation. I keep getting calls from constituents who are 10 months into month 2. That's not okay, right? We need to do our job on the public sector side. And so that would save the private sector side a lot of money and a lot of trouble. I think if we're dreaming out into the future a little ways, I would prep to help tool up for second growth timber processing. Right? We're not going back to 400 million board feet a year, folks. That wasn't sustainable then, and it wouldn't be now. But the potential is there for sustainable harvest and some in-state processing of second growth timber. We're going to have to work collaboratively with our tourism industry, right? Because cruisers don't want to go buy clear cuts. But there are opportunities there for a sustainable industry. That's a ways off. And then you heard mention of our human resources. I would add resources in addition to some of the VOTEC things that UAS does, their marine biology programs, some of which are officially Fairbanks, but we don't worry about the label on the letterhead. We worry about where the work gets done. A lot of their work has laid the groundwork for our mariculture industry, right? Published peer-reviewed science that an entrepreneur can take in and say, this works where I'm going to do it. Let's get some financing together, right? That they can take into the permitters and say, this is sustainable, this is clean, this won't hurt the environment. We can build that out and again, invest in our human capital. Plus the stuff people said about housing and daycare, that's good too. I'm over 49 million, aren't I?
Close. Rounding error. IT folks, do we have the Constitutional Convention resolution? Okay, it is going to be forwarded to the business meeting on Thursday. Final question, and this will be your opportunity to observe time management because this is the last thing between them and their reception tonight. So a yes or no, Constitutional Convention, and a 2-minute why or why not. Senator Keel, we'll come back this direction.
Absolutely. I've been so circumspect and subtle. Let me just keep that up or maybe double down on it. Not just no, but hell no. In the 50s, we had a lot of Constitutional Convention delegates from coastal Alaska, and they just barely kept the Capitol in Southeast Alaska in a transitional section, right? And then we had all those Capitol roof fights. If there were a convention today, the delegates would come from where the population comes from. A Constitutional Convention today starts with a Capitol move, and then it goes to work on your rights. It's as straightforward as that.
Thank you.
Hell no.
Ms. Himshu.
I'm supposed to follow that. Okay. Also no, and my primary reason to say no to it is that we have a way to amend the Constitution. If we need to change it, we can do it. So with that in mind, we don't need to open the entire thing. I think it's too risky, and I think it makes Alaska potentially appear a little less stable, not to mention costing a whole bunch of money. So I'm a no.
Mr. Bynum.
Great question to end this thing, I tell you.
You're gonna need a drink after this.
I know, right? I think, this is a big question that's in front of the voter. And ultimately, the voter is going to decide this. There's groups like this and the folks here that are going to come up with a resolution, and they're going to advocate against it. And all I can say is that a constitutional convention could have unintended consequences. So before the voter goes and marks down on their ballot, whether they support it for different reasons or they don't support it, to understand what those consequences potentially are. I think we have the best constitution in the state. We have mechanisms available to us to amend it. I personally wouldn't support at this point a constitutional convention, and I certainly would hope that the legislature would stay out of it. So I say it's to the people. Educate yourselves on it, and I'll be voting likely no on it.
Thank you. Representative Story.
Thank you. I personally am a no on vote on a constitutional convention, and we have just been going through a tremendous couple of years, and we're in the process of healing from COVID in many ways. And I see a potential convention at this time as just not helping us get to working together on the issues that we need to deal with right now. I know that we would elect 55 people to work on that convention. It would take a few years. It would take millions of dollars. I just don't think it would be as valuable now. I appreciate how we appoint our judges now. There's just so many reasons why I just really, for myself, think no.
No. Heck, no. No, as it's been said previously, there's a way we can amend the Constitution. It's established. Our former governor will be cited again. Governor Murkowski will be cited again. He said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, in an editorial, at least that I saw in the Ketchikan Daily News. Some of you others might have seen that as well. With another piece of advice from that wisdom of our former governor, I say no.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
The way I'm seeing this, there were actually two questions being asked here. And the first one is, shall a vote, yea or nay, pertaining to a constitutional convention go to the people of Alaska? And the answer to that question is adamantly yes. take it to the voters of the people. I personally will vote no for a constitutional convention because I haven't heard enough reasons from people like you why we should have one, nor are we completely absent from a method to amend our constitution. So you have my personal opinion pertaining to a constitutional convention, but in terms of public process and what's right for the people of Alaska, absolutely put it in their lap, let them vote on it.
Thank you. And if you, can you not shrink that to one page or go down to the second page? This has all the, there you go. So that is what is being proposed for adoption on Thursday during the business meeting. So it's the work of a lot of folks, a lot of communities. I'm not aware of a single community in Southeast that has voted for it. So primarily because, yes, there's things we'd like to see change perhaps, but there's a method for that. And so right now, this will be part of the business meeting on Thursday. We want to raise that issue, not belabor it, but we want to make sure that you have an opportunity to see that. If you scroll back to the first page, you'll see all the different whereases justifying that position. So if you have other input, you can give it to a board member or bring it to the Thursday meeting. But we certainly heard across the board from those with many years of public service, their insights, which largely came from their interactions with folks like yourself. So with that, let's thank our public servants. And everyone knows where they're going for the reception. You've got about a half an hour to get more casual. I certainly will. And then meet down there for an evening in the sun. We've got one more thing. So Alaska Airlines, they just keep giving and giving and giving. They gave away 2 tickets already. There's 2 more tickets being raffled off, and there's only 17 tickets left. And guess who's got them? Right there, Casey's. Every other board member sold theirs, but she had like 10 times as many. She keeps getting all the tickets. So there's 17 more chances for 2 more tickets. And we're looking forward to a great day tomorrow. The lineup is, again, stellar. We had great information and presenters all day long. So thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to yourselves. Let's go have a great evening together, and you're adjourned till morning. Thank you.